Go check out that video.
There's nothing in your house. You pack up your few things, you get a box of your bow ties, and you grab your dog, and you move to another town.
Ooh.
And that's what Dak Prescott is. I'm predicting this exclusive. Dak is moving. Dak is moving within the next 4 weeks to a new house.
All right. First of all, don't ever say it's a kid. It's not a kid. It's a dog. It's your best friend, maybe. Okay, it's your best friend, but it ain't your kid. You know, there's kids are humans. Okay, it's not your kid. Second of all, Dak I don't know where Dak lives. He might live within walking distance of the Star. He very well might. He does that. He did that for a reason. You know, he didn't move very close to the Frisco to the Star so he could live there. No, he moved there because he wanted to be close to where he works.
Right.
That's why Sean lived for 5 years, literally 800 meters away from this radio station.
Yep.
You know, dogs are great. Animals are great. Pets are awesome. I love dogs. All right. I don't want one necessarily, but I love dogs. I'm not moving over an animal. I'll get another one. It's that simple. Dogs are around 7 to 12 years anyway?
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference if this dog is like at the end.
Oh, there's so many factors.
If it's at the end, are you more or less likely to move? You're less likely because the dog's going to go anyway.
I'm less likely to move regardless. I'm not moving. I'll get another one.
What if you got the dog? What if you're like 2 years in? And therefore, you know, it's not so brand new that you don't have the attachment. But 2 years in, you do have it, and you got 10 years left ahead of you.
Dogs are like quarterbacks on rookie deals. Just get rid of them after 4 years. Recycle them, get a new one, you get the puppy stage again.
Doesn't work like that.
You know, come on, guys. Look, I love dogs, but let's not overstate what they are. They're just dogs.
Oh, our dog. Can you imagine Spittle right now, our boss, Mr. Pet Protector?
Spittle ain't moving if his dog.
Oh,
you're crazy.
Are you crazy?
Spittle, I see you in the hallway. Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if you're moving.
Oh, he's moving.
Oh, he's walking away.
He's got a nice house.
You saw the ratings.
He's got a really nice house. Oh, look at Twitter. Ain't no freaking way I'm moving because of a dog.
Right. People are listening.
I could do it if I was living by myself, but anybody else involved, no.
I declined moving to Hawaii because of my dogs. Oh my goodness. Only if I were wealthy. I would also make sure I got the dog some training. Otherwise, he'll get Caesar Milan. He can afford it and fix the daggone gate. This has happened to Dak a few times. That Caesar's thing.
Oh, is that what
you must be dominant.
So yeah, forget about just having Dak's money. I bet it would be 60-40 in a fan poll that people would move in this same instance for their dog. How much do I love my house? You know, I'm sure Dak's in some apartment that's nice, but probably not like his dream place.
I thought you were talking about your own house. I thought,
if he's in an apartment, an apartment's a different story.
And that's the thing, he doesn't.
I don't know if he's in an apartment or house.
An apartment is easy to move. A house, you gotta sell it. I mean, that's an apartment. Look, an apartment, I'm moving. I'd move too if I was in an apartment. That's a different story because then a lot of times in an apartment, you have the 1 year lease. You leave after the year. You go to a new apartment.
Okay,
so that's a totally different animal. If he's in a different story, if he's in an apartment, I get it. I'd move too.
But he's not.
If it's a house,
I've seen Dak's house. Dak lives in like a normal neighborhood.
Yeah, if he's renting, again, different story. Like, if he's bought it, I can't. I'm not.
But no, it's not a different story. The story is, why is he moving? It's not because he's living in a rental, because obviously he could buy the house, Sean, if he was able to mortgage it through who?
Dreamlending.com.
There you go. I'm so good. But in this case, he would move for the dog, and that's what he will do. He's going to move for this animal.
He's not going to.
Absolutely. I'll put a bet on it.
Let's put a bet on it. Jesse Holly tweeting, y'all moving your whole residence for a pet? I can't do it. Oh, then he put Dweebs out there.
Ooh, Dweebs, that's a good name.
And Jesse's got dogs too, right? Jesse has a dog.
In this climate.
So
he does. It's his best friend.
Yeah, he was doing dog commercials. So this is Dak Prescott. His dog is not being put down for getting involved in another incident where a woman lost part of her finger trying to break up the fight. But the dog is not allowed to return to the city of Frisco, which, by the way, what sense does that punishment make?
Yeah, no sense.
So I can allow this dangerous animal to be in Plano I can put this crazy animal in Fairfield, but
Fairfield, is that the town?
Frisco, you guys are protected now.
Yeah.
This dangerous vigilante.
We'll put him in Plano. It'd be as dangerous as the heroin.
Yeah. So, it's like we'll put him in Mesquite. Nothing will be different.
He would probably fit in well in Mesquite.
Shut up. Frisco, that's around my hood. Frisco is protected, but everyone else can be subjected to Dak's dog.
But at the same time,
Dak's not moving for this. I'm telling you, he's not.
Listen, the story of the woman, I am very, very sad for the woman and what happened to her, but
yeah, she would play defensive line now for the Buccaneers.
The dog didn't attack her. She tried to break up a fight, and the dog just reacted.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree. Dogs do what dogs do. They're engaged in a battle. He was engaged. Don't step in front of the dog.
Did you
say next time kick
Did
him
you
apart.
ever have a dog live with you? No.
No, I had a rabbit in college.
See, that's
Stumpy's never had a dog.
That's okay.
Y'all may have listened to that whole segment thinking he has had a dog. He never has.
See, that psychopath's only pet is a rabbit.
That was
it wasn't my pet.
That was my problem. Like, I didn't want to go full Jared.
He doesn't have that attachment.
I didn't want to go full Jared Sandler on you.
Where did you play Major League Baseball?
And ask you your background. But have you ever had a dog?
No.
No, I just said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's my thing. I mean, it's different when you have a dog, the emotional connection. Yeah, it's not a child. It's not a human.
I get there's an emotional connection. I understand that. I totally get it. I'm just saying,
Plus your kids would be crying and sobbing. Oh my gosh, the dog is gone.
That's
You
the
would
worst
melt.
part.
You'd be a little wuss.
I'm not selling a house. I'm not selling a house.
Julian,
Roy?
we've got to move, Julian.
Play that.
Roy, did you have dogs?
I did. Yeah.
What were their names?
Cassidy.
Okay, I like that.
Cassidy. Yeah. My dad thought it was real brilliant because we adopted this dog from the vet and it only had 3 legs. So the way that it would move, he would always say, "Hop along, Cassidy.
Oh, stop it.
Hop along, Cassidy.
Oh, God.
Hop along." Instead of saying, "Come on, hop along." "Okay, Dad. Yeah, we get it. It's a hilarious joke."
Will, get that on a meme.
Did the dog ever get in trouble? Like Dax? Did y'all have to go to court?
No, but it did get hit a second time by a vehicle.
Oh. Didn't have a leg to stand on.
Stop it.
Mhm.
Do that.
Setting up.
Fidd'll be real happy with this segment. Dog lover after this show. All right, when we come back, let's check in one of the final times with the GBag Nation in Surprise, home of Ranger Spring Training. What does Bassick think about the major changes that were just made to Major League Baseball? Let's talk about it. Crosstalk with the fellas next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, more Cowboys free agency right out of the gates at 10 a.m. But Dane Brugler talking draft and Kyler Murray at 10:20. Fish at 11:20 with the latest on Cowboys free agency when it starts. And Porzingis. Nation 10-3 on the Fan.
You guys listened. You didn't get played on your trade. You went to givemethevin.com and you've laid your trade down to me. My name's John Clay Wolf. We buy more cars than anyone in the Southwest United States at givemethevin.com.
Sean Sharif here. If you have a similar problem as a certain quarterback, and maybe you do need to move because of an animal issue, Troy already gave you the heads up. Here is the final decision. DreamLending.com. DreamLending.com. You get a hold of Brad Sullivan or Pam or Joyce or anyone on the Dream Team, and you say, hey, I need to move. All of a sudden, I have an animal issue. They're not allowing it in this city, so I need to move to another one. They are going to hook you up and lower your mortgage if you're not looking to move. You're already in your house, but you want to pay less. I got 28 years left on my mortgage. Kavanaugh's got 28. Dawson's got 28. The guy to my right has 20. Everyone has basically in this building 28 years left. So you're going to pay it. Why not pay less? I have been refinanced not once, but twice. What does that mean? That means when Mortgage Financial Services sees that it's time and that the market has dropped, they're going to get a hold of you and say, hey, it's time for the refinance. You're going to pay less, a lot less on that mortgage for the remainder of the deal. Here's how you take advantage. Call 817-601-9010. 817-601-9010. Mention Sean from the Fan or go to dreamlending.com and join myself, Bassick, Gavin Dawson, and Kavanaugh as members of the Dream Team at Mortgage Financial Services. NMLS 43021, 2001 Lakeside Parkway, Flower Mound, Texas 75028, Equal Housing Lender.
Son, it's time to learn how to do the lawn. Walk with me.
Got it.
Never diagonal rows. This isn't a baseball field. Vertical rows, son, up and down. So you hit every blade of grass. You know, it's just like they taught us in the Corps. If you're going to do a job, do it right.
Dad, you pretty much just did the whole lawn.
Pretty much won't cut it, bud. No lawn is finished until the edges are trimmed. It's like the edge of a ruler. Look at that line, son.
Like you, USAA always goes above and never cuts corners because our members deserve nothing but the best. Like with a customized mobile app that offers unparalleled service 24/7. So our knowledgeable team can quickly help you handle any urgent needs the right way. Because for us, good enough is not good enough. Get a quote to bundle and save on USAA home and auto insurance.
Look at it. Son, you're looking at your phone. Look at the line.
Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Product membership eligibility and bundling savings restrictions apply and are subject to change. United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
Indeed knows it's hard to find qualified candidates when you're hiring.
It's like finding a unicorn.
But when you post your job on Indeed, it's easy to find people with the skills you need.
Nurse practitioner, 4+ years experience, acute care certification.
Indeed has a huge pool of amazing candidates and screener tools that help you find your most qualified applicants.
Whoa, an entire short list of unicorns.
Now, get a $50 credit to give your first job posting premium placement at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, quality standards, and usage limits apply. Additional terms online.
What if every time you went out, you could cash in? Now with the Capital One Saver Card, you earn 4% cash back on dining and entertainment, like their first taste of guacamole.
Ew, gross.
And 4% cash back when you take your kids to the museum for the first time.
Oh, buddy, don't touch that.
No matter your reason for going out, now you have 4 more. Introducing the new Saver Card from Capital One. Earn 4% on dining and 4% on entertainment. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Capital One Bank, USA/NA.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The Spring Break Tax Break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax too. Get your Spring Break Tax Break with 24-month financing for a limited time. Only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
Join the Dallas Observer on March 23rd from 4 to 7 at Dallas Farmers Market for the second annual Between the Buns, a Dallas Observer slider event. Check out some of the best sliders Dallas has to offer along with music, beer, and cocktails. Use promo code THEFAN for discounted general admission tickets and get more information at 1053thefan.com.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Check out our green bell peppers, which are 48 cents each. Our yellow onions are $1.94 for a 3-pound bag. And our great value whole kernel corn, 15.25 ounces, is only 44 cents per can. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
Grilling season is officially here, and there's no better place in DFW than Premier Grilling to get your grill game on. Ceramic grills, gas grills, pellet grills, smokers, the largest selection of seasonings, rubs, and sauces, woods and pellets, accessories, high-tech gadgets. Phew. And they've also got Wagyu meats, not to mention the most knowledgeable staff in the business to help you perfect your grilling game. Right now, get a free pass to any of their nationwide pitmaster and celebrity-taught grilling classes with any purchase of any grill. Visit premiergrilling.com or text grill to 41411 for more info.
We're at spring training. We were at the Senior Bowl and NFL Combine. And now, boxing's biggest fight of the year descends upon AT&T with the Fan's Errol Spence. And we'll be there. Sean and RJ, live from AT&T Stadium tomorrow morning, getting you ready for Spence Garcia right here on The Fan.
The sequestrophobic mix between Sean and RJ and the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Mesquite Mitsubishi. They have over 250 vehicles, including Outlanders, Mirages, and more. Mesquite Mitsubishi at 635 and Oates. Visit mymitsu.com.
That is a reference, I believe, to Eric Berry, who is terrified of horses. He's out there on the market. I think a scarier prospect than Earl Thomas with all the injuries and the games missed. Bobby Belt accurately calling him the Sean Lee of the secondary.
Yeah.
So you're going to get Eric Berry. You and I are looking at, very, very, very minimal cost.
Very minimal. And if you take out Eric Berry's time in which he missed for his treatment for Hodgkin's lymphoma, late 2014, early 2015 season, he's missed 36% of his other games. And that is almost exactly what Sean Lee has missed. That's a big number. That's a big number. He only missed 5 games for his treatment for Hodgkin's lymphoma. He's had ACL injuries, Achilles tear, lingering heel pain. So there's quite a bit with him.
And 31 years old in December.
When he's on the field, he's tremendous. In 5 full seasons, he's made 3 All-Pro teams.
Yeah.
And All-Pros are, I think people value All-Pros more than Pro Bowls. Pro Bowls are weird.
Yep.
He's made 5 Pro Bowls, but the All-Pro, which is like your number 1 or 2, he's made 3 of those.
Let's check in with the G-Bag Nation in surprise for Rangers spring training, brought to you by Twin Peaks on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Gavin Dawson. How are you?
Doing awesome. How are you, Sean?
Doing pretty well. What do you guys have coming up?
Pure gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Of course, we're going to be talking about that Eric Berry thing. Mike has some awesome baseball nuggets. One of the baseball nugget segments that I've been most looking forward to with these rule changes. That's coming up at 11:40 here live from Surprise, Arizona. And, we'll talk about the Dak and the dog situation there at 12:20. But we have Dane Brugler coming up at 10:20. Dane, the main, is going to tell us all about the safety market, the draft, and Kyler Murray's pro day, and if he still has Kyler number 1.
What has jumped out to you Ranger-wise the most out there so far, Mike?
Well, I would say when I look out at the field and I see the guys, and I feel like when the guys are throwing the ball, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You lost your train of thought?
I don't know.
Coming up next.
Man, that's the second straight time you've got me with that. I was like, man, is Mike about to say there's nothing to see out there? No talent? Well done, Bassick.
Thanks.
What was better?
I had that one planned after G-Bag of the day yesterday.
What was better?
I was like, I hope Sean has a specific question for me because I really want to pull this one off.
What was better, that one or Roy last week, or the Tank Dak one? Which one was better?
Oh, man. That's a great question, and not trying to be Roy. I will lean towards your response when you let him just bury himself with really talking about Dak, and then you responded with, we're not even talking about him. Okay. I forget your exact response, but this last one was just like, I can just see it happening where you just look at him like, you got to be kidding me. And then you're just like, coming up next.
Well done.
So,
well done.
It is fun though. It is fun. Like,
how'd that break go? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
Did you
not
yell
well.
at him?
Not well.
Yeah. You yelled at poor Roy.
I didn't stop laughing until, but we came back from the break. That's about when I laughed about 5 straight minutes.
He didn't yell at all. He was quiet, and then he was concerned that he would somehow look like a jerk in that interaction.
If I say what I should have said, then I get heat from, what do we call them? The Snow Whites?
Snow Whites.
The Roy Flakes.
See, but I contend playing it the way you played it is the perfect way to take it, because no one can laugh at anybody but me.
Yeah.
At the guy who screwed up.
We should start doing that. Just let people bury themselves by just hanging back.
So what was going on, Roy? We were speculating yesterday.
Yeah, to be honest with you, my brain fired off and I was about to go into a thing about Zeke, and the conversation was about Earl, and he had asked me my thoughts about whether or not I thought Earl, like what percentage I thought Earl was going to be a Cowboy. And I was about to go on a diatribe about Zeke, and I realized that, and I was like, he didn't ask me about Zeke. What did he ask me about? That's the conversation that's going on in my head. And then I realized I don't remember what he asked me about, but I don't want to go. I didn't want to have a repeat of 2 weeks ago where I went on a big long diatribe about something he didn't ask me about. So I figured I would just bail, and that wasn't a great one.
We
either.
have an eye contact issue on our show sometimes where, you know, when there's three people, you guys are very good at this, like not stepping over each other, but you know,
some would say the best.
Some would say the best, maybe
the worst.
But you know, when we're looking at computers and reading laptops and scrolling through cell phones, that's where attention can get lost and concentration fade.
So, but Roy's the producer. I feel like he's finding stories for you or organizing audio over there.
You would think.
You would think.
You would think.
Okay.
Not always organizing audio, but it was, you know, it was the beginning of like a lot of free agency deals going on. I mean, I have been keeping my eye out for that stuff, but really no excuse for it. I mean, Sean's nice enough to bring me into the conversation. The least I could do is be paying attention.
All right. That's
right. That's falling on a sword right there.
Let's go to the major. Well, Bassick, real talk on the Rangers. What stood out?
Well, from the rule stuff or the Texas Rangers?
Rangers.
Well, yesterday was a complete off day. Like it was a ghost town here, so there was nothing Rangers. But I would say what's standing out is optimism, and I'm falling for it. Not that I'm falling that they're going to make the playoffs, but I'm falling for that this team isn't going to be one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the American League, that I think they can compete. I know a lot of it has to do with the health of the starting rotation because, you know, I just don't really believe in their depth if these veteran guys can't perform or, you know, / get hurt. But I think as long as the veteran guys are healthy, you have a good closer, I think. You know, I mean, I've thought that before, and it hasn't worked out for the Rangers. But I think if you get to the 8th, the 9th inning, with the lead, you should be in good shape. And then it's just about, can Ruggie Odor, Joey Gallo, Nomar Mazara, guys like that, can they start turning into Ian Kenslers and Michael Youngs? And I know Josh Hamilton obviously came from a trade, but can we start finding guys that you say, okay, these guys are all-stars or borderline all-stars, so we have a foundation of a lineup that we can really build around. And I think that they could come out of this thing with kind of a 76 to 78 win total, and I didn't think that was going to be my guess before I got here.
Yeah. Now, can you look at any of these at-bats so far or stances or approaches and say, okay, I can see a difference here? I know that Odor, I know that Gallo has changed something, or not in a week?
No, because, well, not only in a week, but usually when I was watching Shelby Miller, just for example, he threw, I'm going to guess, 16 to 18 pitches in his first inning. He never really threw the ball inside that whole time. Does that mean he's scared of throwing the ball inside for the regular season? I don't think so.
Right.
You don't really care about scouting reports when you're playing in spring training. You're just trying to get in your work. And so the pitcher isn't pitching to a hitter's weakness. He's just trying to get in his work for the most part. So it can be really tough. You can get really fooled by numbers in spring training because guys aren't pitching to guys' weaknesses. They're just pitching to what they need to do to get in their work that day. And so you might be throwing Ruggie Odor pitches that he really likes hitting, where in the regular season, they will try to stay away from those pitches.
All right, Chop, for those that missed it, just go over these major changes.
Okay, so there's 3 rule changes for this year and then 1 for 2020. The 3 for this year is they're getting rid of the August 31st waiver deadline. They're going to make just a 1 trade deadline, which actually might hurt the Rangers if they get off to a decent start. You know, sometimes you'll make a secondary trade. You're going to have to decide earlier, Bassick, if you're going to be sellers or buyers this year, right?
Yes. Now, I think for the Rangers, that'll be okay. For the American League, that'll be okay. But to your point, Choppy, a few years ago, the Rangers were struggling with were they in it or not in it at the All-Star break the year they traded Yu Darvish. By the time we got to July 30th, 31st, they'd finally made the decision we're not going to try to chase a 3rd division title in a row. In the National League, it's going to be tough because most teams are trying to compete. There's very few teams besides the Marlins and maybe another one that it's not. I'm not drawing the name off the top of my head. They're all trying to actually make the playoffs. So it's going to be really tough to players from National League teams, I think, in July. But the American League, there's only 7 teams competing for 5 spots. So there's already 8 teams that are willing to sell.
Yeah.
And I put the Rangers in. They're willing to sell. If they got the right deal today for Mike Minor, then Mike Minor won't be the opening day pitcher. They would trade him if they got the right deal today for him. So I think you could run into a case where the last year it was like, yeah, trading in July is easy. Most teams are already done, but there can be certain years where, oh, I don't know, I'd love to let this thing play out till mid-August, and we know we can clear these guys through waivers, but I'm also for it too. It's not like a big deal for me. I'm like, that's cool. Now we know July 31st, you either improve your team or you sell your team. Make a decision. Let's go.
2 others this year. One, the election day for the All-Stars. So what they're going to do is they're going to have regular voting, and then in the final, they're going to have one election day, and they're going to have like the top 3 at each position, and whoever wins that day is the starter. Wow. So theoretically, Mike Trout could be the leading vote getter and not be a starter.
Get bumped by the Royals fans.
Get bumped by a Royals fan or whatever. So theoretically, that could happen. A little crazy. And then $1 million for the winner of the home run derby, which would entice guys like Joey Gallo and Aaron Judge, who are still on their pre-arbitration deals or making bits and bits of money, where they could really improve their salary.
And the one next year, I cannot believe it.
The one next year, this one's right for Bassick, a 3-batter minimum for pitchers.
But that didn't get officially passed through, right?
It's for next year. They said it is going to happen. That happened overnight. That was a Jeff Passan article.
Okay.
I can't believe that, Mike.
I think that's really bad, because I think that they should do it for the first 7 innings and take that rule out of play. If I were to amend the rule, which I think it will get amended after they play with it, is what's going to happen in the 8th inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And I don't know, off the top of my head, Robinson Cano comes up and you want to bring in your stud lefty to get out of that situation. Now he has to face the first 2 batters of the ninth inning. I actually made the game longer. I didn't make the game shorter. So is there like, oh, I want to make the game quicker, and I don't want, well, yeah, but I'm going to then warm up my closer, and I'm going to probably bring him in after my guy faces 2 guys. Now, if he gets the first 2 guys out and you feel good, maybe you keep him in. But I think when you get to the 8th and 9th inning, you should take that rule out.
And they're also going to do a roster expansion in 2020 as well. So they're going to add a job. They'll add 1 job for each team. The Players Union loves to add 30 jobs.
Man. Yeah, but they also are eliminating jobs in September.
Yes, because of the 40-man roster, right?
Well, you can only have 28 guys maximum on your team in September, and a lot of teams' guys will go to 33 to 35 guys.
All right, boys, have a good show. We are back tomorrow morning from the site of Errol Spence Jr. and Mikey Garcia. So Sean and RJ on the road at AT&T Stadium to get you ready for the fight on Saturday. Final Errol Spence giveaway tomorrow morning to give you tickets at 7:40. It's the GBag Nation from Surprise. Next.
I think they absolutely are in a position where, they're kind of stuck. Like, I'm sorry. My mind went completely blank. I apologize. I read something and it threw me off. I'm sorry. Back to
when we come back.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This is Boomer Esiason with the CBS Sports Minute. The NHL general managers recently met in Boca Raton, Florida, and they proposed a series of new rule changes to improve safety and increase scoring. Perhaps their most significant recommendation involves penalizing a player who does not leave the ice immediately after losing his helmet during play. I think this is absurd. We're talking about hockey here, not football. In a similar vein, the GM suggested making it mandatory to wear helmets during warm-ups. Again, to me, this seems like preventative overkill, and I know the players would strongly oppose such a change. A proposed change that I do like involves giving teams the option of choosing which face-off circle they want to begin a power play on. To be able to select the best side for the offensive center would give attacking teams a subtle but potentially important advantage. Actually, I love the game. Don't change it too much, please. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, what's going on, fans and Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. Before I run out the door, let me go and tell you why you should be running out your door and going to the east side of the Metroplex, specifically Terrell. Listen, Terrell's a great town. You know that. You go over there, do your shopping needs, your food needs. But what about your car buying needs? Let's talk about Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep in Terrell. It's a short drive down Highway 80. You look to your left, and you find yourself at Platinum, a place right now that if you finance with Chrysler Capital, you can save big time. We're talking about the 2018 Ram 1500, well-equipped, the Lone Star Silver package right now, available at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep because it's Ram Truck Month, and because if you finance with Chrysler Capital, you can get that at a sales price of just over $36,000. That's 20% off for that incredible truck at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. And I emphasize Jeep because if you also finance with Chrysler Capital, 30% off the Jeep Renegade Latitude. Find this and so much more right now at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. You can get all the information right now at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Learn more about General Manager Andrew Beck and drive a little further, Tolos, to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Before college hoops mayhem hits the courts, keep mayhem at bay back home and get those long-awaited home projects done with Home Advisor. From small projects like a leaky faucet to big projects like remodeling the kitchen, Home Advisor will help you find the right pro at a fair price. Just tell them what you need and you will be matched to top-rated local pros. You can even read reviews, check cost guides, request quotes, and book appointments all for free. Get started on your next project at homeadvisor.com or download the free app today.
This Saturday night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year. Two of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world put their perfect records on the line.
You're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia for the World Welterweight Championship. Live from AT&T Stadium. Spence Jr. versus Garcia, Saturday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Live on pay-per-view. Order now.
Some of you have PMI. Some of you have a high interest rate. Some of you want to save money, but you think, mortgage rates have risen. What you don't know is they've actually fallen. At TexasLending.com, we've seen rates drop up to 0.75% in the last 2 months. Call TexasLending.com. Get your rate refinanced now. Save hundreds or thousands of dollars each month with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600. And apply with TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
This is Earl Spence Jr. Come to AT&T Stadium on March 16th to watch me defend my World Welterweight Championship title against current WC lightweight champion Mikey Garcia.
Be there for this highly anticipated blockbuster showdown between two of the world's best boxers. Don't miss your chance to see all the action at AT&T Stadium on March 16th. Get your tickets now before they sell out at SeatGeek.com, the official ticket provider of AT&T Stadium. Again, that's SeatGeek.com.
Spring into action with Steel Power Tools from Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, we have the equipment you need and expertise you want. After all, we've been at this since 1968. Mowers and blowers, edgers and trimmers. Anything for outside is available inside Richardson Saw and Lawnmower, including all of your favorites from Steel. So stop by our store today or visit richardsonsaw.com to experience the cutting edge of outdoor power tools only at Richardson Saw and Lawnmower.
Yo, Ben and Skin here for the WinStar World Casino and Resort. And if you haven't seen the lineup of amazing shows coming to WinStar's Global Event Center, well, you need to head to WinStar.com right now and check out that event calendar. Next up on May 3rd, it's the Red Rocker, Sammy Hagar and the Circle.
Boom! Then a back-to-back night of legends starting June 14th with Kenny Loggins and June 15th with the one and only Jerry Seinfeld. Tickets for all shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com, and for a full event calendar, head over to WinStar.com.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station.
Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona.
Let's do this.
It's the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number one of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live on the webcam in Surprise, Arizona. 1053thefan.com. Check that out. Mike got in without a press pass. We'll have a video up shortly at 1053thefan.com. It was kind of sketchy there for a moment as he tried to do what very few men can do.
I just acted like I had a press pass.
Yeah.
And it worked because I have a hoodie on because, once again, it's freezing cold. in Arizona, as it's in the high 40s, low 50s to start the day off.
Freezing
here.
is 32.
Yeah.
I figured it's just because you're like, hey, I'm Mike Bassick, and they're recognized. Oh, you're the guy on TV, the former player.
You guys would have really got it on video, which would have been great because you guys think that I would have fought and said, hey.
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry.
I don't. No,
I would
you'd
have said,
happy to leave.
No, I said, you're right. It's my fault. I'm going to go back and get it. And I've been like, give me the keys. And I'll be back around at this time. It's 8 o'clock here, Arizona time here. I've been like, guys, I'll probably join the show about 8:45.
You would have taken your time. Yeah, we have no illusions, Mike. You wanted to be caught. We know.
Yeah.
We know.
We'd see it for Jeffrey time.
Yeah, like you guys would be like, I'm so sorry. Here's my CBS, because this is all I have. It doesn't say intercom on our cards. This is my CBS
It does
card.
if you've lost it 3 times. I have an intercom
I
card.
think I would have been sorry, but I think Jeff would have been giggling because he was trying to get you discovered.
Yeah, it was fine. I was like, I didn't care if they would have discovered me. I just kept walking in because I heard him say, yep, we all got our credentials. and I could tell that the first guy was looking, and because I have a hoodie on, I bet he's assuming, oh, it's probably just underneath this hoodie. We've seen these guys 3 days in a row now. But yeah, I left my press pass in the bathroom. But I was like, yeah, if they
On
make me
purpose?
go back, it's
On
about
purpose?
a 20-minute drive. I'll just drive back,
You've been sabotaging us for 12 hours, maybe 16.
What happened?
Well, we recorded 3 videos last night.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
We tried to do some videos, take people behind the scenes, and the first 2 we can't post because Mike's inappropriate.
Yeah.
Then he gets no press pass to come up here because he wants to get turned around. Why? Because we get here 30 minutes before the show. Mike would take the car, go have a sit-down breakfast. Then he would swing back, pick up his credential. Then he would stop, have a sit-down lunch. Then he would swing on up here casually, stroll up, and he'd miss the first 2.5 hours of the show for something that takes 45 minutes. That's Mike.
Yeah, and I know we have Dane Brugler today.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to.
Oh, he's got it. He's good.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, what am I going to add to the mock draft?
Dane's coming up at 10:20. I think myself, like a lot of young aspiring broadcasters, I wanted to be a play-by-play guy, as Jared Sandler is on the career path to become. And I always thought, man, why did no big organization ever give me a chance to do that? And I think I found out last night, because you're trying to take it in really unwholesome directions. And Jared's like, I can't be a part of this.
I know.
It doesn't line up with my brand, with my career goals,
or with his morals.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, he was
you were
just
being
like
gross.
Oh, I asked if he
holy
shaves
cow,
his
Mike.
private parts.
Yeah, but you're really digging for details, and it's just a little much.
And to me, that's where the video got really, really good.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
So Jared's out here claiming innocence this morning on Twitter. He's like, had nothing to do with me. It was all Mike. I was like, well, you're the one who squashed it. Yeah.
He's
Mike was-
family friendly.
Sure, Mike was inappropriate, but you're the one who put the X-nay on the first one. Mike ruined the second one all by himself.
Well, you do have the GBag Nation here live from Surprise Stadium here. It's Gavin, Mike, and Jeff on 105 through the fan. Lucius, are you back in studio today?
I am back in the studio today.
Yes.
Welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Goodness.
All right, I'm good, brother.
Do you know Eric, Lucius?
Yes, I'm very familiar with Eric.
Holy cow, it was tough yesterday.
Brutal.
What
Oh,
happened?
he struggled.
Wow.
Man, he struggled.
I mean, he had a good attitude and effort.
He did. He tried his best.
Yeah,
he did.
And he was friendly and everything. It's just like,
You're just gonna
holy
roast
cow.
him like that, like he
It was
can't
kind
hear.
of like, it was kind of like if Roy had gone in to run the board.
Well, he can call in if he wants to defend himself.
This is not a private conversation. Come on in.
So the sports, I am in on Eric Berry. The Chiefs released him. He was due $7.5 million. He was, so he's available now suddenly. 5th overall pick in 2010. And I know he's missed a lot of time with the cancer in 14, and then the Achilles, wiped out a lot of 17 and 18. But other than those, since the ACL in year 2, he's been healthy. He's played a lot of games. Like after the ACL, he came back and played 16 and 15 games. After cancer, he came back and started 31 games over a 2-season period, played in all 16. And then the Achilles happened in week 1 of 17, and that wiped out most of 17 and 18. That is a long-term injury for a lot of people. You saw what that did to Wes Matthews in his first year here. I mean, and he never fully recovered. So maybe that's the case with Barry. Maybe the Chiefs know he did not have a good Achilles. I'm in as far as the Cowboys doing a lot of investigation. And based on what I know now, if he has a normal recovery from Achilles and has a full off season, I would be very, very interested in, seeing the Cowboys saddle up there and try to get a little bit of a value. Maybe you could do 1 year and $7 or $8 million with him. If it's a deal like that, then I'm absolutely in. If he's going to have like a Honey Badger or Landon Collins or Earl Thomas deal. I wouldn't be willing to sign that right now. But I think his value might be so depleted that you could find yourself with a great opportunity to possibly bring in a guy that could transform the backside of your defense pretty good. 3 All-Pro seasons in 5 years. He was a Pro Bowler as a rookie. I mean, he's just outside of Earl, the most talented safety in football, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I'm in on him and one other guy, and the other guy's name is Timmy Jernigan.
Okay,
the defensive tackle from the Eagles.
Do it up.
So check it out. Here's why I'm way in on these 2 guys.
Okay,
1, obviously they can help you at a position of need. That's awesome. But 2, this is the Patriot game. This is why they're the champs. Now it helps having Tom Brady playing at a cap number that's not as high as it should be, but a lot of other teams have cap numbers on quarterbacks that aren't big. The Cowboys don't have a big number on the quarterback. So what do? They find the right guys to sign. They let their guys walk. They constantly have 10 draft picks instead of 7. They let people walk. They get picks. What do they do with some of those picks? Well, they flip them for veterans who can help their team that will then walk, and then they'll get more picks. So it's just this thing that I have no idea how somewhere between 28 and 30 teams don't know how to do this. But the Patriots do. And it's why they're so good at adding whatever they want, whatever they need, and doing it the right way. Eric Berry was released, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Eric Berry was released. He doesn't count against comp pick formulas. So
Nice.
if you have people walking away, which the Cowboys do already, and Cole Beasley, and I haven't seen Damian Wilson's money, but you have people leaving. Cole Beasley is going to get you a draft pick back. So awesome. If you signed Eric Berry, in theory, you'd be like, oh, we canceled out that pick. No, you didn't, because he was released. He didn't just have his contract expire. Timmy Jernigan, defensive tackle from the Eagles. He was hurt last year, missed almost every game, never made it back. I think he missed 14 games. So what's his market? Are these guys that are prime candidates for the prove it deal? Where it's like, hey, what about 1 year at a reasonable guaranteed salary with incentives if you play the games? And then after that, you walk. And if you play well, holy cow, you rebounded your value. You go get a really big deal. You help us go try to win the Super Bowl this year, and we get compensated when you leave. That's who you sign.
Yeah, no,
those are the
brilliant.
targets.
Yeah, and I think that has helped the Patriots create a tremendous advantage over the last 5 years. Where are you at with it, Mike?
I think Eric Berry's Bob Sanders. And
Okay.
so this is where I'm a little bit concerned. And I know it was major injuries that have held him out and not kind of.
Bob Sanders was 5'3", 186.
And unbelievable.
Yeah, he was really good.
And the Colts always, when they got to the playoffs, they had Peyton Manning, and then Bob Sanders would get hurt. And they're like, like we can't beat the Patriots because Bob Sanders is hurt. And so I'm not against signing Eric Berry. I would make sure, to your point, that it's kind of more of a 1 year deal, or if it was a 2 year deal, you can really release him easily if he does get hurt on you. The one thing that I think Eric Berry is different than Sean Lee is that Sean Lee gets lingering injuries, like up hamstring, going to bug him the whole season. Bob Sanders kind of had that too. He also had major injuries. But the thing about Eric Berry that maybe I could buy into is that it's major injuries. As long as he stays away from totally ripping up his knee or tearing his Achilles, he doesn't seem to have like, he's going to be out 2 weeks with a hamstring. Oh, now his left calf is bugging him now because he's put too much pressure on that leg because the right hamstring's bugging him. So as long as he seems to avoid the major injury, he seems to be able to stay healthy. So I would be okay with doing let's say a 2 year deal at $15 million, $8 million guaranteed, something like that. So you pay him $7.5 million this year, $500,000 next year if you want to release some type of deal. But I don't know what his market's going to be. If his market is that low, I think the Cowboys should look into it. And then I wouldn't be opposed to still drafting, let's say, a safety in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah.
Just because there's part of me that says, hey, he still might miss 6 to 12 games.
Well, Mike Lombardi was on NFL Network yesterday quite a bit, and he reset his point about the first 72 hours of free agency. There's no good deals. So what we're going to hit 72 hours since the tampering period started coming up at 11 a.m. So maybe this afternoon the bargains are going to start falling in. And do you think Barry's going to be what's considered a bargain signing?
Oh, man, I think he's about as tough as it could be to pin down.
Yeah.
Because you could very easily view it the way either one of you views it.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, guys, really, in the last 5 years, he's torn an Achilles and had cancer.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really injury prone. But then the other side is, guys, he misses more games than he plays. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know how that plays out, especially when the team that had you, what was his cap hit? Like 7.5? Or did they save 7.5?
They saved 7.5.
Okay, so the cap hit would have been much bigger, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
They viewed it as being better to be rid of it. So, and I think what I saw this morning is that last year, like there are doctors apparently saying that whatever is wrong with his ankle that was keeping him out of games shouldn't stop him from playing.
Okay.
But it hadn't changed. And he didn't play a year ago. So what's going to happen?
He played 3 games last year?
He played just a couple of games.
Playoffs, 2 and then playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know, it's weird because that's what I was reading this morning is that there's an ankle thing that kept him out for a lot of games that the doctors are saying it shouldn't keep him off the field.
Okay.
But it did.
So that's why Fish reported yesterday the Cowboys are going to do a lot of investigating here
on the
and try to
medical
figure it
stuff.
out. Because you have to wonder, did the Chiefs have extra info that they're
Right.
like, get him out? Or did they just get fed up?
Right.
You know, like, man, we've dealt with so much off time. You've missed 55, 140
You've had
games.
so much cancer. We've just had enough of you.
And they got Tyrone Matthew, so
Yeah.
they replaced him and then released him. I'm just wondering
Yeah.
if they wouldn't have got Matthew, they wouldn't have got, let's just say, Earl Thomas. I don't know the order of the safeties they were looking at in free agency. Would they have just kept Eric Berry and said, we didn't get a replacement for Eric Berry. We're going to keep him, keep the cap hit. But once they got Matthew, they're like, okay, well, let's try to trade him. Remember, the report yesterday was, hey, Eric Berry is getting shopped. And then they shopped him for probably 5 hours and found out nobody wants him at his cap hit.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to release him.
It was an awkward situation for Kansas City yesterday, though, and you could, see how tough of a decision it was because when somebody goes through something like that, you don't want them out of your lives. It's an inspiring story.
You can't cut the cancer guy.
No. So both Andy Reid and Clark Hunt, released very heartfelt, extended messages saying how much they appreciated him and how difficult of a decision it was.
Yeah, we just don't appreciate you enough to pay you for your services.
Yes.
Have a great life.
Okay. The other news is Cam Fleming is back at swing tackle, and the O-line is looking as deep as it's been in a couple of years now. And maybe 1 through 8 overall, it's the best line you've had since the 90s. But what really needs to happen is the top 5 for me to get really excited. Connor Williams and Lyle Collins show up a better version than they were last year. You're getting Frederick to replace Looney, but I am getting excited about offensive line depth. There's not an injury that can absolutely crush you at all on this line.
Yeah, and the Frederick one hurt.
Yeah,
because that's really tough to replace. And I think at this point in free agency, this is when I'm going to go with the broad picture for Cowboy fans is to remember that this is how this works. Because you're looking around, you're watching all the big names that other people add and going, God, we're not doing anything. The key is to be better than you were last year. So right now, if you started playing again, you'd have Travis Frederick back, but you've lost Cole Beasley and you've lost Damian Wilson. So basically you lost your slot receiver and you're getting your center back. Is this team better right now than they were? And are they better after free agency and the draft than they were last year? That's what matters. And there's nothing stopping them from being better than they were a year ago. So for all the wanting to be involved and wanting to hear the big names, the key is to get better. And they generally do. And right now they're not. Right now you're not better because you lost Cole Beasley. What are you going to do about it? Where else are you going to improve? But there's plenty of time. There's no need to freak out because you didn't get a big name. The idea is to get better. And they certainly can. They haven't, but they certainly can. Figure out DeMarcus Lawrence, by the way.
Yeah, because
that's a big problem.
Right now, they're a lot worse
Yeah.
if they're just going to let DeMarcus Lawrence collect $20 million while on shoulder surgery for the 2019 season.
Go ahead and figure that one out today. How about that?
Kyler Murray was asked about being quiet yesterday on the NFL Network. He said, look, I can't do this for you on TV. I think it's just one of those guys. We saw it with Zeke quite a bit. Completely different personalities. And Mike, you played in that baseball game with him. Be like, no, I promise. He's
really nice to my kids, cordial.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? What's your name?
Yeah.
And then I was like, man, obviously getting interviewed through that season before, it was a really tough one. I thought he got better at interviews this year and seemed to take on more of a leadership role. I do think getting Kyler Murray, whether he's the first pick or 10th pick in the draft, somewhere around there, is you might just have to say, hey, we're getting a quarterback that might not be the most talkative, inspiring guy with words. He's going to be inspiring by his play.
Yeah,
and so just know that maybe a wide receiver, a running back, whoever it is, might have to be more of a vocal guy to step up in certain situations.
We're coming to you, Terrell, Texas. Come get your back window Tolo decal coming up Sunday, noon to 2. We want to raise awareness for Tolos everywhere. And I will be at Metro by T-Mobile, located on 1442 West Moore Avenue in Terrell, Sunday from noon to 2. Come on over after church or something. We have TMS tickets to give away. O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 is coming up.
We are coming back with Dane Brugler from The Athletic and the Trust the Tape podcast to talk all about Kyler with and where the Cowboys could find a safety if they don't sign one, and more next on The Fan.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Christy Cannon here, reminding you to tune in each weekday morning with Mike Fisher for the Cannon Real Estate Update. Call us, text us, look us up, 469-951-9588, or go to CannonTeamHomes.com.
Hey, Ben and Skin here, and it's time to pick the losers. Yes, Pluckers is giving away a $1,000 Pluckers gift card to the person who picks the most losers in the first round of the college basketball tournament.
That's right. So bust your bracket on purpose and you could win. Head to pluckers.com for more details. The entry form will be live upon the release of the tournament bracket. So stay tuned to pick your bracket and become the biggest loser in Dallas so you have a shot at winning that $1,000 Pluckers gift card. Good luck, everybody.
And now a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When a client calls, what do you want them to hear? Your personal voicemail?
Hey, you've reached Greg's cell phone. I'm away right now, obviously. Leave a message and maybe I'll get back to you.
Or something a little more buttoned up, courtesy of Grasshopper.
Thanks for calling Green Landscaping. To make an appointment, dial 1. For billing, dial 2. To speak with Greg Smith, dial
There's
3.
no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit MBUSA.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
On Saturday, March 16th, Texas Live is celebrating St. Patrick's Day the live way. Come for the Kegs and Eggs breakfast and stick around for the festivities. Live music throughout the day, drink specials, special appearances, and a gold coin giveaway. Grab your green and come party at Texas Live, across from Globe Life Field, with free parking on Saturday, March 16th. More info at texas-live.com.
Buy a Honda, get a Honda free. Offer ends March 16th, so hurry in for the buy one, get one offer when you purchase a new Honda from Honda Cars of McKinney. Get a Honda Smart Drive walk-behind lawnmower, absolutely free. A $399 value. Take advantage of great prices and new incentives during their spring price break BOGO offer going on now. Get full details at HondaCarsOfMcKinney.com/BOGO. Take exit 40A off of Central Expressway. That's Virginia Parkway. Honda Cars of McKinney.
The KNC Masterpiece, hey, that's us. We're going to be broadcasting from Texas Live in Arlington this Saturday from 10 to 3. So come on out to Texas Live and enjoy your St. Patty's Day. And maybe even win a pot of gold. Get more details at 1053thefan.com.
RJ Choppy here. Listen up, men. Spring is in the air. The days are getting longer, but that doesn't mean the nights have to be shorter, if you know what I mean. Now, does it? That's where BlueChew.com comes into play. If you're suffering from ED, if you're one of the 52% of men that suffer from ED, but also one of the 75% that don't do anything about it, you got problems. But if you do something about it, if you go to BlueChew.com and use the promo code RJ, it's got the same active ingredient as what's in those other pills, like the blue pill. And since it's the first ever chewable, it works faster than a pill. Better value than the others. It's a no-brainer. You don't have to go to the doctor. Awkward. You don't have to wait in a pharmacy line. That stinks. You order it online. It's sent directly to your door. Very discreet packaging. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free. $5 shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
Okay, welcome back, GBag Nation. It's time to talk with Dane Brugler about team building in the draft, college football. The segment is brought to you by the Frankels at 1-800-LAWYERS. If you suffer a personal injury due to somebody's negligence, call our friend Scott Mark Frankel, 1-800-LAWYERS, the official lawyers of the Tolo, principal office, Dallas, Texas. And here he is from theathletic.com and from the Trust the Tape podcast. It's Dane Brugler here on The Fan. And morning, Dane. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How's Surprise doing?
Oh, it's cool, man. It's great. We saw your tribe here yesterday taking on the Royals.
Nice. It's going to be a little bit of a different year for the Indians, but in that Central, they should be okay. They should be in good shape, but I need to figure out a way to lock up Frankie Lindor before he gets. He's going to be looking for that big contract.
So, Dane, who is the Trevor Bauer in the draft this year when it comes to NFL football?
Who's the weird guy?
Yeah.
Is there a weird guy in this draft, Dane?
Well, I think, I don't know if this draft necessarily has one, but Josh Rosen from last year is kind of like that, where they think differently, like they're very analytical. They're very, they think they're the smartest people in the room. Doesn't matter what room they're in. And so they just have a different outlook on life. And that started with their upbringing and just how they, grew up. And so, I think Josh Rosen, and that's the reason why his market's going to be so tough to peg. If the Cardinals end up going Kyler Murray and end up trading Josh Rosen, he's just not going to be for everybody. And we know with Trevor Bauer, he's immensely talented. And he is really he understands his craft better than anybody. But he just, it rubs people the wrong way. And it's obviously different when you're talking about a starting pitcher in baseball compared to a quarterback in the NFL in terms of what your expectations are, in terms of leadership and how they affect the locker room. But I think Josh Rosen, that's a perfect comparison. I think, and they're both UCLA guys, I believe.
It's Dane Brugler with us. So you still have Kyler number one after his pro day and all that?
Yeah, and listen, nothing's more overrated during the draft process than a quarterback pro day. Scripted throws in a controlled environment. No defense, no pass rush. You're throwing to your guys that you've been throwing to the last few years. So, Kyler looked good. He threw had about 70 passes, showed off, his footwork in the pocket, showed off his ability to, make the deep throws, out throws, just did everything. And if there weren't any surprises, we know he has a special arm. He can whip the ball anywhere he wants, and he's a naturally accurate thrower. The bigger question is, okay, how does he do that when he's facing, the Alabamas of the world week in, week out in the NFL? How is that going to, affect that decision making? Does he still have that, little bit of spontaneous magic to him? So I think, if you liked Kyler Murray going into the pro day, you certainly do after. And if you had questions, you still have those questions. But, it's funny, just, the more and more talking to people leaving the combine, it's Kyler number one to Arizona has become kind of the consensus, at least among teams. Like that's what they're starting to expect to happen. And the Cardinals, they weren't at his pro day. They'll have a private workout with them. And at this point in the process, we're still over a month out. Kyler Murray is the favorite to be the top pick this year.
So, Dane, with the Cowboys, if they get to 58, and if that is the first time they end up picking in the draft, and they're looking for defensive line help, I know it's a lot of fun to talk about the Nick Bosas and the Quinnen Williams of the world, but when you're getting towards the end of the second round, who do you think are some of the premier defensive line names to know for Cowboy fans?
Yeah, we'll use premier loosely when we're talking about late second rounders. Right. We talked about one of the guys that I know you like a lot, LJ Collier from TCU, who it seems like
terrible combine. He's trying to break my heart.
Well, yeah, 6'2", 283 pounds, 7'7" in the 3-cone. That's abysmal. The jumps weren't anything impressive. 4.91 in the 40. So, I think he just, maybe he's a Cowboys fan. He wants to make sure he's available at 58.
There you go.
But, he's a guy who's a little bit of an ascending player. He's a Texas guy. He wasn't a starter until his senior year, and things started to click. He started to figure things out. Doesn't have the most bend as an edge rusher, but he does a really nice job with his forward lean. He can use his length, create movement with that momentum off the snap. So I think LJ Collier's in that mix to be in that late second, early third round mix. There's a few conversion guys that I don't think they're going to fit necessarily what the Cowboys want. You guys like Chase Winovich from Michigan, DeAndre Walker from Georgia. I think Anthony Nelson from Iowa is an interesting name. He's more of your base end. He's 6'7", 270 pounds. He's a big boy, really long arms, 35-inch arms, but he understands how to use them. He'll beat up blockers. He's not going to be that speed rusher who can capture the edge and be a factor speed-wise. Another guy to know is Zach Allen from Boston College. And that's a guy I've heard that the Cowboys like. 6'4", 280 pounds. Another guy with long arms, 34 3/4-inch arms. Not a premier athlete, but he's really smart against the run. He can drop, handle himself in space. He can reduce inside and help you out as an interior player on passing down. So I think Collier, Zach Allen, Anthony Nelson, these are the type of, we're looking for an edge rusher at the end of the second round. I think those are the names to know.
Are there any guys that you look at going into this draft that could potentially be sliders, and knowing the Cowboy needs, that you would consider saying, hey, it might make sense for them to find a way to jump up into the first round and get them?
Well, I think the safeties, when we look at the safety group, it's going to be interesting to see the order they come off the board. And if one of the safeties that the Cowboys really like, if they're still available, say in the early second round, would they make a move to go get them? I don't think any of these safeties are necessarily guaranteed in the first round. I love Nasir Adderley from Delaware, Taylor Rapp from Washington. Both could easily go in the top, 30 picks, but they're not guaranteed. I could see one or both falling to the second round. Jonathan Abram from Mississippi State is another one. Really like Abram. He flies around. He's a Keanu O'Neal type of player. 5'11", 205 pounds. He's going to fly around. He's going to hit you. Not the most, they're talking about anticipation in the passing game. He's not really that type of player, but he's going to run the alley. He's going to run and hit, and he's a tempo setter for your defense. So Jonathan Abram, if he's still available in that early to mid second round, could be a candidate to move up. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson from Florida, another one. And this is a guy who was signed at Florida as a corner, played free safety, played strong safety. Then this past year played the star role in that Gators defense, where he's basically a nickel, and that's where he really shined, using that speed, using that aggressiveness. I think there's a lot to like with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So this safety group is really interesting. Throw Juan Thornhill in there as well from Virginia. If there's one of these safeties maybe the Cowboys prefer over the others, and they would fall, say, around pick 40, would they maybe package 58 and a third rounder or something else to go up and get one of these safeties? I think that's certainly possible.
If you were Dave Gettleman, first, it would mean you're bad at your job. But second, it would mean you're running the Giants and you have 2 first-round picks. To you, does it make all the sense in the world to call up the Cardinals and give up one of them for Josh Rosen?
Yeah, it does. And it makes almost too much sense. I don't know what the Giants are doing. And, Giants fans can try as much as they want, but they cannot justify the Odell Beckham trade as a positive step to what this Giants team wants to be, because they traded him for below market value. And, you have to really do some mental gymnastics to try and justify the return they got, because it was a fleecing. And, having the 6th pick and the 17th pick in the first round is great. And if they wanted to, they could package those picks to go up and get maybe Dwayne Haskins in the top 5. Maybe you call the Cardinals about that 17th pick and say, listen, it's yours if you want to give it Josh Rosen. So I think they do have options now, but it took giving up your best player to do so. And that's just, I don't know, it's not good practice in the NFL. And put it this way, they did not need to get rid of Odell Beckham Jr. to find their quarterback and take that next step in their succession plan after Eli Manning. But yeah, I think I would be calling the Cardinals, and unless the Redskins are willing to give up, say, pick 15, which I doubt it, seems like they're kind of content going into the next season with Case Keenum and Colt McCoy as their starters, and as they wait until Alex Smith comes back from injury. But if I'm the Cardinals and I'm get offered the 17th pick, I'm not going to get anything better than that. So yeah, I would jump at that offer. Now the Giants, I think it's we'll have to see what they do. Do they try and go up to get a Dwayne Haskins? Do they maybe stay at 17 and draft Daniel Jones from Duke at that point? The Giants are a tough team to understand right now, and I think that's going to continue on draft day.
Dane Brugler's with us here on 105.3 The Fan. How do you start to evaluate Eric Berry's value as he hits free agency if you're in an NFL front office right now?
Yeah, so much depends on the medicals, and that's where the NFL, when it comes to the medical information, it's a really open process. At least it's been my experience in terms of teams sharing information. The doctors are really friendly, and that starts at the combine. Doctors, the trainers, they're really open with each other in terms of, okay, this guy's got this guy's got that. And that continues into the NFL, being open about what kind of injuries they have. And, it's something that with Eric Berry, it's going to take a lot of investigation because he's played in 3 games the last 2 years. He's had a history of, getting dinged up, but you know what? If you look at his history, he, start 2 games or be a full-time starter for 2 seasons, then he'd be out 1 year. Full-time starter for 2 seasons, then he's out 2 years. He's due to be healthy this year. If he can stay on the field, that's great. But again, we're talking about a guy that's over 30 years old. He's entering year 31 age of his career, and those guys tend to break down. But if I can get him on a 2-year deal for decent money, maybe incentive laden contract, just trying to figure out his market's going to be tough to peg because safety is a position that a lot of teams are looking for. But Eric Berry, and we know what kind of impact he can make when he's healthy. It's just he's rarely healthy, and teams are going to look at that differently.
Dane, how long is too long to hold on to a draft crush? I'm trying to go get Timmy Jernigan.
Well, another guy, factor in the injuries. What's going on? The Eagles, they shocked him a little bit, and they couldn't get any takers, so they just cut him. And so, what's going on with the injuries with him? And it's not a surprise that anybody was going to trade for that contract. But I certainly understand why you had the crush, and we saw that in Baltimore. We saw that when he first got to Philadelphia. It's just what the long-term prospects for him. Can he still play with the same type of power? Can he still play, be that same disruptor that we saw when he was healthy? And that's something that you really depend on the medical staff and the training staff to get that information and give you a clear picture of what the next 2 or 3 years are going to look like in his career.
Would you advise the Cowboys at this point with DeMarcus Lawrence that, hey, either what's the saying? Either take a number 2 or leave the potty. Either make an offer that's acceptable and get this thing done, or figure out what you're going to do without him and move on from it.
And I'd love to know what offers are they putting out there that Lawrence and his people are just saying, no, not good enough, or what are they countering with? Excuse me. What are they countering with that the Cowboys are balking at? Because we'll see what Justin Houston gets on the open market. We'll see what we saw what D Ford got with the 49ers. Khalil Mack. There's a lot of these big time pass rush contracts out there. Does DeMarcus Lawrence want to be the highest paid? Does he want to be comparable with those guys? I mean, he deserves to be paid like it. So we're going to see what he's going to be asking for. But if I'm the Cowboys, you got to get this done because he's going to be on your team. You're not letting him go. And so it just matters if you're going to really play hardball and call his bluff about sitting out the season, or is he a guy that, if he means as much to your franchise as you said, and you're really serious about taking that step, it's time to get this done. And I would hope sometime between now and the summer, that's what happens, but who knows?
The Cowboys did just make a signing. So, Dane, give us your scouting report from 4 years ago or from more currently of Texans defensive tackle Christian Covington.
Formerly of Rice, who was a later round pick, not a high pick, but he settled in well with the Texans scheme. He played a little bit of inside, played a little bit outside. He's got a little bit of that versatility because he's a big guy, but he moves well. He's got good length. So that's a good depth signing. Kind of that Tyron Crawford type of mold where, he could play a little bit outside if you want, but I'm guessing he's more interior depth for what the Cowboys like to do on their front. So, but I think he's a little interchangeable with if you want to play him inside as a 1 or a nose, he can do that. Or if you want to kick him to the 3 technique, he can give you a little bit of value there. So strictly a depth signing, but that's the type of addition that makes your defensive line better.
Dane, last question. How much would you pay for your kid to go to Rice?
Well, I don't know. I saw Keegan the other day. He was really working on those puzzles. I'm really hoping that there's a scholarship in his future, so I don't have to worry about that.
Engineering school or something. Sounds
Yeah,
like.
there you go.
Make him a fake crew athlete, fake rower. That'd be pretty cool. I like it. See you, Dane.
That
Love
would be-
you.
All right, guys.
There he
enjoy the
goes.
surprise.
At DP Brugler on Twitter, the great Dane Brugler. We'll go around the NBA as KP practice after we guess what day it is here on the Fan.
All right, but first, let me talk to you about my friends at Honda Cars of McKinney. Man, I love Honda Cars of McKinney.
We'll be there Monday.
Hey, we'll be there Monday. Mike, I want to tell you something
Mike
about a
off.
live spot. It says right there in the log, Jeff has a live spot, not Jeff and Mike. Honda Cars of McKinney. We've been up there before. It's a great place. They treat you so well. And you got to hurry in because until March 16th, the offer ends March 16th here. You buy a Honda and get a Honda free. If you
That's Saturday.
Shut up, Mike. If you purchase a new Honda from Honda Cars of McKinney, you'll get a Honda Smart Drive walk-behind lawnmower absolutely free. It's a $399 value. When do we get home? We get home tomorrow. So maybe I'll have to go buy a Honda tomorrow because I do need to get a lawnmower or get my lawn guy to come back over because it's getting out of control.
Honda
again.
has good lawnmowers.
Honda has incredible lawnmowers. Mike has one. Thanks for that contribution. I'll accept that one. Off Central Expressway, Honda Cars of McKinney, the Virginia Parkway exit. That's exit 40A. You can get your full details at hondacarsofmckinney.com/BOGO. That's where you can get details on the spring price break BOGO event that's going on now. Take advantage of the great prices. Hurry on up there. It ends March 16th at Honda Cars of McKinney.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we have a draft expert on our show, and his name is Tizzle. And at 5:40, we're going to answer all your draft questions. I got some of my own. Can the Cowboys get what they need at 58? Bring it on, my friends. In fact, listen to the whole show. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by In-N-Out.
There's no room for compromise when you're serving a quality meal. And at In-N-Out, from the juicy 100% beef patties to their hand-cut fries and genuine ice cream shakes, you'll see they stand for quality you can taste.
There is one Dallas family-owned and operated florist that globally sources the finest and freshest flowers on earth. That same family has been serving its customers for all occasions since 1948. Trusted, reliable, guaranteed fresh. McShan Florist. Order today at McShan.com.
Want to treat your car right? Thankfully, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just do a Fram 3 filter job and your vehicle will be properly maintained. Oil filter, air filter, cabin air filter. 3 Fram filters and you know the job's done right. And if they don't carry Fram, maybe you're in the wrong place. So remember, if you can count to 3, you can get the job done right. Fram, filter out the nonsense.
Dad, thanks for taking me bowling. This is fun.
I just wanted to talk to you about protecting yourself.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, maybe you're posting dance vids at a party.
Dance vids?
Yeah, the dance vids. And people around you are using cable internet. You can always call me or your mom and we'll come get you. No questions asked.
Dad, I know to use internet with AT&T Fiber.
You know, it's just the people with cable internet, they could have the upload speeds of internet with AT&T Fiber and they choose not to. They're not thinking, son.
Dad, I'll be okay.
Hey, good talk, right? All right, you're up, big guy.
Don't get mixed up with cable internet. Get AT&T Fiber with faster upload speeds. Switch to AT&T Fiber and DirecTV and save when you bundle for $75 per month for 1 year after discounts with 24-month TV and 12-month internet agreements. Limited availability may not be in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/fiber300 and 41319. New residential customers in select markets only. Price for internet 300 and select TV package. Requires combined billing, auto pay, and paperless bill. Price is higher in second year. Pay $80 per month until discount starts within 3 bills. Equipment lease activation, early termination, equipment not return, taxes, other charges and restrictions apply. Compares upload speeds for internet 300 of up to 300 megabits per second to up to 35 for Comcast, Cox, and Spectrum. Speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Keeps coming. You know what to do.
Hey, I'm gonna just rip this Band-Aid off. We need to break up. You're not good for me. I'm always sweaty and uncomfortable around you, and I'm not getting any benefits from this relationship. You're just a basic memory foam mattress. I deserve better. And before you ask, yes, there is someone else. I've been seeing the purple mattress online for a while now. Don't blame yourself. How can you compete with a bed that totally supports me, hugs my pressure points, and sleeps so effortlessly cool? Not to mention the 100-night trial and free shipping. Now that's a bed with benefits. It'll make me feel better than you ever could.
Break up with your old mattress and get with Purple today. And right now, get $100 off the purchase of a mattress when you text SHOP to 84888. Yes, $100 off. but only when you text SHOP to 84888. That's SHOP to 84888.
Message and data rates may apply up to 5 messages a month. TNC and privacy policy found at purple.com/TNC. Reply help for help or stop to cancel.
Hey, Bennett Skin here from Mark Rubin, Rubin and Associates, and 1-800-Lawyers. Look, if you're struggling financially, that type of stress can eat you alive. You need your house. You need a port in the storm when things aren't going your way. But if things have spiraled out of control so badly that now you're worried about foreclosure, that is unbelievably scary. Don't go through this alone. Pick up the phone right now and call Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers.
You know, when wifey and I were looking for houses, and I remember seeing some of these houses that were available due to foreclosure, I just felt so much sadness for those families, because that really is part of the whole family American dream, right? You get your home, you get your foundation, you're good to go. Imagine that being taken away from you. Don't lose your foundation for your family. Keep it. Keep it with the help of Mark Rubin, Rubin and Associates. We're not concerned with how you got in this situation. We're concerned with getting you out of it. And that all begins by calling Mark at 1-800-Lawyers. Let's save that home, or if you think foreclosure's around the corner, let's stop it from happening. 1-800-Lawyers for Mark Rubin and Associates, or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
Gavin Dawson here. Come hang out with me this Sunday from noon to 2 at Metro by T-Mobile, located on 1442 Westmore Avenue in Terrell. We'll be giving away tickets to the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 NASCAR Cup Series at the Texas Motor Speedway. Come and register for these hot tickets. We'll have multiple to give away. Details at 1053thefan.com.
Spring into action with Steel Power Tools from Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, we have the equipment you need and expertise you want. After all, we've been at this since 1968. Mowers and blowers, edgers and trimmers, anything for outside is available inside Richardson Saw and Lawnmower, including all of your favorites from Steel. So stop by our store today or visit richardsonsaw.com to experience the cutting edge of outdoor power tools only at Richardson Saw and Lawnmower.
RJ Choppy here, and I am stoked to be joined by Turn It On, Leave It On listener Justin Hood from Dallas. He is the winner of the Gaylord Golf Getaway. He's going to be joining me on a nonstop flight to Traverse City this June. Going to be playing some golf in Gaylord, Michigan.
Oh, man, I can't wait. I'm very appreciative to win something like that. All expenses paid. I mean, you couldn't ask for more than that.
Plan your summer getaway now. GaylordGolfMecca.com or GaylordMichigan.net.
When you turn it on, leave it on, you hear things like this.
Joining us now in studio, the great Jason Hatcher.
Think about right now how freaking hard that defense play. You know why? Because they respect their leader. That's why. It's a difference.
The place to be all day, every day is right here with The Fan.
The new Mesquite Mitsubishi is now open. Just $250 down, $250 a month or less on the new Mitsubishi. That's $635 in Oats. You can visit mymitsu.com.
Thank you, Lucius. We have Around the NBA coming up here in about 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes from Hoop Talk. Get a little Porzingis in here for you. But in the meantime, let's guess what day it is here. Answer a question from Dirk.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is, huh? Anybody?
And if you missed it, the Cowboys signed a defensive tackle, Christian Covington. He was a rotational player for the Texans. He's now going to be a rotational player for the Cowboys. Welcome, Christian Covington. Lucius, welcome back. And what day do you got?
Yeah, I don't know what day it is, but I just want to send a shout out to all the girls with big foreheads.
Oh.
Keep your heads up, man. And if your lady has a big forehead, shout out to you. I'm only saying that because there was a Rihanna video on Over My Shoulder and she gave me inspiration.
Oh,
yeah. She got a big forehead. Yes. And I'm parched in here, thirsty.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the big.
Is that water machine broken again?
I think so, man.
Brutal.
You know what they say about big foreheads?
What do they say?
They got big foreheads.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
5 head.
Now I thought we got rid of the shout out, unless it was shouting out to shout outs, Lucius. I don't know. I'm just checking.
Yeah, I live by the shout out. Live and die by the shout out, man.
All right.
And shout out to the shout out.
It's very offensive to many people to shout out. Mike, yeah, tons of people. They're very offended by the shout out. Mike, what day is it?
Today's Pi Day.
What the hell, bro?
Because I saw it on Twitter.
3.14.
Today is, I'm sorry, I apologize. I was reading something today.
Okay. In honor of Roy White?
Yeah, in honor of Roy White. Just apologize. Say you're sorry.
Lost my train of thought.
Yeah, lost his train of thought. He's reading something.
Very sorry. Just so sorry. Gavin, what day?
It's a National Whack-A-Boss Day, apparently. Reputed leader of the Gambino crime family, once headed by infamous mobster John Gotti.
Yeah.
Is this Jeffrey time?
Yeah, you know, one of my favorite things to do is when you find a random story that you think is interesting is to make sure you get it in outside of Jeffrey time to make sure you try to steal my content. That's one of my favorite things.
Well, you know,
why don't you go ahead and jump up in there, do the whole story, why don't you?
I was building towards the real day, which is prop up your teammate by highlighting what they do day. Coming up at 12:20, it's Jeffrey time.
Oh, great tease, Gavin.
Yeah, thank you.
Today is World Kidney Day. Now, is that the one that you can do without one? Can we get rid of one?
Uh-huh.
You can
All right.
donate a kidney and still live.
Anybody out there need a kidney? Do you want a GBag kidney? Let's have a contest for it. GBag Nation presents You Get a Kidney.
Could I
don't
sell
think we
my
should
kidney
do
if
that.
I
There's-
wanted to?
I wish. We should be able to. It's
Yeah,
ours.
it's mine.
There's a lot of people that need kidneys.
I think it's illegal, but I think you could put something together.
Yeah, it's mine though. I should be able to decide if I want to sell this kidney for 15,000. I should do that.
I believe that is called organ prostitution, and it's illegal because it leads to organ trafficking, Lucius. Goodness. Today's Science Education Day. What?
I'm just minding my own business with my kidneys.
I hear you.
My kid asked me the other day, since it's Science Education Day, he's in 4th grade and not really enjoying school, just the exact same way that I was. And he said, "Dad, what subjects did you use that you use today that you went to school for?"
You do
And
math.
I said that. I said, yes. Hey, I said, I do math. I said, also, there's a lot of math in baseball. So I really liked math as a kid. And you have to use that because you have bills and all kinds of things you have to pay. So obviously,
Tell 'em
balancing
Spanish.
budgets and stuff.
Spanish will come in handy. Take
Could.
some Spanish.
Obviously, I don't use it because I don't know it. But I said, I don't really use science at all. But I said, your mother does. So I said, it kind of matters what you do in life.
Ooh.
There can be, like, for me,
Dropped a yo mama on him.
yeah, there's nothing science-wise that I really use in my life. But your mom uses it a lot. So
Today's Pi Day, as Mike ruined. Fun fact about pi that I learned from, what's that astronomer or astrologist? What's the real smart guy? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Einstein.
Shut up, Mike. I found this out this morning. Did you know if you want to know your hat size, you don't even have to try on hats.
7 1/8.
Measure around your head, divide it by pi.
Really?
That'll give you your hat size. Yeah.
Cool.
That's what I learned today.
Gavin's at 8.5.
Oh, his head's not that big.
Melon.
It is a little bit bigger than yours,
Probably
though, isn't it?
probably 7 3/4, 7 5/8, something.
Woo!
Yeah.
7 3/8.
I bet you're bigger than that.
Wow.
So Mike,
Thanks.
Mike's
7
the tiny
1/8
headed guy.
is a small head.
No, I said 7 5/8 or 7 3/4.
Yeah, that's
Seven
Yeah,
and
it's
three-
pretty big.
I'd say like
It's pretty big.
7.5, 7 3/8 is probably normal size.
I'll head down here to the pro shop. I've been eyeballing that Chick-fil-A they have in left field at Surprise
Oh,
Stadium.
really?
I'll head down there at one of these.
You told me what elephant ears are today, which I was
Yes.
like, I've heard of them before, but I just had totally forgotten. You reminded me that those sound really good.
Yeah, it's like a rolled out flat donut, so it's like the size of a plate. But they dip it in butter and then put cinnamon and sugar on it. It's an amazing treat. What used to be one of my favorites.
Today is Popcorn Lovers Day.
I do love popcorn.
I started buying popcorn because I was buying pretzels, but my favorite pretzels are the real big ones. It's called the Old Time, TYME.
You dip them in mustard.
And they're the crunchy ones, but they're big.
Yeah.
And you get that bag of them and you're like, man, these are so delicious. And it says on the back, like, per serving 150 calories. And I'm like, how many are in a serving? Like 12? And it's like, no, 3.
Ooh.
So I'm like, okay, because I just had 15. And so I just had all my calories for the day. So I had to get popcorn because popcorn is less calories.
Shout out to
Today
white
is-
cheddar popcorn with a dab of ranch.
Oh, my
Oh, yeah.
God. Oh,
That stuff's incredible.
man.
I like that, the drizzled caramel popcorn. It's got chocolate in it. What do they call it? Indiana? There's some kind
I know
it's in a
what you're
red
talking
bag
about.
at like Sam's Club and Costco.
Yeah.
That stuff.
I like
It's called
cheddar
Cracker
right there.
Jacks.
Yeah, Cracker Jacks
It's
are
called Cracker
amazing.
Jacks.
That was the original. Yeah. So, okay, all our Cracker Jacks, like all sodas or Cokes, I can get with that.
Today is National Save a Spider Day. Spider, one of the 2 creatures on Earth that I have murdered with a shotgun. That'd be dove and spider. Those are the 2 I've taken out.
You see that video that went viral of that giant spider climbing across the back of that car, and then it went in between the cracks into the trunk.
See, that's when you sell that car. Like on the spot. You get out and you put the sign on the window and you never get back in. Today is National Children's Craft Day. So get out there and be creative, kiddos. Today is National Potato Chip Day.
Delicious.
National Write Your Story Day. International Ask a Question Day, Legal Assistance Day, Learn About Butterflies Day, Celebrate Scientist Day, Crowdfunding Day, and Genius Day.
All right. A lot of great days, and congratulations if any or all apply to you. Kristaps Porzingis practice. I think it's pretty big for me. At this point, I think it would be cool if he could play. I'd love to see it, but I think with him and Luka together, they would win 5 or 6 games. Like from what I saw in the little video clips, I think it's all there. Maybe outside of cardio. So maybe I'm wrong on how good Porzingis would be if he played right now. But I also wonder why the sudden change. Because 9 days ago they said no, he's not going to practice at all, and then he practiced. Do you think the Mavs are like, dude, can you practice once before we give you a max contract?
I don't know. It's funny. Maybe so. I guess I just remember in the press conference that he had is when they said, how close are you? And he's like, oh, yeah, like I feel great in there. But he's like, well, I haven't done any 2-on-2. I haven't done any 3-on-3. So obviously I haven't done any 5-on-5. And we're a ways away from that. Now we've gotten to, well, he's practicing 5-on-5. So that's
don't play, Kristaps.
A good sign, but
we're on a good losing streak.
Yeah, I'm excited about Kristaps. I just, to your point, I wish I could see him, but yet I don't want to win these games because Atlanta Hawks won last night. So we're getting closer and closer to actually having the 5th worst record in the NBA.
3 in the win column. I think Atlanta can win 3 of their final. What do we have? 17 or 18 games left?
And we could lose them all.
Yeah.
I've watched this team play.
Okay, so especially with Luka like looking hurt, I mean, I don't think you need to sit him against Denver or anything like that.
No,
but
we're losing tonight, big time.
Luka was a bad draft pick. I watched him play
the other night.
Yeah, it just wasn't good.
Losing the ball at the top of the key.
Kind of a bust.
It was all sloppy.
Probably try to trade him.
Rockets and Warriors wrapped up their season series last night. Golden State won. They had lost 6 of 10. They had lost all 3 games to Houston this year up to this point, and Klay Thompson had apologized to them. Houston had won 9 in a row. And last night the Dubs didn't have Kevin Durant, but they get the win 106-104. And, I think that's probably going to be further fuel for Draymond Green's belief that they don't need Kevin Durant. So they get a win, but it really doesn't do anything to solve their chemistry issues because KD wasn't there. It might make their chemistry issues worse. Like, hey, wow, wasn't that great? We beat the second best team in the West because who wasn't here.
And they're actually up by like 10 with a minute and a half to go. And then Houston went on an awesome run at the end to make it a 1-possession game. But yeah, for most of the game, the better team was the Golden State Warriors without Kevin Durant. And I know that sounds crazy because I do think they're better with Kevin Durant, but you said this before, Gavin, he does stop the ball. Kevin Durant's whole life has been about isolation and not movement and team basketball because he's just one of the greatest one-on-one players ever.
Yeah.
And so he wants to just get the ball at the top of the key and just everybody stand and watch him because I can beat anybody in human history.
It's a winning formula with him.
Right.
It really is.
And so he just, then when he's gone, they actually run the old Golden State Warrior system, which led to 73 wins, which led to a championship. And then you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
That's really fun to watch.
Stay on the bench, KD. We're good here.
So do you think they'll really let KD go? I mean, I would be trying to trade Draymond Green or let him go in free agency. Apparently he signed with LeBron's agency Clutch, and people are trying to read into that. But,
getting ready to kind of get moved.
It would be so awesome if he would go join LeBron and they're like, we're going to bully those sons of bees and we're going to take it back and, forget KD. And, then they, I don't know, could they get Kawhi Leonard or something else to really make them strong and they'll really get into you? And that would be a fun development. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it did, it would just be so dramatic. It would be amazing. Yeah. Okay. Lots of other stuff to talk about with that NBA game last night and Steph Curry getting ticked off with James Harden. We just don't have time for it because we're going around the NFL, get you caught up to speed on day 2 of real free agency next on 105.3 The Fan.
Never leave the nation. Listen to the GBag Nation every day, anywhere at radio.com.
Radio.com.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute. Let's be thankful for small favors. CBS has announced that Sunday's NCAA selection show will not be done before a studio audience, will not include the introduction of analysts as if they're movie stars coming on to plug their latest picture, and will, most importantly, reveal the 68 teams in the field before the endless analysis begins. Let's be honest, the only reason anyone watches the show is to find out who's in the field. No one really wants to hear the talking heads talk, and no one wants to hear the chairman spin about all the mistakes the committee made. Of course, CBS would prefer people stick around and hang on every word. That's why a few years ago they tried to stop after each bracket was unveiled to do some analysis. That was a disaster and led to a Twitter leak of the entire bracket during the telecast. Now, if we could just lose the shots of the players cheering on cue, life would be grand. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio. At Farmers Insurance, we know a roof can withstand a lot. One exception being an airborne car. Seen it, covered it. Talk to Farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Napa know-how.
Right now, only at Napa, AAA members get a 20% discount. So you can avoid getting stranded on the side of the road by picking up some quality parts like batteries, brake pads, and more. Meaning you can prevent the problem before it ever becomes a problem. Bravo. That's 20% off for AAA members. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Exclusions apply. May not be combined with other offers. Offer ends 3/31/19.
36 days. That's how long it takes the average company to find their next hire. Glassdoor only matches you with qualified job candidates, so you can find that perfect new hire in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
Looks nice in here, honey. I was going to sweep, but you seem to have.
It handled.
Oh, wow. Mopping, too. It's like you're back on the ship deck, Sean.
Just like the ship deck, Sharon. You know me. Got to do it right.
Well, hey, no complaints here. It's pretty close to sparkling.
Pretty close won't cut it, Sharon.
Like you, USAA always goes above and never cuts corners because our members deserve nothing but the best. Like with a customized mobile app that offers award-winning service 24/7. So our knowledgeable team can quickly help you handle any urgent needs the right way. Because for us, good enough is not good enough. Get a quote to bundle and save on USAA home and auto insurance.
Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Product membership eligibility and bundling savings restrictions apply and are subject to change. United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
And now, a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When picking a phone number for business, what sounds more professional? Your personal number?
Hold on, let me give you my cell. And actually, let me get yours too, just so I don't ignore your call, you know?
Or a dedicated business number, courtesy of Grasshopper?
It was a pleasure meeting you. Our number's 1-833-IT-TROOP. Give us a call anytime.
There's no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
This Saturday night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year.
They're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship.
Oh my goodness, what an end.
Spence Jr. versus Garcia, Saturday at 8 Central, only on pay-per-view, or see it live at AT&T Stadium.
Wherever you go, however you go, for energy on the go, it's got to be 5 Hour Energy. It works fast, it works long, it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back. Fits in your pocket, fits in your backpack, fits your on-the-go life. Whether you're going to work, going on vacation, or just going out with friends. 5 Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Mike Bassick here. I'm sure you've set some New Year's resolutions. I want to lose weight. I want to feel better. Well, Men's T Clinic can help. With 3 locations conveniently located across the Metroplex, there's no excuse not to make an appointment at Men's T Clinic. If you want to hit your goals for 2019, give them a call today. You'll sit down with a medical professional who will help you come up with a custom plan for you. Call 1-800-246-LOW-T.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-LOW-T.
mensteclinic.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona. It's the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 2 of the GBag Nation live from Surprise, Arizona. It is time to go around the NFL, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort.
Let's go around the NFL, GBag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, Mike has first down here.
Yeah, let's go to the team that you're going to most likely be competing with to make the playoffs, the Philadelphia Eagles. And this isn't super old news, but I guess if you forgot, Deshaun Jackson, not a huge name, but they traded for him. He's going to Philadelphia, and all they did was in the trade. They pretty much got him somewhat for free. They traded 2020 7th round pick to Philadelphia, and Tampa Bay gets a 6th round pick in this year's draft, and then Philadelphia obviously receives Deshaun Jackson. They work out a 3-year deal. It says financial details were not disclosed, so we don't have exactly how much the guaranteed money is and anything like that. But Deshaun Jackson, when healthy, is still a pretty big threat, and I just wanted to go over this. This is what the Cowboys are going to have to cover in the 2019 season. You'll have Alshon Jeffrey, you'll have Deshaun Jackson, you'll have Nelson Aguilar, Zach Ertz, and Dallas Goedert. So that is, to me, a pretty strong 5 guys to have to cover during a season. So when you look at, obviously, Byron Jones and Cheeto and Jordan Lewis and whoever your safeties are going to be, Xavier Woods, we know, will be one of them. I think stopping the Eagles' passing game is going to be very tough. If Carson Wentz is going to have, I'm going to say, a bounce back year, because last year I think there were questions right before his season ended on, okay, he was the MVP the year before and he got hurt and lost it. And then last year there were times where you're like, he's doing really good. And then times you watch him, you're like, well, it doesn't seem to be sparking the offense and putting the points on the board that you'd want. Well, now you get Deshaun Jackson, one of the fastest guys in the NFL. And I think that if Carson Wentz can stay healthy, he could have an MVP type season with the weapons they've given him. Now, they still, Jeff, are a little bit short at running back, but throwing the ball, they have all the options in the world.
Yeah, which is probably the right way to build a team. If you wanted to say, hey, what would you rather have, a bunch of really good passing options or a really good running back, I'd say give me the receivers. So, I think they're in a pretty good spot, and they got plenty of time to figure it out if they want to add a runner, whether it's in the draft or whether it's in a different way. But that is pretty darn good. When you look at Alshon Jeffrey, you got your big guy, you got your possession guy, you have the best tight end in football, you got a really good second-year tight end. You got a burner now in Deshaun Jackson and Nelson Aguilar to play. I guess you could just kind of do Aguilar or Deshaun, slot and outside, however you wanted to do that. But that's a pretty salty group that they got going out there.
Assuming Carson Wentz spreads the ball around, right? Because that was what some haters in the locker room were saying.
Assuming that his team doesn't hate him and the team break, which would be great.
I mean, 180 targets or something for Zach Ertz again.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And that's the thing is we'll find this out. If Deshaun Jackson, and this is going to be tough, he's 32 years old, so it's not like he's a young guy. But if he's not getting the ball down the field deep, because one of the things that Nick Foles likes to do is, as reading a scouting report, is he likes to just throw it up for grabs. He's like, screw it. I'm throwing it 50 yards down the field. I got a guy down there. It's a one-on-one situation. I'll just see if he can catch it. I'll see if we can get a penalty or something, where it seems like Carson Wentz has stayed away from that. And like you're talking about, he's like, I got a tight end 7 yards right here. Let me throw it to him. Hopefully he'll get another 3 to 7 yards, after catch. And if you get Deshaun Jackson and then you're not really using him to really stretch the defense, then this trade doesn't make a lot of sense. And now you have a quarterback that you wonder, okay, why would we ever draft a really fast guy who can run far down the field if he doesn't feel comfortable throwing the ball like that?
If they make this work again, though, changing out so many important parts over a 24-month period and having 3 teams that make the playoffs in a row, that's really going to, I think, be a further sign that the Cowboys really need to modernize with the way that they're moving in and out of players. The Cowboys love this idea of having their own guys and knowing they're a fit in the system and knowing we brought these guys and trained them up in our way. Is that too much of a competitive disadvantage, Jeff?
I think a little bit. Yeah, I think you can kind of see the best team building formula, and people are starting to copy the Patriots. The Rams are doing it to a certain extent. The Eagles are doing it to a certain extent. The Ravens are doing it to a certain extent, where teams are starting to realize that, I'm a draft guy. I love the draft. I love having draft picks. But, I mean, we've reached a point in the NFL where people are having quality veteran players be available for a 5th or 6th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
That value is way off. So the smart teams are starting to go, okay, well, if we have a hole on our team and we can plug it with a day 3 pick, which rarely amounts to pretty much anything, yeah.
And then let your players walk so you get the comp picks back.
And then you flip them again for another veteran that can play.
I mean, there's only one more year left in this CBA.
Yeah.
And so the Cowboys are going to spend the entire CBA going about it the way the NFL did in the first 5 years of this CBA instead of the last 5 years.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like they didn't learn anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Around the NFL brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. You want second down here, Jeffrey?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's talk about my second team, my other favorite team, my son, Baker Mayfield. He's got his new toy in Odell Beckham Jr. And in the break, Mike was asking me, why don't you look up the odds there on what happened when they acquired Odell Beckham Jr.? And the answer for Cleveland is it probably swung a little too far to be interested in gambling. But before they had acquired Odell Beckham Jr., the Browns were 30-1 to win the Super Bowl. So
Okay.
about even with, hey, this is how many teams there are, very close to the 32-1 of, hey, yeah, whatever.
You got a chance, guys. You're back in this thing.
Yeah, you got a shot.
It used to be 250-1 for like half a decade.
So at multiple sports books, they were 30-1. And what is the number now?
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, you don't know how guessing games work on the radio, do you?
27.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me get 20-1.
Okay. 14-1, which is a huge
No
swing.
way.
They just are now, according to Vegas, more than twice as likely to win the Super Bowl because they added Odell Beckham Jr. And I can't wait to watch that offense
I
play.
agree. Plus, I mean, Baker in year 2 could be unbelievable. He could go Patrick Mahomes on this thing.
Yeah, and so the fun part about this is not only have you added maybe the best receiver in football, I think that locker room is going to be awesome because, I think a lot of people want their quarterback to be whatever you pictured a quarterback to be 20 years ago, where they're very generic and boring. And here's our CEO, and the Browns quarterback is not necessarily that. He's kind of a swag daddy. But I think Jarvis Landry, and Odell Beckham are just going to be best friends. It is going to be the most swaggy, confident locker room of all time. And they brought in, so Freddie Kitchens is the head coach now because the offense took off when they fired Hugh and Freddie was running it.
I mean, if you want to crown him, crown their ass.
I'm going to crown him. Their OC is Todd Monken, who came from Tampa Bay, where sure, their quarterbacks threw all the interceptions and had all the fumbles. They also they were the number one passing team in the league. So the elements are here for the Cleveland Browns to freaking explode offensively. But you probably don't want to wager because those odds are a little off kilter. They are the overwhelming favorite to win the AFC North now. They are plus 125. So you bet $100, you win 125. They're followed by the Steelers at plus 250. So they are twice as likely to win the division, according to Vegas, than anybody else. So Vegas is tricking us because what they're doing is they're taking me and my excitement and they're trying to bait me into putting bad money down. I'm not going to give you those sort of odds, Vegas, although I do think they're going to win the division, so maybe I should.
Let me ask you this, because anytime, and it's kind of ingrained in our heads, if we see Cleveland on a Thursday night game or Monday night game, and they're never on a Sunday night game.
Dude, they're can't miss football right now. They're going to be can't miss football.
But will our brains, yours will, ours will, we do this for a living.
Right.
Will the casual football fan
might take till October.
And if you are NBC or whoever you are you like, hey, we got to get 2 Browns games this year? Or are you like, hey, let the Browns be good for 1 year. Let them
maybe
go 10-6 or 11-5 this year, and then we will move them to primetime football. Because I just wonder if just our human brains will be like, Cleveland?
Yeah. I don't know. I think you got a good point though. And it'll take a while, but ESPN, the NFL network, and the Sunday pregame shows will start hyping them up at, if they do go 3-0 or 4-0, but I wouldn't put them on the schedule because I'm not sure they're going to be that great. I would be a little bit worried about all that personality on that team and what would happen if they did start 1-2.
They won't, sir. That could be a problem.
A lot of expectations.
That could be a problem. The dance-offs could turn violent. How many games do you think the Cowboys are going to win next year? Top of your head, without
10.
knowing what the team is going to be. Okay. I will take the Browns to win more games than the Cowboys for a wager.
Okay.
You want some of that action? You want
dance.
You want to hate? You want to do some hate? Because I think the Cowboys are going to win 15, but I think the Browns are going to win 16.
Okay.
That kind of right around that.
I'm willing to put a lot of crazy stuff on it just short of a roller coaster ride. That ain't ever happened.
Okay, we'll figure out the wager. I believe in both teams, but I think the Browns are about to win 11 games.
Okay, Around the NFL brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort here on 105.3 The Fan. And we have third down here for you. If it's not Eric Berry, who else is out there? Clinton Dix. He was traded from Green Bay to Washington. He turned into a box safety in Washington, played a half season, had, what'd you say yesterday, 65 tackles. He's looking at $9 million a year, most likely, with projections that are happening right now. Clinton Dix. Trey Boston is out there. Mike Renner of Pro Football Focus wrote that he's the best value for what you will pay out there right now, solid without having to break the bank. And he said the best fit right now is the Cowboys. He is 6'1", 205 from Victoria, Texas. Thank you very much. And that's Trey Boston out there. I believe he played last year with Arizona. So those are your most notable safety options right there. I did not see a contract projection for Trey Boston, though. So then I'll
take some Trey Boston in my life. I've got no objections to adding Trey Boston to this team.
If it's $3 or $4 million, we'll talk a little bit more with you about Eric Berry coming up at noon right here on 105.3 The Fan. As the three of us are at different levels, but we're kind of in consensus as the Cowboys investigate. The other big Cowboy story is that Cam Fleming is back at swing tackle. So
I'll tell you what, Mike.
Depth, man.
Yeah. I don't know why you guys have
five.
You guys got to mock how team building works, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
What if they hadn't brought him back? Huh? What if he didn't bring him back?
There's 100 Cam Flemings out there.
Oh, hell, Mike. We've seen him try. Oh, yeah? You want Chaz Green back?
Yeah, sure.
No, it's not the same. No, it's important to have a backup lineman
Let's
that matters.
See if he can give up 8 sacks in a game. That was at one point in that Atlanta game. It got kind of fun. How big of a record can we set here?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun when you're losing games and your quarterback dies, and then it ruins him for the next 16 games pretty much because you can't block if you lose one offensive tackle. Cam Fleming matters, sir.
What if your quarterback's actually just good at getting rid of the football on time? So
if you've got a way to get me one, let me know. If that's what you got.
I choose to try to harvest positivity out of this free agency with this modern Cowboys team because that's all we got.
Yeah, no, it's honestly fine. I'm not Cam Fleming. It's solid that they have him. He's a veteran guy. I don't think he'll get nervous of the situation. I think Cam Fleming just crapped his pants when he found out he was starting on the road against the Atlanta Falcons. And so at least you won't have to clean up his pants, Cam Fleming, if he gets a start in a game.
Yeah, it can be much worse than what the Cowboys have. And I think they've created a situation now where they don't feel like they have to draft any players at the offensive line. And if they do have an injury, then they should probably be good. I mean, Su'a-Filo and Fleming are guys that maybe they'll show up and be really good, but they could also show up and give like 4 pressures.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And if Fleming was Stinkfoot McGonaghy, then
I'm sorry?
You like that?
Stinkfoot McGonaghy.
Yeah, it's a bad player.
Okay.
Then you could always just say,
Is he related to Shlomo Glickstein?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looney can go to guard and you can pop Martiner or you can pop Connor Williams.
Have you ever said Stinkfoot McGonaghy before?
I don't think I have, but my grandpa used to say it, and somehow it just hit my head to say Stinkfoot McGonaghy.
Okay. I like it. That sounds like a good soccer term.
Yeah.
Actually. Okay, a lot of signings, though, including Michael Kendricks, the insider trading linebacker.
Yeah, isn't he going to be in prison?
Well, his sentencing's coming up.
Uh-huh.
And I would imagine it's not guaranteed $4 million. But if it's a short sentence, if there's a plea bargain that happens.
I love the Seahawks for this.
You got him, right?
I love that. What a great move. Like, if the Cowboys did this, they would get murdered. Okay, wait, you have a guy whose sentence is pending and he may be going to prison and you just gave him $4 million. Like, if the Cowboys did it, they would get killed for it, but I totally support Seattle.
It is amazing that the Cowboys do get killed. Like, if they would have signed Kareem Hunt, destroyed. But it's like, Kareem Hunt signs with another team, and it's like, okay. It's just the Cowboys do get the harsh.
Yeah,
I can't believe this.
I didn't even mention Kareem Hunt on my new team, my new Browns team.
Yeah.
We're going to kill everybody. It's going to be great. And to the texter who's mad that I keep liking all the teams that have OU players, whatevs. Enjoy. We're going to win all the things. Go
it's
Browns.
A family affair. You should have heard the call in the vehicle the other day when we were on our way to Booty's Bar and Grill. Amanda calling as the Beckham Jr. trade was happening, and she wasn't on speakerphone, but she might as well have been.
Yeah, she's way in. Wherever Baker Mayfield goes, she goes. And if you hate Baker Mayfield, what's wrong with you? You really need to examine your own life.
Well, we like humble people, appreciative people.
It's really funny because if I told
me.
my wife, hey, do you know what Cleveland team plays football? She'd be like, I have no clue.
Yeah.
She wouldn't even know.
Wow. Does she know who Baker Mayfield is?
No clue.
Yeah, she does.
Storied franchise like that. Raiders signed a wide receiver Tyrell Williams 4 and 44. I used to cheer for the Browns a lot growing up because they were awesome with Bernie Kosar and stuff. You know, the drive. I was cheering hard for the Browns back in the day against the Broncos because there were so many damn Broncos fans at my school.
I was a Broncos guy. When it was like Broncos Browns going to Super Bowls.
That was fun though.
They're the ultimate sympathetic figure in the NFL. Like they're a storied franchise. Then the franchise was stolen. And then we talk about the Cowboys being like, oh, so mediocre over the last 20 years. What if you were the Browns? They're the ultimate sympathetic figure. Nobody's going to be mad when they start winning, other than the Steelers and the Ravens. That's about it.
You'll get mad after a while.
Well, after they win their 4th straight Super Bowl, yeah.
Looks like Fish has a little bit of developing breaking news here on the Cowboys. He just texted us.
Whoa.
As another player is coming on back. They're keeping everybody. Okay, but maybe we'll
Romo.
get a little bit of Mavs as well. Yeah, there's a good tease. Is it Romo? We'll talk with Fish about that more next.
All right, it's spring break, guys and girls, and whether you've left town or running around town, you want to be aware of what's going on in your home, at your home. DFW Security can help with a super sale that they have with their smart home security system with cameras, not just any cameras, but smart cameras with video analytics that uses artificial intelligence to distinguish between vehicles, people, and animals. You're going to get notified and it'll record it too when a car parks in your driveway or a person lingers on your front porch. But you're not going to get notified if a squirrel runs across your porch or something like that. This is an incredible package, this Supercell. You're going to get a smart home hub with smart security. You're going to get 2 outdoor HD cameras and an HD doorbell camera and the award-winning mobile app. Now, not only that, but this month, you're going to get the state-of-the-art equipment and professional installation. They're going to be included. All you pay to get started is the first month of marketing, $2 a day, less than $2 a day. And you want 2 months free? I'll throw it in. 2 months free. Really, I'm not throwing it in. DFW Security is. So they're going to honor this. 888-507-2344. You have to be one of the first 10 callers at 888-507-2344. Tell them I sent you, Mike, and you're going to get 2 months free. You can also check them out at dfwsecurity.com.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Do you need to slim down, get rid of that stubborn 20 pounds, or get rid of 50 plus life-changing pounds and keep it off? I did that with Soda Weight Loss, lost 176 pounds. It's the official weight loss and nutrition program of the Dallas Mavericks. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the art.
I'm hosting a wine and cheese party, but I know nothing about wine and my cheese comes in strings. No need to fret, my high-strung host, for Specs friendly experts can teach you the perfect pairing, no strings attached. Specs' impressive selection of world-class wines and cheeses paired with their expert knowledge has me feeling sharp as cheddar. Now you're putting the pro in provolone. You're welcome. Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Cheers to saving.
Texas. Welcome to Save Yourself with Geico.
You say goodbye to somebody.
Okay, bye.
But then, unfortunately, you both walk in the same direction. You couldn't save yourself from the thick stew of awkward this situation delivers, but you could save yourself hundreds by switching your car insurance to Geico.
Yes.
You could save on motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance too.
Nice.
Plus, the Geico Insurance Agency could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance. While your choice of walking direction has become your biggest problem, you should know Geico is the second largest auto insurer in the country.
Okay.
Geico even offers 24/7 access to licensed agents and emergency roadside service.
So, weather.
And now you're resorting to local weather talk. Speaking of, your local Geico agent could help you save even more, like with federal and military discounts.
You couldn't save yourself from a goodbye, oh, hello situation, but you could save yourself hundreds with Geico online, over the phone, or at your local office.
Some of us need to consolidate our debts. Some of us wait to the very last minute. That's why there's TexasLending.com. You can get a cash-back refinance and close in as fast as 12 days, getting cash out of your home in as fast as 16 days with some of the lowest rates in the state of Texas. Call TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600, 972-387-4600 for the cash-back refinance experts. TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Hear filmmaker Dr. Delaney Rustin of the award-winning documentary Screenagers as she shares lessons on how to create positive change in people's lives. Support teen mental health March 19th at the Westin Gallery Dallas Hotel. Tickets and more information at granthaliburton.org.
Hello, Jeff Kavanaugh here.
Hey, small business owners, no matter what business you're in, there's one thing you need to keep it all running, a reliable network. That's where Spectrum Business comes in. They provide a network you can depend on with over 99.9% reliability and the fastest internet starting speeds available. With Spectrum Business Internet, you get blazing fast speeds of 200 megabits per second for only $44.99 a month. And when you add Spectrum Business Voice, you can stay totally connected for only $29.99 a month. And when they tell you those are the prices, they actually mean it. With Spectrum Business, there are no added phone taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Spectrum Business will even buy you out of your old contract up to $500. It's a no-brainer. So if you want your small business to stay on track, get Spectrum Business because they help keep small business running. Call Spectrum Business now to find out how they can help your business at 855-245-8879 or visit business.spectrum.com.
Welcome back, GBag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Mike Fisher has some breaking Cowboys news here for you at Fish Sports on Twitter, a must follow. Segment is brought to you by 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. He'll stop all those harassing collection calls and stress. Don't call out of tanners. Call a Tolo, Mark Rubin, at 1-800-Lawyers. And here he is. He's Mike Fisher. What you got, Fish? How you doing?
Well, this Cowboy free agency, it's going to probably screw up my marriage.
Oh, yeah, I saw that on Twitter this morning.
She's talking to me. She's in the other room, Marcia, and she's talking to me about Tucker Carlson.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Who's that?
With the Bubble of Love Sponge interview.
Yeah, political thing. We don't want to talk about it, Jeffrey. Tucker Carlson.
Is she a Republican or a Democrat?
Nobody cares. That's not the point of the story.
I mean, the wife, yeah.
And so she's talking about him, and maybe she's talking good or maybe she's talking bad. We can't say because it's political. But the whole time I'm nodding my head and I'm saying, yeah, he's this, he's that. I think she's saying Taco Charlton. Tucker Carlson,
that's on you to think that
Carlson.
That's your fault to think
Tucker
that she was talking about Taco Charlton.
It's probably first of all, it's probably a hearing aid issue, but also it's a Cowboy focus issue. That's what it really is.
Yes, you have been accused of having Cowboys on the brain before. Now we have a little bit of breaking news with a move that was kind of anticipated. But a couple of days ago, Tavon Austin shot up a message on Twitter that made people wonder, oh, holy, maybe the Cowboys aren't going to bring him back. But it looks like he is now coming back. Do we have any other details, Mike?
Yeah, here's what happened. And remember, on Friday here in GBag Nation, we reported that Tavon Austin was in the building at the Star working out with trainers on the field. And that's when I kind of got the tip that this thing was going to happen. I thought it might happen as soon as Friday, but we've been told now this morning that Tavon Austin is coming back to the Cowboys. They are obviously so impressed, not only with his web back abilities, at one point, obviously a top 10 pick in his draft, but also the gutsiness that he showed. Boys, that groin thing was nasty. That was one of those, the bone and the muscle are torn apart from each other. And there's no way that he should have tried to come back as soon as he did and contribute, but he did, and he did contribute. And that was part of the reason the Cowboys are so impressed. So, does he step right in and become Cole Beasley? I don't know about that. Jeffrey, you can speak to, does this block the Cowboys from drafting a receiver high? I don't think it does. Agreed?
No, I don't think it does at all. I think what they're doing is what you're supposed to do. What they're doing is Christian Covington and Tavon Austin means that if you had to go line up without adding anything, that you could. And so now you can be totally honest with yourself and draft the best players available when you get to the draft.
There you go. And that's, a lot of people are like, free agency is used to plug major holes, but it can also be used to plug, lesser holes. And those two names you just mentioned do that. Now, he's going to return punts. And he's a difference maker there. There's no argument there. I wonder why he doesn't return kicks. I don't understand why we just forfeit. Most NFL teams now just forfeit the kick return.
Isn't it like, though, Fish, like now almost 82 or 83% of the time it's more beneficial to kneel the ball than try to take it out?
Absolutely. So let Tavon Austin kneel instead of letting the backup running back.
Whoa, that was political.
Man, you are super conservative.
Yeah. Instead of letting Rod Smith or whatever kneel. And then obviously what he can do as a ball carrier and as a slot receiver, those things have value. So good for the Cowboys on Tavon Austin. The Christian Covington thing, he's a rotational defensive tackle. from Canada, played at Rice, and got some interior pressure with the Texans as a former, I think, 6th-round pick. So, he's 6'3", 310 pounds, and he'll clog up the middle, and he'll be a helper there. Again, that's a 1-year deal. These are, in his case, that's probably a tier 3 sort of signing. I think more highly of Tavon Austin than that, but that's a good start. Now, to the next issue on Tavon Austin. I've beat the drum on Golden Tate here for a while. Golden Tate last year, his salary wasn't that much different than Tavon and Beasley's. So how expensive would Golden Tate be? And Jeffrey, once I've done Tavon Austin and I look at the receivers in the draft, do I need to bother spending on Golden Tate?
Probably not. I wonder. I like having Tavon, but Tavon is almost Sean Lee-ish to me, where it's like, yeah, I like to have him on my roster, and I got no problem with him being my starter at slot receiver. But do you feel like you could depend on him to be there every Sunday from a durability standpoint?
Yeah. Golden Tate, given what we just saw Cole Beasley do and stuff, my idea of wouldn't it be nice to get Golden Tate at $7 million is probably ridiculous. And the Patriots are now reportedly involved in him, and we know how that usually goes. When the Patriots get involved, they get the guy and they get him on a relative budget.
It's Mike Fisher here with us in the GBag Nation. He is at Fish Sports on Twitter. Okay, now an exclusive from you yesterday, I do believe. The Cowboys investigating the health situation on Eric Berry. We've used that to drive quite a bit of conversation already in the show. Any idea what kind of a timeline they'd be looking at, or any other details on that one?
One thing, and when they do their research, and they are doing it on Eric Berry, who, of course, is a cancer survivor from a few years back, became the NFL Comeback Player of the Year, is going to the Hall of Fame, and I think now is 31. You can't find much film on him in the last 2 years because, not related to the cancer, he's been so injury prone in Kansas City. But here's my argument in favor of him. And I would say this to the Cowboys people. Invite him to go to lunch with him. Find out what he is, because I think he's more than just a guy with some injury issues. I think he's a guy that I want on my team. Now, there's another Sean Lee level injury risk. So I don't know that I want to pay him a lot, but I sure do want to meet him. One of the gauges for me, General, is what does Cleveland do in regard to that player? Because that general manager, John Dorsey, was in Kansas City, and he knows all about Eric Berry. So if the Browns are interested in Eric Berry, then the Cowboys should hustle and be interested as well. And then one more thing on the Cowboys, and then I know we got a couple Mavericks things. We've got to put the Cowboys on blast for at least one thing here.
Tank.
Jason Hatcher level blast. I thought the Cowboys policy, etched in stone, was we take care of our own, we pay our own, we keep our own. Right?
Yeah.
Not
They've been
doing
that
that
direction.
with
I
Hank
mean, that's their reason for not splashing in free agency, because we're taking care of our own. Yeah.
Good. So not doing that with Tank Lawrence is a violation of their own policy. And worse than that, it's created a clog. Had they done Tank Lawrence, or if they hurry up and do them, that $20 million figure that eats up cap room now, and again, I don't have this in front of me, and the Cowboys aren't being very forthright here, as they so often are, with the sharp pencils and the big calculators, for reasons I understand. But that $20 million number can go down. It can go way down. So if you could do Tank Lawrence and hurry up and do it, you could have easily said, we'll give Earl Thomas a little bit more. You could easily go to Golden Tate and say, we'll give you a little bit more. So we've got the Cowboys saying we're urgent to win. We've got the Cowboys saying we've got a policy of keeping our own. Why doesn't the urgency and the keep our own apply to Tank Lawrence? Because if it doesn't apply to him, it almost shouldn't apply to anybody on this roster.
I see it both ways, man. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I'm going to reserve killing the Cowboys front office on this one with you, Fish, but I think you make a hell of a case. And I would be really ticked off if I was Tank.
Well, correct. And I'm not saying, Gavin, that these contracts are easy. That really irritates me when somebody says, this should have been done a month ago. This was easy. It's not easy. It's $100 million. It's not easy at all.
Just do it.
So just do it and just pay him. just pay the man. Those aren't valid. But you made up your own policy that we all believed about draft them, develop them, and if they become great, pay them. And not doing that now threatens to create a problem in the building, and not doing that right now has already cost you in terms of what you could have done with other free agent shopping. It's a violation of their own policy, and I'm if I'm a Cowboy fan, that's the part that I'm mad about. Not that why don't we ever sign anybody? I had this argument with Choppy this morning. Signing your own guys counts as signings.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe it, watch what happens when they don't sign, and watch how mad you are. But if you have a policy saying we take care of our own, what better example is there than Tank Lawrence? He is the blueprint, the trademark for draft them, develop them, and when they become great, sign them and take care of our own. And it's weird to me that the Cowboys haven't done that.
Well, I believe my co-GM, Gavin Dawson, who I keep on my staff to keep me apprised of injury risk, would say he gets hurt a lot.
Yeah,
We're having surgeries. We got a back. We got a shoulder. So, like, all right, I get it. You played great and you want all the money. We want to give you a lot of money, just not as much as you want.
Okay, what if what if the parameters they're using are somebody like D Ford, who just went to the Niners and I think is at $17 million a year?
Tank probably tells you to go stick it.
Agreed. D Ford, first of all, D Ford is an outside pass rush linebacker who doesn't play tackle football part when it comes to the run. Tank Lawrence's argument back to co-GM Gavin Dawson is, you can't call me injury prone when I could have in each of the last 3 years said, boys, I got to get my surgery. I'm out. But instead I played with one arm and went to the Pro Bowl. It's hard to call a guy injury prone when he's got an injury, but he plays anyway and becomes an all-pro. To me, that doesn't qualify as injury prone.
Don't talk to my guy
okay,
that way.
okay. You are injury prone, Tank. You're also badass prone, and you can play through injuries.
There you go.
But, typically with players, it gets harder and harder to do that as you approach age 30. But let me ask you this question anyway. Gil Brandt wrote this morning that Jerry should come out and address this. Do you think he should, and do you think he will?
I don't see the benefit in Jerry Jones doing press conference after press conference after press conference, except for us. It's great for the fan. There's nothing better than Jerry Jones doing 2 radio shows a week on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, that would be great if he'd come on here.
For the entire country. But how does it help negotiations?
Yep.
I don't, at this moment, again, if I'm a Cowboy fan, I want great content on The Fan. I'm Tolo. But mostly what I want is Jerry to not pick up the phone and call Gavin Dawson or Lucius Alexander, who he actually calls. I want Jerry to pick up the phone and call Tank Lawrence.
Yeah. Okay, how about the defensive lineman stories? The Browns are shopping Ogba. Sue and Jernigan are out there. Are the Cowboys going to sniff around on them at all?
Yeah, exclusive here. And last night on KNC Masterpiece, we broke these 2 stories on Eric Berry and then on the Ogba one. And as we'll remember back to the 2016 draft, the Cowboys had that name written on that card at pick number 32. And then the Chiefs stepped right in front of them and grabbed the Oklahoma State defensive end out of Nigeria. And so the Cowboys settled on Jalen Smith, and I guess it's worked out. My impression in talking to people involved in this is that the Cowboys' opinion of Ogba now isn't as high as it was then, that he hasn't really developed into what they thought he was going to be at the time. So I don't think the 2 teams have even talked. I think the Cowboys kind of look at this and say, listen, at some point, if you want to just give him to us, we'll take him. But we're not giving up anything in terms of top half of the draft picks that we have. Nothing like that's going to happen on Ogba. So I don't think Cowboy fans should be too excited about that as the Cowboys continue to kind of look at it, but not even make a phone call.
So, Fish, any chance the Mavs don't play tonight?
They made it to Denver despite the bomb cyclone.
Yeah.
Think of the circumstances here, and then we'll get to that Kemba Walker assignment that Bassett gave me yesterday. You were supposed to fly out yesterday, as you usually do. Instead, they fly out the day of the game, go into a snowstorm against a badass team with their best player with a temporarily bum knee. What a great circumstance to go get your arse kicked in Denver.
Yeah.
You're going to have jet lag. You're going to have body clock problems. You're going to have mile high. You're going to have injuries. Oh, and by the way, I haven't checked on this, but I assume, is it still called the Pepsi Center? Is that what it's called in Denver?
I'm not sure.
Great question.
I assume it's going to be empty.
Yeah, that's what
Nobody's
I think.
going
Like
to
there'd
that
be
game,
only
right?
like maybe 2,000 people there that maybe live downtown that walk to the
so
stadium.
jet lag, mile high, injuries, clock problems, bad road trip, snowstorm, empty gym, go Mavs.
Okay, and now let's get to the Kemba Walker thing. Fish, do you want to lock up approximately $30 million into a point guard?
I want the best player that I can get, and so I got to start at
Kemba
Kevin
Walker
Durant,
is who
and
we're
then
talking about.
then after that it's Klay Thompson. At some point, if the best way to spend my money, I guess part of the question, Mike, is can I buy 2 good 15 mils or one all-star 30 mil in this player? And I would take this player in Kemba Walker if that's the best thing I've got. And I don't think that the position matters much. If you put Kemba Walker at point guard and then and that's your $30 million buy, and then you somehow get a top 4 pick, right now you have a 37% chance of doing that. The versatility of 2 of your starters allows you to move anywhere where they have to be interchangeable in a sense. Luka could play the 2, he could play the 3, he could play the 4. So that versatility says to me, if the best guy I can get is a point guard, I'll take the point guard. Now the downside to Kemba, because he's a scoring machine, right, Mike?
Yeah, 25 a game.
And oh, by the way, Porzingis, same thing. This team thinks of Porzingis as a 5. So he's got position flex in a way too, because obviously he can also be a 4. I have no problem with Kemba Walker being one of the big 3 of the Mavericks, but be forewarned. He's 6'1", so there's those limitations, and defense isn't his thing, which is why he cannot be the Mavericks priority, but he can be high on the list.
Okay.
All right, Fish. Appreciate you.
Hello.
There he goes. He's
See
at
you,
Fish
Fish.
Sports on Twitter. Check us out, 1053thefan.com, where Jeff's doing yoga poses on the webcam. Yeah, having a nice time.
Yeah,
here.
this one's called something.
Yes. A tree pose, maybe tree.
Is that
that
the
a
tree?
You know what it's called? It's called
No. Mike was going to hit me in the stuff. No, Mike, this is not a clubhouse. You're an adult now.
It's called punching the balls.
Mike is on center stage with baseball nuggets coming up next. And where are we going with that?
Well, I bet you $1 million Joey Gallo's in the home run derby.
Oh, I like that tease. Let's talk Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. He is a friend of the Tolo. He's a Tolo himself, and he's been there for you for 10 years. He's going to keep on being there for you for a long, long time. So before you make bad choices, here's the deal with Rubin. You know, you're in credit card debt. Before you contact the out-of-state debt negotiators or debt consolidation companies, guys like that, or maybe you attempt to refinance your home to pay off debt. Don't do that. Hold on. Call a TO here. Time out. Call the experienced attorney who's been helping Tolos control and manage debt for over 27 years. He'll eliminate the stress for you. He'll provide you with peace of mind. If you left 2018 with overwhelming credit card debt and you're thinking of calling those out-of-towners or maybe looking for an internet company to help you, you're like, oh, I'll just Google it. You don't have to. Don't even think about it. Just call Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers because he's local and he's amazing. And plus, you'll start running into him at fan events. You'll be like, hey, man, thanks for that thing you did for me a while ago. I'm, much more happy now. So whether you ran up the credit cards because you were in between jobs or medical issues, Mark Rubin can help. He's going to help you relieve the stress that comes with credit card debt. And he'll stop the wondering how you're going to get out from underneath it. He'll help you put you on the path to being debt-free and stress-free here in 2019. That sounds wonderful, doesn't it? You might have no idea because the stressing goes from days to weeks to months and then years. Next thing you know, it's ground out your quality of life. Let's get the quality of life back right now. Call him at the lunch hour. Mark Rubin, official lawyer of the Tolo, at 1-800-Lawyers or DallasTexasLegal.com.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we have a draft expert on our show, and his name is Tizzle. And at 5:40, we're going to answer all your draft questions. I got some of my own. Can the Cowboys get what they need at 58? Bring it on, my friends. In fact, listen to the whole show. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Consolidated Communications. Consolidated Communications is connecting you better to great entertainment, fast internet, and all the things that make you happy, like streaming your favorite TV shows. Search online with no data cap. Call 844-YOUR-CCI or go to consolidated.com.
HendrickDFW.com is your Dallas area used car connection. Shop hundreds of pre-owned vehicles online, all makes and models, plus over 100 certified pre-owned Hondas and Volkswagens. Browse local inventory at their 2 convenient locations, Hendrick Volkswagen in Frisco or Honda Cars of McKinney.
Hey, you with the rhinestone dog collar. Between us dogs, I just convinced my human to upgrade to a new home with a 1,200 square foot bathroom. I think she called it a yard. With Wells Fargo's 3% down payment on a fixed rate loan, my human realized a new home was within reach. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/woof.
Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. Down payments as low as 3% on a fixed rate loan require mortgage insurance. Ask a home mortgage consultant about loan requirements. Wells Fargo Home Mortgage is a division of Wells Fargo Bank N.A., equal housing lender. NMLSR ID 399801.
There's a reason that electronics stores put TVs next to each other, because when you compare it side by side, it makes it very evident.
Meet Kevin Knight, who found out that buying an engagement ring wasn't like buying a TV. The biggest problem? Most jewelry stores had a very small selection.
When you're looking at one ring style in one store and then another ring style in another store, you don't get that same confidence that you're getting the right thing.
But then he found Diamonds Direct.
The selection here is just unlike anywhere else.
Diamonds Direct was the only place that let Kevin see dozens of diamonds and rings in his price range side by side.
So when you have a large selection to choose from, you can put them all in a row and say, oh, without a doubt, this is where I want to be.
So, like buying a TV, he could compare the features and characteristics and make a decision that was just right for him.
At that point, it's your own budget. How much do you want to spend? And really, truly, what is important to you? We were able to go up in physical size and down in color, and it really gave us a wow factor that we're looking for.
Diamonds Direct, with a selection big enough to empower you to find that wow factor you're looking for. On Preston Road at Sherry Lane.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little pill that treats ED is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to 4hims.com/min. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one little pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/min. That's 4hims.com/min for your first month for just $5. 4hims.com/min.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details.
Listen to the Ben and Skim Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Texas Summer Jam, presented by Whataburger, featuring Randy Rogers Band with William Clark Green, Ray Johnston Band, Wynn Williams, Holly Tucker, and more at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, Saturday, June 15th, y'all. For ticket information, visit livenation.com.
In the next 12 weeks, 10,000 first-time homebuyers will purchase a home in the Metroplex. Some will have good jobs, good credit, and plenty of cash. Others won't. But what they will have in common is that they took the necessary steps to make sure they were mortgage ready before speaking to an agent or lender. Hey, Ben and Skin here for GetMortgageReady.com. Buying a home without expert guidance is like running a marathon without training.
Ben, GetMortgageReady.com offers first-timers a free qualification platform. Calculate your affordability, money needed. It identifies potential issues and provides tips and strategies to save you money. Thousands of folks have used Get Mortgage Ready, including me and Ben, as well as our listeners, and we highly recommend you do as well. They'll hold your hand until you get the keys to your new home. It's online. It's free. It takes less than 10 minutes and saves you money, all from the comfort of your couch. Make it happen, baby. Visit GetMortgageReady.com today or call 214-692-5300. That's 214-692-5300. Check it out. It's GetMortgageReady.com.
We were at the NFL Combine and we continue to be in spring training. We're not just talking about it. We're the only station there to bring you the latest. Turn it on, leave it up. 105.3 The Fan.
Just $250 down delivers a new Mitsubishi at the new Mesquite Mitsubishi. Over 250 vehicles available, 635 in Oaks. You can visit mymitsu.com.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation live in Surprise, Arizona. And it's time for some baseball nuggets, and here he is, Bassick.
Well, as Sean Sharif would say, huge news in the world today, the world of baseball, as last night it got dropped that there's going to be some major rule changes this year and next year. The first one that I want to get to is this year, and I do think it's major news, is there's only going to be one trade deadline. So on July 31st, that's it. You can't trade in August. So think of all the trades that have gone down in August. The most recent one is Justin Verlander got traded from Detroit to Houston on August 30th or August 31st, and he was able to then pitch for the Houston Astros and help them win their first ever World Series. That can't happen anymore. If a team isn't sure about trading a guy on July 31st, that's it. You have to keep him the rest of the season, and then you can trade him once the season's over. So there won't be, as Sandler put it last night, which is kind of pretty good for him, and I get it, is when people call into the postgame show and say, "Now wait a second, we didn't trade Mike Minor, but we can trade him again," and then you have to go over all the rules. Well, here's the deal: he has to clear through waivers, and if he clears through waivers, then he's eligible to get traded. If he doesn't get cleared through waivers and he gets claimed, you can trade him to that team, and if you can't figure out a deal, then you pull him back off of waivers, and there's just so many. So I think for the fan, they're doing a really good job here in saying, look, no more rules, as in, like, did you clear through waivers or not? Look, everybody's eligible to get traded. As long as it's in their contract, you can trade them. And on July 31st, you've made up your mind as a team. Are you in and going all in and trading for players? Are you out and trading your players? Or are you just going to sit there and stay the same and say, look, whatever we have the last 2 months of the season, this is what we have, and this is what we're rolling with.
Do you think they want to move that date around at all? I mean, I liked the later time building, especially with so many teams early and midway through the season being fairly close in that wild card race. I don't know if you'd want to move it back. Obviously, the teams getting the players really want to get them in and have them impact the regular season and the pennant race. But I just think that might be too early for enough separation to occur to create sellers, Mike.
I think that's a great question, and I think that you can run into issues with that. I think the American League isn't going to have an issue this year because there's 7 teams that look like they're going to try to make the playoffs and 8 teams that are looking like they're not even going to try to make the playoffs. But in the National League, off the top of my head, I can only think of the Marlins, who are like, we are not trying to make the playoffs. We are rebuilding, and we're hoping 2 to 4 years from now, we're a good team. Maybe there's a few others, but for the most part, literally every team in the National League feels like they have a chance to make the playoffs as the season starts. And you run into the case of, gosh, we're only, with the extra wild card spot, we're only 5 games out of that wild card spot. And if we get on a streak, if we just win our next 2 series, if we literally sweep these next 2 series and win 6 in a row, there's a chance we're 1 game out of the wild card spot. Are we sure we want to sell these players when all we are is a good week or a good month away from making the playoffs? And so this is where I think, Gavin, you make a great point in. They're going to have to tweak these as they go along.
Okay, yeah.
As I think, hey, I'll get to the other one that I think is very extreme in a minute, but I think it's like, okay, let's just do 1 trade deadline. Yet I think they could do this for a couple years and go, you know what? Is July 31st the right date to do this? If we're just going to have 1, what if we move it to August 10th?
Mm-hmm.
And let's just give an extra 10 days to these teams. Since we're not going to allow them to trade in August, why does it have to be July 31st? Because it's kind of like this whole thing was, we give you a whole other month to clear through waivers and see what you can do in the month of August. But what if we're just going to have 1? Let's just move it more to mid-August and say, look, we'll give you a little bit of extra time, but when this date happens, it happens and it's over and your team is set and done with.
All right. I know I could fill in more there, but we have 6 minutes to go, and there's 3 more rule changes?
Yeah, so the next rule change that is happening this year is, and this isn't really a rule change in the game, they're going to do now $1 million to the guy who wins the home run derby.
I love this one.
So they felt like they had great traction when they changed the rules of the home run derby, and I thought it was awesome the way they do this head-to-head thing. But they found out last year, guys like Aaron Judge are like, I want it. I don't want to do it again. What's the point of $25,000? It sounds great to a lot of people, but hey, I'm just not going to do all of that. And when Stanton won it in Miami, he's like, or, competed it in Miami, he's like, yeah, it was super awesome, but, we're not in the team I'm playing for. I don't want to do it. Joey Gallo has never done it because he's like, well, I don't know. The team, it's not really that big of a deal. And I have
kind of embarrassing if you're not a player in the game, right? It's not considered something you do like the dunk contest in the NBA allows it.
But they've wanted Joey Gallo to do it because he's a premier, long ball hitter in the game. And so now with $1 million, Joey Gallo's probably already called up Major League Baseball and said, reserve a spot for me.
Go get that money, Joey.
Because Joey Gallo doesn't make $1 million in the season. He's approximately at $650,000 to $700,000 for his salary this year. Aaron Judge, who has done it, might say, well, I'm going to do it again because I'm making $700,000. Now he has some endorsements that he makes, but still, you can make more money in the home run derby than you can as a player in your first 3 years in the major leagues. And so if you become a stud, let's just say Ronald Acuna Jr., he might want to do it like, hey, I really didn't care about it my rookie year, but I care about it now. I can make $1 million doing this. So I really think now you're going to get some really good players. I don't know how it's going to affect a guy like Mike Trout. Mike Trout's already making $30 million. Obviously, last year Harper did it because it was in Washington.
Still a weak salary.
Yeah, I know. It is $1 million, and so to turn down $1 million is really tough. To your point, I'd love for the NBA to do that.
Yeah.
And I think all of a sudden you'd get the guys that like the kid who won it this year. I'll never remember his name. He's not much of a player for Oklahoma City. You wouldn't get that. You would get guys that are actually, no, I want to try to get another $1 million while I'm here.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can earn $1 million.
I mean, I don't think LeBron would do it because I don't know.
He's too old to do it. But I think LeBron in his third and fourth year in the NBA would be like, yeah, I'll keep doing this to get $1 million.
Sure.
But once you get to like you're making $30 million, you're probably like, that million's not that big of a deal. Okay, next one that is going to happen this year, the All-Star Game. So the All-Star Game, we're going to have the same process that we've been through forever, except after you're done, it's the top 3 guys now at that position. So let's just take, for example, I'm going to do shortstop. You have Carlos Correa, Francisco Lindor, and let me just take another guy, Simmons, the shortstop for the Angels. Let's just say they all 3 were the top 3 vote getters. Then the next day they're like, okay, these are the top 3 vote getters. Fans, it's up to you. You pick the best guy out of those 3 and you vote in that day. So it's like this one whole day of here are the 3 guys. You have 24 hours to vote for who you think should be the starting center fielder or the starting, so they're going to try to make one big day out of it and see how it works. So I really like it. It might backfire. And the way it could backfire is a guy like Mike Trout might get beat out by, I don't think he'd get beat out by like Jackie Bradley Jr., but I'm just throwing out a Boston Red Sox. Oh, they have more fans. People are going to vote for Red Sox more than they're going to vote for Angels. It could backfire and they might go, ooh, that one didn't work out as great as we thought. But what they're hoping is you create this one huge day during the early July where people are like, I got to get on my computers. I got to get to MLB.com. I got to get to wherever I need to go. I got to get to Twitter.
It's election
day. Hashtag everything. It's election day. They're trying to make this like the presidential election where it's like, look, this is it. This is your one day.
They'll have maps up and everything, the MLB network and stuff, having fun with it. I think that has great potential though.
So I think that's a great one. Now,
how do you decide which one is like red and which one's blue? Because you don't want to get people mad at you.
Yeah.
Use a different color scheme, maybe.
We'll have to, yes. I'm not sure which ones they could go with, but I'm sure they'll try.
Quickly get into what's happening in 2020, and I'll discuss it further when I get into Mike Likes It. For 2020 season, this is huge. The roster is now going to be 26 players. So there's 25 guys on a roster. Now it's going to go up to 26, but you can only carry 13 pitchers maximum. They're not going to allow you because they're adding an extra player for you to go 14 pitchers and 12 position players. It will be 13 maximum of relief pitchers. Then when you get to September, you can call up to 40 guys for a long time. Now you will only be able to have 28 guys that are called up, and you can have a maximum of 14 pitchers. So we're not seeing 18 pinch runners in a game.
Is it because the dugouts aren't big enough?
Well, I think it's because the game really slows down in September because you're having so many pinch runners, so many pitchers coming into the game because you have
7 pinch hitters and 4 pinch runners in the dugout.
And you have 12 guys in your bullpen. So you can do a lot of different things. They're like, no, that's not real baseball. So in the most important time, when we're getting down to these stretches of you win this game, you make the playoffs. You lose this game, you're out of the playoffs. And you're not playing real baseball. You have 35 guys on your team to choose from. So you're pinch running all the time. You're using matchups all the time that you don't use for 5 months. And then when you get to playoff baseball, it gets whittled back down to a 25-man roster. And you're like, I've always thought, what are we doing in September? Why do we make this so weird in September when the game is played April through August a certain way and played in the playoffs a certain way, that we change all the rules for 1 month where you have unlimited roster? Pretty much. Last one, and I'll discuss this further, and Mike likes it. Then there is the pitcher has to face 3 batter minimum. So when a guy comes into the game out of the bullpen, he has to face 3 guys. I'm for pretty much everything they've done. I'm totally against this one in the 8th and 9th inning. I agree with it for the 1st through the 7th inning. You shouldn't be able to start Wade Miley in a playoff game and then face 1 batter and be like, ha, 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 here comes the righty. Screw you. It's like, that's fine if you want to do an opener, but he has to face the first 3 batters of the game.
That makes sense.
And that makes sense. But once we get to the 8th and 9th inning, I would like the game to be played by the manager, by the team, as we are trying everything to do in the last 6 outs of this game to win the game. The first 7 innings, let's try to speed it up and make it where you have to face 3 guys. But the 8th and 9th inning, I think, should be reserved for, okay, win the game.
They're going to have to tweak the heck out of that one.
I think so, too. And I'll get into
Great
more of how
stuff,
I tweak
man.
it in Mike Likes It.
Great stuff from Bassick here. Nuggets Daily at 11:40. Coming up next, Cowboys are investigating the health of a new free agent just hit the market. Scale of 1 to 10, how dependable is he when it comes to injuries and all that? It's next here in the nation. Let's talk about Premier Grilling, though, because grilling season is officially here. There's no better place in DFW than Premier Grilling to get your grill game on. I wish I was back home all week long there with the Big Green Egg and, the pellet smoker that I got from Premier Grilling, and they have it all: ceramic grills, gas grills, pellet grills, smokers, the largest selection of seasonings, rubs, and sauces, woods, and pellets, and the high-tech gadgets. They got it all at Premier Grilling. You can check it out online, premiergrilling.com. I mean, working on a pretty good gas grill out here, but it's just not the same, especially if I'm struggling with the recipe, because I know back home I can go into any of the Premier Grilling locations and pick the brain of any of their customer service agents. They're all pit masters. They're great. Not to mention the most best cooking classes they have. They bring in nationwide pit masters and celebrity chefs, and they teach classes right there in their Frisco location. They built a classroom and all with state-of-the-art technology. And with any purchase of a new grill, you will get a free class to any of their cooking classes. So check it out. PremierGrilling.com is the website. Plano, Frisco, and McKinney. Visit PremierGrilling.com or text GRILL to 41411 for more information.
Never miss a second of the Fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com. Radio.com.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Ferguson Pro Pickup. The beauty of Championship Week, or as ESPN now calls it, Champ Week for marketing purposes, no doubt, is that you don't know what's going to happen. On Tuesday, Hofstra became yet another number 1 seed to go down in a 1-bid league, losing the CAA title game to a very good Northeastern team. Of course, that wasn't close to the biggest surprise of the night. That came later when St. Mary's stunned top-seeded and number 1 ranked Gonzaga in the final of the West Coast Conference tournament. This is a good thing, because now St. Mary's won't have to hear the committee make excuses for snubbing it come Sunday. The loss should not affect Gonzaga's status as a number 1 seed either. The Zags always play one of the toughest non-conference schedules in the country. They're the only team to beat Duke healthy, and the WCC was a much deeper league this year than in the recent past. Hey, it's all fun. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
Here's an unfortunate fact that applies to most financial advisors. They're not legally required to act in your best interest. Creative planning is different. Our certified financial planner practitioners are always a fiduciary, which means they're required by law to always act in your best interest. Call 866-CREATIVE or visit creativeplanning.com to learn more. Investment strategies recommended by Creative Planning are not assured of earning a profit or avoiding a loss in declining markets.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.5%, APR 4.78%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate subject to change. A 2% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex station.
The most perfect vehicle in the world is the one that's right for you and has a payment that's right for your budget. Autoflex Leasing has been finding those perfect cars, trucks, and SUVs for our clients for over 30 years. To put that in perspective, when we started, you could lease a new Chevrolet El Camino or get a 5-year lease on a brand new Datsun 280ZX. A lot has changed over time, but the one thing that remains the same is the excellent service you get when you call Autoflex Leasing for your next car. We lease all makes and models. If you're considering a pre-owned vehicle, we have hundreds for your consideration, and many start below $350 a month. If you've located a vehicle and just want the best financing or lease program, Autoflex will be your best choice there too. Call Autoflex Leasing today at any local area code, then 234-1234, or reach us online at autoflex.com. Remember, most dealers want to sell you the car they have. Autoflex wants to help you get the car you want.
Hi, Kevin Miller with TexasLending.com. And just like breakfast is the most important meal of the day, the home pre-approval is the most important step of the home buying process. And TexasLending.com has a home purchase team who does nothing but focus on home purchases. And we'll get you pre-approved easy and fast with TexasLending.com. Call us today, 972-387-4600 for that home purchase in 2019. TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
RJ Choppa here. Do you love $1 million? I love $1 million. So why don't you join the Boomer Jacks $1 Million Bracket Challenge for the big tournament? Go to boomerjacks.com/bracket. Get yourself registered. And the perfect bracket's $1 million. There's also $10,000 and $1,000 prizes. Watch every tournament game there. Join me at March 21st at the Western Center location. The patio there is unbelievable. Trust me, I've spent a lot of time on it. Every single one of the 13 DFW locations has a mouth-watering craft kitchen and wall-to-wall TVs. Go to boomerjacks.com/bracket for rules and details.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, it's the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Surprise Stadium. We have some really good Cowboy angles here for you, some juicy stuff to talk about. Off the top, it's Eric Berry. How would you evaluate his injury situation and durability? Take a listen to everything he's got going on, because I think he may have been unfairly tagged as an injury-prone player. Check it out. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. By the way, had that new Heineken 0.0 the other night. Delicious. That might be the best. There's definitely a new top 3 in my favorite NA Coldies of all time. Mike Bassick, Jeff Kavanaugh, Lucius Alexander, along with you. We are the GBag Nation here on the Fan. I'd like to have you do a blind taste test. Now,
of the NA beers?
Versus the
I'd
Heineken.
like to pass.
The Heineken versus the Heineken NA, the Busch versus the Busch NA.
Is there a Miller Lite NA?
I don't know if you could actually tell the difference.
I'd love to do it. I thought the Busch was fine that I had at Honda Cars and McKinney.
Yeah, it was really good.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, that tastes pretty much like beer to me.
Solid light
beer.
It
was very light.
Yeah.
But, I'm also not like, I know Skin can like maybe darker beers and stuff. I'm not into the darker beers. I'm into more of your just light beer. And I'm like, yeah, it tastes like a solid light beer.
I used to call that getting light and domesticated. You know what I'm saying? Have yourself a nice little afternoon. Cowboys strike again. Tavon Austin is back. And we were anticipating that until, I guess it was Monday, he put out this emoji as free agency was starting, like he was surprised and not in a good way. So we were kind of wondering maybe he's not going to go back, because all signs were pointing last Friday. Fish had reported it. It comes through, though. Tavon's back, and that's awesome. I just think he brings such tremendous energy, and he's a gadget player on offense mostly, but he does the kind of things that can get other people open. And as we saw at times, he can make explosive plays in the passing game, sometimes even downfield.
Hopefully his groin stays attached to the bone.
Yeah.
And then you're in good shape.
He's just so twitchy, It's easy to see.
Yeah.
Got all kinds of things flying off the bone. What do we got? What are we looking at?
Let me just continue baseball nuggets for just a second. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
The 3 pitcher, the pitcher that has to face a minimum of 3 batters, Tony Clark's coming out through Jason Stark and saying, we didn't agree to that.
Oh, wow.
So like it sounds like Commissioner Manfred, like they did agree to certain things.
He announced a rule that was not agreed on.
But they're like, wait, we know that you put it in last year and you have commissioner, like you have kind of this, like you can, but then it like has to go through another process. You can't just say, well, remember I put it in last year and you guys said no, so I get to put it in no matter what this year. Like, no, that's not exactly the rules we agreed to. So
very interesting.
So yeah, we'll
might have a grievance
later, and Mike likes it. That might not be happening.
And there's another funny thing happening here before we get to this Eric Berry discussion, as Cowboy fans are now tagging who? John
Steven. Yeah. There's one Cowboy fan without a picture on the Twitter that keeps tagging me and John Steven. And
future head coach of the Cowboys.
And then each tweet has like another media member or other random people, but it's always me and John Steven. And he's just talking about how the Cowboys are never going to win because they're cheap asses. And I just keep asking the guy, what do you want John Steven to do? He's at Arkansas buying a geometry book right now. And he's like, well, they need to know. And I'm like, well, he's not they.
Well, hey, we got to start putting the pressure on him early, right? I mean, before too long, he's going to be graduating. And then, 10 or 15 years later, he might have a prominent position in the organization.
Leave that kid alone. You don't need to be making the long play here.
Okay,
you don't think he'll be quarterbacks coach in 3 years?
Good point. Maybe it'll turn around even sooner.
I
don't.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how reliable do you project Eric Berry to be? He's missed 55 of 140 games. The Cowboys are investigating this and his health situation. There was a heel and ankle last year. Is that just some leftover, what do they call that, inflammation or recovery from the torn Achilles? Or is it a new injury? Is it sign of something chronic that's going to slow him down? Is that why the Chiefs released him? And if that's the case, fine. But based on what it looks like from the outside, based on what I know, I'm very, very interested at the right price. And I don't know, maybe this guy could be at their $8 million threshold that they were thinking with Earl Thomas. He did have the ACL in year 2. He had the Achilles. He's been in the NFL for 9 years. And other than those 2, it's cancer that caused him to miss, 10 games that year? So there's been a couple of big ones. And, but I don't think this is nearly as bad as what Sean Lee is at linebacker, who's had a couple of big ones. And every year it's something that's, keeping him out, or most of the years. I don't want to be unfair to Sean Lee. But yeah, Eric Berry has the last, 4 years that he's played at all, pretty much he's played in every game of the season.
So the one thing I'm kind of with you, I'm just not as far along with you with Barry, but I'm kind of with you like, hey, at the right price, I don't mind. Now I'm going to throw this to Jeff. I know that this matters for the front 7 tremendously. What defensive scheme are you playing in? Because a defensive coordinator can make you look good or make you look pathetic based off of what they're running in their front 7. I mean, especially if you just go to the basis of we're moving now to a 3-4 or 4. I'm wondering with safety, how much does it matter that he's played in a certain system? And I have no clue if the Cowboys system matches up with what he's done in his career, because that seems to matter with NFL players quite a bit. If they change teams, if they're successful or fail, and they'll then talk about, well, I did it this way in Detroit, and now it's this way here, and it's kind of I have to relearn the way they want me to do it.
So I know he's really, really good. He's listed most years as a strong safety, which would actually be the perfect fit here, better than the Earl Thomas fit, because the Earl Thomas fit requires us to move our pretty good free safety to strong safety. I think that matters more for the front 4 than it does for because this is one of my pet peeves. This is one of my biggest football pet peeves, is like when the Cowboys tell you Taco Charlton lined up with his hand on the ground and player X did not line up with his hand on the ground, therefore player X is not a fit for our team. It's a lie. What that is coaches somehow getting so stuck in a way that they're pretending that defenses that are basically the same are night and day. Like if you hear, that 3-4 pass rusher can't play in a 4-3. Yes, he can, because they're doing the exact same thing. Literally, the only difference is his hand goes down. And on top of that, 80% of the time you're running a 4-2.
Yeah.
So like, oh, we're a 3-4 team. Congrats. 80% of the time you're running a 4-2 and that hand's going down.
Yeah.
Or it's not going down, but you're lining up with 4 guys at the line of scrimmage. Like, these defenses aren't different. Coverages are different. So more so for corners, I would think, than safeties. But so the Cowboys, what do they run? Mostly cover 3 or man, which means they have a free safety who's deep. Their 2 corners are responsible for a deep third, and then everybody else is kind of dropping into a zone. And so for safeties, I don't think there's going to be anything Eric Berry hasn't seen that the Cowboys are doing. I think he would slide right in and be really good. And I always like to check Football Reference to see if I've heard of their nicknames. Eric Berry, if you didn't know, is known as the Fifth Dimension.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, the Fifth Dimension. I've never heard it, but that's apparently a nickname.
If you had to put a percentage on it, what do you think the percentages are the Cowboys are going to be interested? Because I'll say 5%.
Interested or interested if it's competitive in his market?
I just, for some reason, I have this feeling that they're just going to be like, safety's not a position we pay for unless it was going to be Earl Thomas. I feel like there's part of me that says defensive tackle and safety, if they make over what is considered like a small veteran salary, we're out. Unless it's Earl Thomas or unless it's
I'm a little higher. I get it. I'm at like maybe 25%. I just don't know what the market's going to be.
Yeah.
I anticipate the market's going to be very strong for Eric Berry, and he'll end up with like 3 years and $36 million or something like that, with 15
Indy,
or 20. Yeah,
Cleveland,
something like that. But maybe the rest of the NFL is so far out on it that a prove it deal is possible and under those circumstances. So yeah, around 25% or so.
Boy, and I guess it was Fisher who made a great point, who said if Cleveland's not interested, you have to wonder because John Dorsey had him for all the great years.
Yes.
So if Cleveland, if you found out Cleveland's like, no, we can't take her, then you'd be like, hey, this guy must be really hurt.
Okay, tank deal. How is it going to be structured? I find it to be super interesting right now. And I think one of the reasons that they have not done it is they don't want to lower his cap number in year 1 and string the thing along. So I am fascinated from team building and salary cap management, how this thing is going to be structured. Is it going to be a huge signing bonus and $25 million of cap space getting eaten up in year 1 and then another, 23, 24 in year 2 as they try to clear as much of the signing bonus and guaranteed money as possible? Or are they going to do a contract in the old way that I don't think they are going to do the old way. And I think one of the major complications is, yes, we want to get this done, but it's got to be structured in a way that 2 years down the road, we can escape after taking a big hit. And 3 years down the road, we can escape with only taking a modest hit.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's part of the holdup. I would imagine that the holdup is the Cowboys are thinking a lot like you think about Tank Lawrence, where it's, yeah, you're really, really, really awesome. You also had back surgeries, and now you have to have a shoulder surgery, and like, okay, you want 80 million guaranteed or whatever the absurd number is. And I'm like, no, that's not what we meant when we said we'd take care of you. Like, we meant reasonable, and that's not reasonable to us. But part of it could be that they're waiting to fill the holes on the roster so they can see how much of his money they can fit into what years. Like, if you sign your guys today, which I know aren't going to get anybody excited, but you've signed a defensive tackle for depth. You signed Tavon Austin. So technically at wide receiver, you can survive with what you have. Well, now we're kind of ready to go draft. We could use a safety. We could maybe use a defensive end. But outside of that, we're kind of ready to go. So we know what our cap looks like now. We know what's available to put on there in year 1 and how we need to structure it. So that could be part of the waiting thing that's happening right now, because I would fit as much as you can right away. Year 1, as much as I can fit, that's what goes there. We don't need to play games where we're pushing things around unless we need cap space. And I don't know what they would need it for now, unless you're chasing Eric Berry.
Yeah.
Or somebody like that.
Yeah, and who knows what but that would just be so counter to every long-term move they've made so far. It would surprise me at this point. Is that note you wrote down there for today, Mike?
It is, yeah. John Daniels is going to join us at 1:40 for Mike Likes It. And we might still get Mike Miner, but they're working on that right now.
Okay, it is the GBag Nation here on the Fan. One other Cowboys thing to get to here. We speculated on what would be next for David Irving. He's spoken.
And I saw that.
Yeah, we thought maybe modeling or MMA, but you guys said no, he's too mellow and laid back for that fighting stuff. So he's done TV commercials, maybe acting. he spoke with TMZ, and he says he's going to do everything from producing TV shows and getting into fashion, and he's already planning to launch his own strain of marijuana. It's going to be 95 OG, Irving says, referring to his jersey number on the Cowboys.
So he's living his best life is what he's doing.
I think so.
He's chasing his passion right now.
Says it's been going crazy. It's been off the hook. I've had a lot of good emails, a lot of good text messages, and good conversations. There's a lot of options and a lot of ways I can go. Is he a big enough star that the David Irving strain of weed would resonate? I mean, I know Cowboys Nation is powerful. Maybe if it was legal in Texas, I don't know. If I had a cannabis farm right now, I wouldn't be like, dude, here's our ticket right now. David Irving's our spokesman. We got the 95 OG coming through on in-store shelf soon.
I don't know. If you play your marketing right, it might work, Gavin. Because the way that you spin this is, here's David Irving. David Irving walked away from a business that did not embrace the healing powers of marijuana.
I like it.
David does.
I like it.
David is here growing for us and being our spokesman to try to overcome an opioid crisis in America.
I like it.
Support David Irving.
Yeah.
Support American lives.
A guy that left the NFL. I did see
No, he wasn't kicked out. No, he wasn't suspended and not signed. He walked away for this.
I did see an interesting theory. I don't know if this is caping for David Irving or if it's accurate journalism, but that maybe he had quit the NFL after 2017. So he's going into 2018 just like, I'm going to get as much money as I possibly can from the Cowboys after showing up and playing in 2 games, and we'll just see how much they have to pay me based on contractuals.
I'll say sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
He says things are going well, man. I can't complain right about now. Terrell, come get your Tolo back window decal Sunday afternoon from noon to 2. I'm going to be hanging out at the Metro by T-Mobile on Westmore Avenue in Terrell. And we got these decals. We'll also have TMS tickets to give away for the O'Reilly Auto Parts 5 Husky, which is coming up at the end of the month. Okay. Dak, it appears, is getting his dog back. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. How about you call the Frankels at 1-800-LAWYERS, though, if you suffer a personal injury due to somebody else's negligence. That's the number for the official lawyers of the Tolo. The Frankels, 1-800-LAWYERS. I see Rex all the time out there, and, people are in a bad way. They're not sure what to do. The adrenaline is pumping. I helped a lady once who dang near walked out into the middle of the street to come along to my driver's side to chat with me because I was a witness. I said, ma'am, you're going to want to come around to the passenger side. I'll roll down my window because if you come to this side, you could get hit by a vehicle. But, people just are not thinking. So call the Frankels the next time you're hurt and it's not your fault. Right there on the side of the road, they'll advise you on what to do next, on what to say next. So the money to put the accident back together does not come out of your pocket. So if you're in an accident here with the weather in the spring, it's going to be wet a bunch. It can happen real easy. Be careful out there. And in an emergency, call 911, but then call Scott Mark Frankel, 1-800-LAWYERS, the official lawyers of the Tolo. Medical bills, vehicle repair bills, lost wages, it can pile up and be tens and tens of thousands of dollars. Do not let that money come out of your pocket. Call the Frankels, 800-LAWYERS or frankelfirm.com.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
The Fort Worth Boat Expo is back. Don't miss the chance to compare vendors for affordable prices and receive on-the-spot financing. Admission is free for the entire show. March 14th to 17th at Amon G. Carter, Will Rogers Exhibit Hall. For more information, go to FortWorthBoatExpo.com.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The Spring Break Tax Break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax too. Get your Spring Break Tax Break with 24-month financing for a limited time, only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
Dad, thanks for taking me bowling. This is fun.
I just wanted to talk to you about protecting yourself.
Yeah.
At some point, maybe you're posting dance vids at a party.
Dance vids?
Yeah, the dance vids. And people around you are using cable internet. You can always call me or your mom and we'll come get you. No questions asked.
Dad, I know to use internet with AT&T Fiber.
You know, it's just the people with cable internet. They could have the upload speeds of internet with AT&T Fiber, and they choose not to. They're not thinking, son.
Dad, I'll be okay.
Hey, good talk, right? All right, you're up, big guy.
Don't get mixed up with cable internet. Get AT&T Fiber with faster upload speeds. Switch to AT&T Fiber and DirecTV and save when you bundle for $75 per month for 1 year after discounts with 24-month TV and 12-month internet agreements. Limited availability may not be in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/fiber300. Ends 4/13/19. New residential customers in select markets only. Price for Internet 300 and select TV package. Requires combined billing, auto pay, and paperless bill. Price is higher in second year. Pay $80 per month until discount starts within 3 bills. Equipment lease activation, early termination, equipment non-return, taxes, other charges, and restrictions apply. Compares upload speeds for Internet 300 of up to 300 megabits per second to up to 35 for Comcast, Cox, and Spectrum. Speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hey, it's basketball time, and to get you ready, Ben and I are going to be broadcasting live at the Pluckers off of Greenville Avenue on Monday. So come on out, fill out your brackets with us, and the person who picks the most losers is going to win a Pluckers $1,000 gift card. It's cool. Get all the details at pluckers.com.
In the next 12 weeks, 10,000 first-time homebuyers will purchase a home in the Metroplex. Some will have good jobs, good credit, and plenty of cash. Others won't. But what they will have in common is that they took the necessary steps to make sure they were mortgage ready before speaking to an agent or lender. Hey, Ben and Skin here for GetMortgageReady.com. Buying a home without expert guidance is like running a marathon without training.
Then GetMortgageReady.com offers first-timers a free qualification platform. It calculates your affordability, money needed. It identifies potential issues and provides tips and strategies to save you money. Thousands of folks have used Get Mortgage Ready, including me and Ben, as well as our listeners, and we highly recommend you do as well. They'll hold your hand until you get the keys to your new home. It's online. It's free. It takes less than 10 minutes and saves you money, all from the comfort of your couch. Make it happen, baby. Visit GetMortgageReady.com today or call 214-692-5300. That's 214-692-5300. Check it out. It's GetMortgageReady.com.
Spring into action with Steel Power Tools from Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, we have the tools you need. Anything for outside is available inside Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Stop by our store today or visit us online at richardsonsaw.com.
Welcome back, GBag Nation. Looks like Dak getting his dog back. I want my doggy back. Doggy back. No, that's a bad joke. Let's come back here and tell you. Segment's brought to you by Dallas Truck World. It's brought to you by Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, do what more fan listeners do. Make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. Mark can fix it. He'll stop all those harassing collection calls and stress. Official lawyer of the Tolo, Rubin and Associates, 1-800-Lawyers.
Speaking of stress, don't you think like the guy doing the brush at home plate, don't you think that's a stress reliever? I love doing stuff like that, like dragging a field. It's like those things that office stress people have, or playing with the sand.
Yeah, I agree.
You actually have a whole field
the ball
to play.
I'm a ball squeezer.
I think it's kind of like that yard work thing that old people get into. You know, they say it gives them a little bit of exercise, but a lot of peace.
Yeah.
Okay. So with conditions is the headline that I saw this morning from our sister station, KRLD AM. Amanda Guerra reporting.
Who?
Amanda Guerra. I would not have been surprised if he'd lost it, considering that there were warnings to get his door fixed that he didn't do. And I guess a woman in the 911 call says she lost a part of her finger. I didn't see pictures. I was kind of surprised that wasn't the initial headline.
Yeah, I got to see pictures. If we lost a finger, this is a whole different story.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess the conditions are he's going to take it to the home of a personal veterinarian until they can find a permanent home outside of Frisco. So I don't know if he's going to move or find a friend or something. He gave up the
dog?
Well, I don't know. He can't bring it back to his home in Frisco. It's got to go stay with a veterinarian. I would imagine
move to the colony.
That's a starter quarterback home. Right. And I mean, starter home, not starting quarterback home. And he's about to move into a starting quarterback home. So maybe it makes perfect sense that he can move on up there to Prosper or wherever he wants to go now. Just get out of the Frisco city limits.
Colony, you got McKinney, you got West Plano. There's a lot of places close to the Star where you could get hooked up there, Dak. You don't have to give up your dog.
So he could get some visitation or something until the big check comes through. Or I'm sure he could get approved for whatever size house that he wants right now.
Yeah. I just assume as a quarterback, you're probably there a whole bunch. So moving 10 minutes further away is a little bit of a hassle.
Depends on how much you love your dog, right?
Yeah.
For some people, it's a no-brainer one way or the other.
Yeah, but I mean, I would never move for a dog.
That's because you shouldn't be a dog owner.
I mean, I had a dog that I loved, Maverick, that It was an awesome, unbelievable dog.
What if they said Maverick has cancer, but if you move 3 miles, he'll survive the cancer?
Nope, he's dead.
I had a dog growing up that was one of my top 3 friends. You know, they say the dog is man's best friend, and he wasn't really my best friend, but he was way, way up there. I do think it's a little bit different because you know the end is coming pretty soon. As soon as your dog is like over 4 or 5.
Whoa, Gavin, my dog is 10.
I know.
In
It's
2
pretty
to 3
soon.
years, you're going to have a dead dog.
You don't know that.
It's going to die anyway, right? So I would look at it
So are
like,
you.
Right. But that's a long time away, and I'm a human. You know, this is it's not a thing. It's a living being. And I totally respect the connection there. But at some point you would have to make an objective decision instead of an emotional decision. If it was 2 years left or 3 years left on the expected life of that thing, you're like, okay, we're going to uproot and change school districts and do all this.
You're going to pawn
stuff.
off your old halfway dead dog on somebody else?
You know, or you could.
There's plenty of places that dog's going to be happy.
Wait,
It
I wanna
obviously
see what
wants
Gavin
to try
was
to
about
kill
to say.
people. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what I forgot
I
what I
think
was
you were
going to
about
say.
to
I was
have the
listening
dog put down.
No, I wouldn't have it put down.
Oh, okay.
You could just have it outside of city limits and go visit it on the weekends. You know,
And in Dak, let's see. He's not there. He does not see that dog for 1 second of his life in August.
Move
because
to
he's
Light
at training
Farms, Dak.
camp. And then during the season, I assume that he's at the in Frisco at the work office from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah, something like
give
that.
or take.
Give or take. So he comes home and
It's hard. You know, I think it might make sense for him. Like, it's obviously a beautiful dog that he's got a bond with, but if you're super busy and traveling in the off season, you know, maybe you're not at a point in life where having a dog that is a high energy breed that demands a lot of time for socialization and everything.
Keeps biting off fingers.
I mean, it sounded like maybe he'd escaped from a garage or something that he was hanging out in, because that was in the report. Apparently he was warned to fix a door that did not close properly, and the dogs had been getting out. And TMZ said in court documents they obtained that it shows that a door in the garage didn't close properly unless it was locked and it was insecure. So I think he probably thought, my dog's a sweetheart, because dogs can be totally awesome for humans. I was visiting a buddy actually here in Arizona last night from Oregon that I'd known. I was like, no way, dude, you live here. So I came by, and he's got a giant pit bull, right? This thing is like the one with like the 9-inch jaw and the massive muscles, friendliest dog ever. We were hanging out, but a dog was outside barking, and the dog's like, huh? You know, so dogs can be incredibly human friendly and dog mean, and you cannot even know it. And then all of a sudden the dynamics totally shift. And you're like, holy cow, I didn't know my dog had this in him. So he might have been out of the house and got these warnings and thought, no, that's not my dog. What are you talking about? You guys are just tripping because you saw a pit bull outside of the house and you're like, oh, I get this pit bull. But everything changes once the dog gets in fight with another dog. And that's what, you know, created the violence with the finger there.
the other thing, let's talk about this from not Dak Prescott's standpoint. Let's just say us. We have jobs that make, normal salaries for the most part. And if we had to move, and you move to another house, which is, similar price range, and then you meet your neighbor and they're like, hey, how's it going? You're like, oh, it's going all right. Really didn't want to move from my other place, but, my dog bit off my neighbor's finger. And so I really love my dog. And so, I had to move about 5 miles away from that town.
I think that's a great starting point, because at that
And then
moment,
I'd be like,
you've already established dominance over your neighbor. They already fear you.
So then I'd be like, oh, great. I have 3 kids. So your dog likes trying to kill people. All right.
No, only
great.
in Frisco. It doesn't do that in the colony. It was more of a violent Frisco dog. That is a really weird sounding rule.
Yeah, like, okay, so I have to now live next to a person that has shown violence to a human. Like, I'm not saying they should put down the dog, but I mean,
or are you?
It would be
Or
so
am I?
difficult. Could you imagine trying to put together like laws based around that with so many dog owners? You're like, that's the politician that hates your dog. If your dog has one mistake, he wants statewide laws that this dog's got to go.
Public beheadings at town square.
I mean, that whole balance, right? I mean, we have bigger dog problems in other parts of DFW that have created the loss of life for human beings. And we're like, well, we really should round up all the stray dogs and euthanize them. And everybody's like, no, you can't euthanize dogs. Are you kidding me? It's like, well, people are trying to walk to their jobs or walk to a bus stop or just get home from their neighbor's house, and they're having to worry about packs of wild dogs. I would say that's a perfectly logical conclusion. I don't want to come into your backyard and take your dog, but if they're stray dogs, We got to have a better solution than just, well, it's hard to solve because you can't make a rule against dogs or dog owners will freak out.
They came up with a good law for that. I think that's why they have the open carry of the swords and spears and stuff that started a year or two ago. So you can protect yourself on your walk.
Okay. It is the GBag Nation here on the Fan. Here's a question for you, Mike. Let's talk a little bit of Mavs.
Okay.
Do you want to see Luka go full James Harden? Because last night he did something that caused quite a bit of an uproar across the NBA community. There's two things running. It's a paradox right now. This incredible respect for James Harden, one of the most brilliant, creative offensive players ever, the taking it to the hoop, the three-point shooting, the passing. He's unbelievable, really. And then there's also something that we've been annoyed for a couple of years, but now the national NBA community is starting to take it on. Like, is it disrespectful to the game? Last night, Steph Curry is defending him, not even close, and James Harden tries a move. Curry stayed in front of him. So Harden grabs his mouth like, oh, my, he punched me on accident. Oh, that's a foul. And Curry's like, dude, he throws up his hands and looks at the refs like, you can't freaking believe this. You cannot reward this. And they didn't, but Harden went to the hoop and they gave him a foul anyway. And Curry was just beside himself. Like, so if other superstars that might try similar stuff, like I remember back in the day, you'd pump fake, the guy would go up, then you'd jump into him. At least that was real contact.
Yeah.
Now it's like trying to fabricate things. So anyway, I don't want to talk about that whole deal. I want to talk about, do we want to see Luka do this? Because when other teams do it, I'm annoyed. But when my guy does it, I'm like, yeah, that's right. Anything for the win, baby.
Yeah,
3 points.
and I'm with you. And except for our guy, can't make free throws. But
important step in the process.
I'm for it for Luka doing that because it's the way the NBA is going, and you have to do that to be an elite player, it seems like, in the league. Yet at the same time, will we ever really get to see the back and forth that we saw with Dominique Wilkins and Larry Bird or, whoever it is, where these guys are going after it and it's basket after basket? Or are we getting to a stage where it's foul after foul and we're getting to see, can they both match each other's free throw attempts and their free throw makes?
That's horrible.
And so I think that's where Steph Curry was like, dude, this is regular season. I think this is where Golden State is in regular season. Like, look, we don't care. It's regular season. But here it is, one-on-one matchup. Try to take me. I'm going to do my best to defend you. And you know what I want? I want, if you make it or whatever you do, I want the ball back and I'm going to go at you one-on-one. This is the entertainment us human beings as fans want to see.
Yeah.
We want to see James Harden versus Steph Curry one-on-one, and then can Steph match it or can Steph do something better the next possession? And it's like James Harden's like, no, I don't want that. I want a foul. I want free throws. And I get it. Harden's awesome. He's probably, going to win the MVP. But I think that's why Steph was upset. Like, no, let's give the fans a show here. You go at me. I go at you. You give your best effort. I give my best effort, both offensively and defensively. Let's see who's better one-on-one right now. And Harden was like, no, I don't want that. I want the foul. I'm used to just free fouls. Give me free fouls. And so that's where I think I want Luka to do it. I want Luka to get the free points. I want the Mavericks to win 50-something games, start making their way back to being an NBA Finals team. But at the same time, it's way more entertaining to watch Luka step back for a three or Luka fake step back, go to the basket, make a runner, and then, all right, fine, F you. Give me the ball. I want them, and then you have this matchup and you're like, those are the things I remember in my lifetime is watching those unbelievable one-on-one matchups and seeing how they could match each other, not how many fouls can I draw.
Yeah, free throw contests always bore the heck out of me. I've remembered some major playoff games that kind of deteriorated into that. And it's horrible. And I think the NBA has done a very good job setting up the rules to be offensive and superstar friendly since we grew up around the game. And now, the players are taking it to a level that's really incredible. Like, that's an incredible talent to be able to judge in mid-moment. Okay, I'm not going to have a great shot to get this off, but I can fake foul and flip it up, and maybe I get lucky and it goes in. Or, is that time alone in a gym? Where Harden's like, okay, what else could I do? Okay, I'm at the top of the key trying to shake and bake. You got to muscle memory that, just like making free throws or anything else.
Because you got to make it look real. If you make it look super fake, like Marcus Smart, he's not a superstar player. He made it look horrible.
Did he?
And then everybody's like, dude, this is a joke, like how much you're faking here. And there has to be at least close to contact for you to fake it. And I think Harden does. He's unbelievable at what I'm going to do is as I'm going to the basket, I'm going to hook your arm
Yeah.
So now it looks like you're trying to reach for the ball. All I did was I hooked you. Now I'm holding your arm. You can't get away from me. And then I'm just going to go up with the other hand, my free hand, try to make the basket and be like, guys, I couldn't grab the ball with my other hand. Did you see he was locking my arm where I couldn't get the ball with two hands? And it's like, I wasn't trying to do anything. He locked my arm in where I couldn't move.
Now he can't block the shot.
Yeah. Now you're saying it's my fault for him locking me. And the refs are like, yeah, what we saw is he couldn't gather the ball with two hands, so it's a foul.
I mean, it's frustrating to watch, but just athletically and execution-wise, it's every bit as impressive as Patrick Mahomes' no-look passing.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly
it is
innovative
an art.
as well.
I do think Luka has that. I mean, his free throw attempts as a rookie are unbelievably high. So I do think he's going to be a guy that you're going to watch go to the line and average 10 times a game in his prime. It's just a matter of, can he make more than 6 out of 10 free throws?
Zion Williamson is going to rejoin Duke for the tournament today.
Yeah, I'm interested. I think that's 6 p.m. out here, 8 p.m. at home. I'm interested to watch that. They're playing Syracuse. I believe they lost to Syracuse earlier in the year, and you know why? Because they play a zone and they dare Zion to shoot the ball wide open. And
so
he can't.
Syracuse isn't in the Big East anymore.
No, they're in the ACC.
Been a long time.
Yeah. So about, I'd say 4 years.
Okay.
But I'm not exactly
all right.
sure. I'm not exactly sure.
When Melo was there, where were they?
They're Big East.
All right, cool. Got it.
But yeah, so the thing is Syracuse will play a zone. They're going to dare Duke to shoot as many 3-pointers as they possibly want. And Zion, he wants to dunk the basketball. And this is where I think we're on the same page, Gavin, but it seems like most of people that are watching college basketball aren't. I'm like, all you have to do is not guard Zion, and he can't shoot a basketball.
Yeah, I think it's going to be obvious by the time we get around to the draft. But I don't know. Maybe his athleticism will trump all for some teams. I think it's a huge mistake. It's more of a skill game than ever.
We were having a discussion with Sandler because I said, I take R.J. Barrett number 1 hands down. I don't even have to think about it. And he said, well, have you seen where he's only shooting 29% when he shoots a deep 3-pointer? So more like an NBA standard 3-pointer. I said, I know Zion shoots 0%.
Okay. That was a great line. Yeah, Luka wasn't great from 3 last year. It's just it's hard to call a guy not talented to shoot from deep at 19 years old. Okay, Jeffrey Time's coming up next. Where are we going?
We got a real life mob war going on. We got that for you next.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we have a draft expert on our show, and his name is Tizzle. And at 5:40, we're going to answer all your draft questions. I got some of my own. Can the Cowboys get what they need at 58? Bring it on, my friends. In fact, listen to the whole show. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen all week long for high-energy moments in tournament history, sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Memorable college basketball games and plays from past playoffs. 5 Hour Energy. Energy on the go.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit MBUSA.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
This Saturday night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year.
They're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship.
Oh my goodness, what an end.
Spence Jr. versus Garcia, Saturday at 8 Central, only on pay-per-view, or see it live at AT&T Stadium.
I'm a real person, real voice, and a real face, even though you can't see it because, radio invisibility. You know what else is super duper real? Geico Local Offices. A Geico Local agent could tailor fit a policy to you, which could save you hundreds on your car insurance. All because Geico Local agents keep it real, with real savings and real service. Really.
And there's more. A Geico Local agent could help you with more than just auto policies, like motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance. Stop by or give them a call today.
Washing my nose, oh yeah.
I'm a shower curtain, and I do one thing, keep water from leaking everywhere. So you see why I feel useless compared to Geico, who does so much more. Like, not only could Geico save you money, but they've been around for over 75 years. And they give you 24/7 access online, over the phone, or on the Geico app. And they've got a 97% customer satisfaction rating. They do all this while I have to listen to this chucklehead. Oh, good, he stopped.
Washing my toes.
Oh, great, an encore.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 3 for $10. Oh, and congratulate your sister on her report card. It's not great, but this time she didn't try to hide it from us. Oh, and remember, tonight's your dad's goatee intervention. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Come in now for Chili's 3 for $10. Starter, entree, and drink for just $10. With entrees like hand-battered chicken crispers, and for a limited time, our mouth-watering sirloin steak topped with garlic butter. Together, we Chili's. Available at participating locations only.
She used to play hide and seek in your backyard. Now, she's getting married in it. So when you see a bare spot, you need something that patches it fast. Pennington One Step Complete has a revolutionary formula that repairs bare spots in only 2 weeks or less. Pennington has been trusted since 1945, and now it works even faster. One Step Complete from Pennington. Honest green. Get your lawn ready for any occasion. Head to your local retailer to pick up One Step Complete.
Join the Dallas Observer on March 23rd from 4 to 7 at Dallas Farmers Market for the second annual Between the Buns, a Dallas Observer slider event. Check out some of the best sliders Dallas has to offer, along with music, beer, and cocktails. Use promo code THEFAN for discounted general admission tickets and get more information at 1053thefan.com.
In the next 12 weeks, 10,000 first-time homebuyers will purchase a home in the Metroplex. Some will have good jobs, good credit, and plenty of cash. Others won't. But what they will have in common is that they took the necessary steps to make sure they were mortgage ready before speaking to an agent or lender. Hey, Ben and Skin here for GetMortgageReady.com. Buying a home without expert guidance is like running a marathon without training.
Then GetMortgageReady.com offers first-timers a free qualification platform. Calculate your affordability, money needed. It identifies potential issues and provides tips and strategies to save you money. Thousands of folks have used Get Mortgage Ready, including me and Ben, as well as our listeners, and we highly recommend you do as well. They'll hold your hand until you get the keys to your new home. It's online. It's free. It takes less than 10 minutes and saves you money, all from the comfort of your couch. Make it happen, baby. Visit GetMortgageReady.com today or call 214-692-5300. That's 214-692-5300. Check it out. It's GetMortgageReady.com.
We're at spring training. We were at the Senior Bowl and NFL Combine. And now, boxing's biggest fight of the year descends upon AT&T with the Fan's Errol Spence. And we'll be there. Sean and RJ, live from AT&T Stadium tomorrow morning, getting you ready for Spence Garcia right here on the Fan.
The new Mesquite Mitsubishi is now open, y'all. Just $250 down, $250 a month or less on the new Mitsubishi. At 635 in Oats, you can visit mymitsu.com.
Thank you, Lucius. Check out radio.com. Stream us right there. And if you like our page, by clicking that heart button, we can send you breaking news directly to your smartphone when it happens, you know, Cowboys, whatever it might be. And we got the webcam up at 105throughthefan.com here in Surprise Live from spring training. We're 1 hour from JD joining us for Mike Likes It. And here's Kavanaugh.
All right. Yeah, we got a real-life mob war going on. I didn't know these were real things anymore, but apparently they are right after this song.
Y'all need to take a hit of this Jeffrey.
I'm on the Jeffrey too.
Why the is it called a Jeffrey? That's the joy of the Jeffrey, you see. It goes away, but then it comes back.
Mike's found something pretty funny on Twitter. There's a sign at some place in Austin, some restaurant.
Yeah, it says A&M furious that no one wanted to pay bribes to be admitted to our school.
Their school, yeah.
School.
College sports are so hilarious.
That's funny. Okay, yeah.
And offensive.
Yeah, terribly offensive. I'm offended for UT and for A&M because I really stand for both.
Classless behavior.
I also love
And
UNT
funny.
and TCU and Texas Tech and Rice and whoever else is potentially offended. I think we got a lot of Arkansas listeners. Big fan. Go, John Stephen. The leader of the Gambino crime family got assassinated. I didn't know we still had real life crime families.
Neither did I.
But we definitely
I thought they'd kind of retired.
Yeah, we definitely do. So this is the crime family that was once headed by John Gotti. And
What are they doing? What crimes are they committing?
I don't know. Is there still, we got some rackets going on? Are they still walking around to the gas station with a baseball bat? Like, you got my $70 or I'll break your shot.
I don't think they're into that kind of, what is that called? Extortion?
Yeah, protection racket, little something like that. What do? They just drug dealers?
I don't know.
Common drug dealers?
Maybe I would think that. Yeah,
Weapons dealers?
maybe identity fraud, weapons dealing.
Okay.
Yeah, let me Google it.
All right, yeah, you check that out. Figure out what the mob's up to these days. But the leader of this old crime family, his name is Francesco Cali. Call him Frankie Boy.
Club Cali.
Yeah.
I know they took over after Escobar got killed.
Okay. Frankie Boy was found with multiple gunshot wounds to his body outside his home on Staten Island. Law enforcement says this was not some fly-by-night thing. This was a well-thought-out execution. Police recovered 12 shell casings at the scene. Maybe we should just have people text in. What is the mob up to these days? I feel like people know.
Okay, these include still murder and extortion, corruption of public officials, gambling, infiltration of legitimate businesses, labor racketeering, loan sharking, tax fraud schemes, and stock manipulation schemes.
Oh, we're going white collar.
You also have human trafficking.
Oh, no.
As, depending on which part of the country or which part of the world you might be in. And there are some organized crime outfits that are into that as well.
So New York, are you human trafficking Canadians? Doesn't matter really. If you're doing it, it's wrong and you should stop. Frankie Boy is the first mob boss murdered in New York City in 35 years. So he was shot as many as 10 times by a killer who fled the scene in a pickup truck. This is a blue pickup. If you're a New York listener that's streaming, if you see a blue pickup truck today, they might have killed a mob boss.
Okay.
So steer clear
Flag
of that.
him down.
So stop them.
Was it you?
Say, hey, did you do this?
No. Just steer clear of that. Yeah.
You're going to start a mob war in our city again. Give me your gun.
He said a
totally inappropriate, sir.
Male witness who was driving nearby when it happened told police he heard the gunshots. He thought it was fireworks, and then he saw an individual run toward the driver's side of a blue pickup while simultaneously keeping one hand near his waistband. Source said. Now, as a gun, if you just let off 12 shots out of a gun and then you push that into your waistband, would that burn you? Does the gun get hot?
Yeah.
Okay.
That might have been why he was grabbing his waist.
Okay.
Put
it back in there.
Supposed to bring the holster.
Other witnesses saw the pickup truck driving through the neighborhood at about the same
was
time.
Singing about
what?
Usher.
You're gonna have to clarify.
The holster. Burn.
Let it burn.
I thought that was an STD song. I always thought that was a chlamydia song. No gun has been recovered. No one's been arrested. Investigation is ongoing. Now,
one witness has disappeared. The man who spoke with reporters earlier.
Not yet. Last October, there was a different guy from the Bonanno. Shut up, Mike.
Hey, listen, this is none of my business, like the organized crime, anything on the street. Hey, I'm not talking to TV about this. Put my face out there unless you blurred me out and gave me that scrabble voice,
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'd probably jump in the passenger seat of that truck and just be like, I just want you to know that I saw it and I want to be a part of whatever you're doing because I don't want you to find out later that I saw it and come kill me.
I'm totally in.
Just whatever you need, minimum wage me. Come on, let me in.
Yeah, if they interview me, I say, I have Netflix. I know what happens to people who talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go totally silent, bro. La Cosa Nostra, me and you. Let's do this.
Law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told the news that detectives are attempting to determine if this killing here signals the revival of a mob war.
Sounds like it.
They say the
There's
shooting
a new boss
outside his home, the source said, suggests the killing was meant to send a message. Wouldn't you want to send a message to the boss of the other people?
Yeah, like
he didn't get that message. He's dead.
No.
Now you're just going to have somebody else mad.
Yeah, now there's a bunch of capos, right? They're trying to become the new boss, and they're coming back after you, yeah.
And I think they're all going to have to go into a room and fight each other, and whoever wins gets to be the new boss. Last October, we had a different guy, a 71-year-old guy named Sylvester. He was of the Bonanno crime family. He was gunned down at a McDonald's drive-thru in the Bronx. And then his son survived an assassination attempt in July outside his house.
How old's his son?
Not 71.
How is there all these mob situations and they know where all the mob is at, but not getting the mob?
I don't know. Isn't that weird?
They
Where
know
it's
where
like,
the
yeah,
mob
the head of the
lives
crime-
and the house and the colors of the cars and everything, but nobody's arrested.
Are they bribing public officials, you think?
I mean, that's what the mob does.
How is it so common knowledge that, yes, this is the head of the crime family that was killed? Wait, you knew who the head of the crime family was, and he's just hanging out?
If you're a district attorney, are you thinking, we got to go arrest this guy? Or like, just freaking ignore it, guys?
No, I've seen The Dark Knight. You go the RICO rule or whatever, and you indict pretty much everyone they've ever met, and then everybody's locked up for a minute, and you get a couple weeks of clean streets before you, of course, become a target.
I'm glad there's people willing to take that risk, but...
Probably not very many because they know who all the crime bosses are, and they're just sitting at the house. They're not arresting them.
It's like, hopefully they'll all kill each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Family members of our guy Frankie Boyce told police he was inside the house when he heard something that sounded like his car being hit, and he went outside. But then another source says that he actually received a call or text message on his phone that lured him out to the front terrace, and then they killed him. The end. Rest in peace.
Come on out. We got a present for you.
Mm-hmm.
Say hello to Tommy. Tommy Gunn.
Nah, no, it's not
the boxer.
Not your best work. No, that was good. It was a good follow-up on his joke. Yeah. In other news, how many days can I bring up the rich people paying for their kids to get into school? Well, however many days this is how many days I can go. The actress Felicity Huffman, she's from Desperate Housewives. She paid to have her kid get better scores on the SATs so that her kid could get into some school. I don't know which one. It doesn't matter. Interestingly, the internet always remembers. So 15 years ago, there was an episode of Desperate Housewives, 2004, season 1, episode 5, if you're looking, where Felicity Huffman's character and her husband are trying to get their daughter into a private school. And while they're sitting there, the people who run the private school are like, well, your kid's grades, a little ordinary for us. And so they write a $15,000 check, and then they get the kid into the school. So they just bribe them to get the kid into the school.
Okay.
So then 15 years later, she is arrested for paying $15,000 to have her kid's SAT score changed. So basically, she just used the show she had already done to lay the foundation.
Ooh, I know how this goes.
Right. Like, well, my kid didn't get in. Well, I know the going rate because it was on my show. So tell me this, 15 grand, get it done. And I tell you what, the guy who was running this whole racket, he should go to prison for life because his prices were not even across the board.
Really?
Aunt Becky paid the most.
He was filling situations out.
Yeah. Aunt Becky paid $250 grand a kid.
Wow.
And then these other CEO types are paying up to $200 grand a kid. And then other people are getting SAT and ACT scores and grades fixed for 15 grand.
What if she had
Hold
to pay
on,
the most?
man.
The guy's like, now wait a second.
Your daughter's famous.
Your kid can't even read. Like
I'm base it on their score.
Like I have to fix that they actually went to high school, that they did stuff in high school, their SAT score, this school, and like maybe the other ones are like, all I have to do is fabricate some SAT scores and say that they played some sports.
Well, I just want to know, now that we're busting people for fabricating scores and getting kids into classes, when are we going to go around to like every ISD in Texas and get all the teachers and principals and coaches? This is a big deal. I think I'm sorry, but I know you wanted to win football, but the cost
that kid doesn't live in the district.
The cost of winning football is robbing generations of educational accountability. I mean, that's your job as an educator, is to try to figure out how to get this kid to learn so they can remain eligible. You got to make them earn it. That's teaching life lessons. That's, as the football coach would say, turning boys into men. So let's have it. I mean, there should be thousands of indictments across the country for this kind of stuff. But I think this is just selective outrage on a story that's kind of sexy and involves celebrities.
Yeah, because Aunt Becky's in it. Mike, you said you would pay how much to watch the pay-per-view of Lori Loughlin in prison making love?
Not making love. I just said that should be like a show. I would watch that show if they're like, hey, Orange is the New Black.
Here's a couple new characters.
Let's watch like 6 months of like like maybe 6 episodes of like, here's what happens to these people that did this. And I mean, obviously the famous people. I don't really care about the other doctors and lawyers and famous people who paid, but like, here's Aunt Becky in prison for 6 months.
She could have got a lot better rate if she didn't marry.
Show.
Yeah.
If she didn't marry the Mossimo guy, she would have got a better rate, because all these other people got better rates. But I guess because they both had money, they had to pay top dollar.
He's probably got his normal rate, and she was just like, I'll do anything. He goes, okay, tell me more.
How come? Are you saying that these two moms hid this totally from the dads?
Great question.
Because
they're the only ones that are indicted.
This is the weird part of the story is were they hiding this from? I mean, obviously the FBI had to say The fathers had nothing to do with this. The fathers had no clue that the moms had gone rogue. And
because the dads are probably like, relax, honey. It does not matter what college she goes to. It doesn't even matter. Chill out. Why are you obsessing over where our daughter goes to?
Can't you tell she doesn't want to work at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would clearly.
We need to be. The parents fight all the time about, but I wouldn't be surprised if the dad knew. I'm just presenting a.
There's no way they knew. Massimo guy would never do that, and William H. Macy would never do that. They are sweet, sweet men.
And wouldn't they would be in big trouble too, right? Because they're not. They didn't get indicted. So I think that's a tough thing too. If you are a husband, like, what did you do? But how did they not notice that $500,000 were missing out of their bank account?
Because you own Massimo.
I mean, she's in control. She's calling all the shots, clearly.
Yeah, she owns his wallet. We need to see what Massimo guy looks like. Because I promise you, William H. Macy ain't getting walked over.
Massimo guy I've seen him
good-looking
on
guy?
the news. Yeah, good looking guy.
50s? What are we looking?
He's in his
short hair,
mid-50s or mid-60s, somewhere in there.
Beach volleyball guy.
Yeah,
grayish black hair.
Oh, little salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper hair.
Salt and pepper action.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Felon.
Well, good luck to all involved, and hopefully your kids get expelled or whatever.
And just kidding, high school teachers. I'm sure you're good. They're not going to stop it.
Yeah, a lot of you are good. You're fine.
Cowboys Twitter, let's talk about the thing that has a chance to make the team efficient on offense again. And a hell of a welcome for Cole Beasley up north is next in the nation.
Never leave the nation. Listen to the GBag Nation every day, anywhere at radio.com.
Radio.com.
This is John Feinstein with a CBS Sports Minute sponsored by Home Advisor. Find top-rated pros for any home project at homeadvisor.com. New York's NFL football teams have made a lot of news in recent years, most of it bad. The argument can be made that the last time either team was the dominant story in the city for a good reason was the Giants' last Super Bowl win over the Patriots. That was 7 years ago. But Tuesday was different. First came the stunning news that the Giants had traded Odell Beckham to the Cleveland Browns. Many will question whether the Giants got enough for this spectacular, though sometimes sulky, wide receiver. Regardless, the message was clear. The Giants are moving on, even with a 38-year-old quarterback. Meanwhile, the Jets, who last really mattered when Joe Namath was their quarterback, signed Le'Veon Bell, arguably one of the sport's best running backs. He's also rested after sitting out last season in a contract dispute with the Steelers. Now, if the Jets can just find some offensive linemen, I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
Before college hoops mayhem hits the courts, keep mayhem at bay back home and get those long-awaited home projects done with Home Advisor. From small projects like a leaky faucet to big projects like remodeling the kitchen, Home Advisor will help you find the right pro at a fair price. Just tell them what you need and you will be matched to top-rated local pros. You can even read reviews, check cost guides, request quotes, and book appointments all for free. Get started on your next project at homeadvisor.com or download the free app today.
This Saturday night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year. Two of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world put their perfect records on the line.
You're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship. Live from AT&T Stadium. Spence Jr. versus Garcia. Saturday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Live on pay-per-view. Order now.
I was able to get everything, the most perfect diamond I could ever want. It's just my dream ring that I thought I would never be able to afford.
Meet Chelsea Dunn, who shopped several stores with her fiancé Parker, but found nobody could offer the value, the quality, the selection, the service she found at Diamonds Direct.
As soon as we walked in Diamonds Direct, we felt immediately comfortable. We felt like they were listening to everything we said.
But the most surprising thing was how much more they could afford at Diamonds Direct. Chelsea ended up with a 2.5 carat GIA diamond in a designer setting, a lot more than she was expecting.
I thought I'd have to be 50 in order to get a ring like that.
Diamonds Direct, the guaranteed best prices, the strongest warranties in the industry, over 4,000 rings, and a totally no-risk, no-pressure shopping experience.
It's people that are pretty much family, honestly, at this point. I'm not even joking. It sounds like an exaggeration, but they're so warm and welcoming.
Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
We are Diamonds Direct customers for life.
On Preston Road at Cherry Lane, official jeweler of the Dallas Cowboys.
When it comes to getting a pre-owned car, everyone would like to find a great lease return. And where better to look than the nation's leasing leader, Autoflex Leasing. We have a plan that will change the way you save money on your cars forever. It's the Flex Buy and the only place you can get it is Autoflex Leasing. The Flex Buy gives you the security and benefits of ownership with the low payments and guarantees that you have when you lease. No down payment, payments up to 50% less than a traditional purchase, and a guaranteed trade-in value. Yep, all that, and you own the car. It's not a lease. It's our exclusive Flex Buy. The title's in your name, so if you want to buy it at the end, you don't have to pay taxes again. Like I said, all the benefits of ownership and all the things that save you money with a lease when you Flex Buy your next car from Autoflex Leasing. Call Autoflex today at any local area code, then 234-1234, or reach us online at autoflex.com. Don't just buy your next car, Flex Buy it from Autoflex Leasing.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah.
Some of you thought of getting a cashback refinance last summer, but then the rates went up so high, you said maybe it's not worth it right now. Well, rates have dropped. They've dropped up to 0.75%. Call TexasHoney.com. See if consolidating that debt right now is worth it. It might save hundreds. It might save thousands of dollars each month with a cashback refinance with TexasHoney.com. Call our expert team, 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Ben and Skin here. We wanted to take a second to congratulate our friends over at Balcones Distilling. They don't normally celebrate awards, but this one is a little different. The Icons of Whiskey just named head distiller Jared Hempstead America's Master Distiller of the Year.
We're all really excited for Jared, and because he's never one to seek out the spotlight, here's one giant spotlight. Congrats on your well-deserved recognition, Jared. Keep doing your thing. Balcones Distilling, distilled to appreciate.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona.
Let's do this.
It's the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 4 of the GBag Nation. Time for some Cowboys Twitter. General at your service, live from Surprise, Arizona. See me, bear me. And Jeff Kavanaugh, Mike Bassick, and Lucius Alexander back home at 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down. And we will start with a tweet from a blog in the boys. They sent this out. Bills fans were waiting at the airport for Cole Beasley. Treat him well, Buffalo. And I think that's a pretty cool deal. Obviously we experienced that during the Mavs championship run where a bunch of people got, lined up there at Love Field, and they did it for the Rangers as well. I think the thing that's a little bit different for the one team sports towns is anything can get enough fans excited to go to the airport to greet the new guy as soon as you find out what airplane he's on, because your entire off season is just an off season without any sport. Your favorite team isn't playing because you don't have a team in there. Sure, there's fans that kind of gravitate to the closest regional team or the big national brands or whatever, but it's just so different, and you're starved for anything. So I guess that's getting off on the right foot for Cole Beasley and the Bills fans, and let's hope that keeps up. Hopefully he can get some great chemistry with Josh Allen, and he turns into a fan favorite up there. That'd be awesome for him.
And that's where Ben is.
Yeah, he flew up there to kind of be a conduit.
Vacation.
Yeah. He was like, I'll handle this for you. That's right, because Ben is off these days, isn't he? That would be awesome if that was the story.
We saw Ben Rogers as they take a picture of Cole Beasley. There's Ben right behind him. He's this promotion guy to make sure Buffalo's set up the way that Cole deserves it to be set up.
Of course, on Cowboys Twitter, you have a little bit of talk going about the return of Tavon Austin, a player, man. Hopefully he can remain healthy and, give the Cowboys that good jet action there on the jet sweep, provide a lot of deception from there, help out in special teams a little bit. I just feel like
he's fun too.
Yeah.
Like the personality.
Yeah.
I don't know
Great
how much
energy.
that really counts for, but I feel like if you play wide receiver, you want Tavon Austin in the room with you.
Yeah.
He's the fun guy. He's the energy guy.
Yeah.
He makes work enjoyable. And then he's a heck of a punt returner that can play some receiver.
Yeah. I made a couple of big plays last year for sure. How about we go to at PressBoxDFW? I hadn't been following them. I believe it's, a new startup sports situation. Oh. And Gil Brandt wrote an article on PressBoxDFW.com. Disturbingly quiet in the NFL free agent market, said the tweet. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones needs to address the urgent business of Tank Lawrence's new contract. Gil Brandt explains why at the website there. So I find that one interesting. I don't think Jerry's going to come out and talk about it, but it would be fascinating if he would right now. Like, we have negotiations going on. He doesn't want to help or hurt it. I think if Jerry would come out and try to talk about this, it would take him about 4 minutes to kind of say nothing, right?
Because what are you going to say right now?
Yeah.
Like if you say we've made a really good offer, it's like you're trying to slander the player. Like, we don't know why he hadn't accepted it. We made him a great offer. And if you say we haven't offered enough, you look like there is no win if you talk about a negotiation, I don't think.
Yeah, and I think Gil is with us is just make a move. Either sign him because you know that it's going to be around this number, or trade him. I don't get the speaking to the media part, but I feel like maybe Gil's coming from the almost like,
my bad. It's Gil Leberton, formerly of the Star Telegram. That's
okay.
That's a horrible misread by mine. So it's Gil Leberton, and the headline. He's one of my favorite writers as well, though. Wake up, Jerry, and sign Tank. Elsewhere here on Cowboys Twitter, Pro Football Focus tweeting the duo of Ronnie Stanley and Tyron Smith led the league by allowing the lowest pressure percentage of tackles in 2018, and it got me thinking. Tyron's still amazing at his job, as Jeff told us at several points last year after multiple film studies. So are Travis and Zach if they stay healthy. I think for sure they're going to jump back closer to the top 5. Could they become the best offensive line? Because to me, that's the biggest possibility for dramatically changing what they were last year. Dak is so much better when he can step into the ball and drive the ball down the field. It's not even close how much better that he is. He starts looking like an elite quarterback with the kind of throws, if he's got the time and he can see everything that he can make. Remember in his run in 2016 where we're like, holy crap, he's dropping the ball in between levels and everything and really getting the ball downfield early on. And things have changed significantly. And then the other thing about that 16 year is they were able to run the ball against an 8-man box consistently with the best line in the NFL and still be productive. We get into 1st and goal situations. The Cowboys felt like last year, guys, we can't run it. So that's what started Linehan down the path of trying trick plays with Noah Brown and Jameez Olawale being the intended receiver on stuff. So that to me, as we're looking for, okay, free agency is kind of wrapping up. Maybe there will be some Eric Berry excitement, but probably not. And it's looking like they're just addressing depth. This is the way to sort of regenerate that hope. It's chicken soup for the Cowboys soul, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's just sometimes it's hard to sell to a fan base a plan in a time where other people get to get new shiny toys and you don't. When you say, listen, the reason the Cowboys are going to be better than they were a year ago is because they're going to get guys back. There's going to be natural progression. They're going to be able to do the things they used to do a few years ago if somebody doesn't get hurt, and they're going to be able to block. And like all of that, it's true. But I just don't know how many people gets excited while other people get to grab Earl Thomas and sign Le'Veon Bell and all these different names. You're like, no. This is okay too. What they're doing is okay.
It is, but you could have said the same thing about this time last year, and then we realized it wasn't, and then they made the move to get Amari Cooper. I'm with, like, look, not spending $1 zillion in free agency, but I think it's really tough to bring back the same team.
But last year we kind of saw the glaring hole. What is it this year? Like, what's the big thing that you're like, they've got to do this? Because we saw the wide receiver core was going to be bad.
Well, I would say they got to sign DeMarcus Lawrence back,
right,
or they're not going to be that good of a defense. I think they have to upgrade one of the safety spots, but to your point, I don't think they have to. They could just bring in another person to compete with Jeff Heath if they wanted to. And then the one thing that I'd say they have to do, they have to be able to score the ball better. They can't offensively be the same next year and expect to beat the Saints, the Rams, whoever the other teams are that are going to be really good next year if they're not able to move the ball offensively better.
And I think that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons that you have suddenly Kellen Moore instead of Scott Linehan. Because I don't know exactly Jerry and Steven's thinking, but from my perspective, what they saw was the Cowboys as a collection, not the players, but the people calling the plays and designing the game plan. If they got to a spot where they could kick a 45-yard field goal and it was 1st and 10, you dialed the conservative all the way up, where it's like, well, guys, the worst thing we could do now is forfeit these 3 points. So instead of saying, I'm going to go back to the Sean McVay quote, even though now we know that he doesn't always live by it. Attack success, don't fear failure. When you get it going, like the 2-minute warning, bing, 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 they get down the field. When they're down by 6, bing, 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 they'll get down the field. But over the course of a regular game and on just any drive, if they get into field goal range, they just hit the brakes. It's like, hey, our number one goal is not the touchdown. Our number one goal is to not give up these 3. We got these 3. Don't give them up. That's our biggest goal. It's the wrong goal. And I think because it's something that's philosophical and it's a big picture thing, somebody got fired. Or Jason Garrett just picked his next scapegoat. But ideally, it means that got somebody fired and that's going to be different. But we shall see.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I saw a tweet from Bobby Belt right here. He says, Abram will now blow the Cowboys away in an interview. He is everything that the team says they want in the locker room. They're talking about Mississippi State's Jonathan Abram. Appears to be a defensive back.
So he's the first guy that Bobby says is going to be on the Cowboys. Every year we do this where they have 30 guys before the draft. They're going to bring in 30 individuals that are NFL draft prospects out to the Star for, quote, official visits. And when that list comes out, we get an idea of the position groups they're looking at because you'll have 6 of a position, 8 of a position of your 30 spots. And so Jonathan Abram is the first name that we know.
Okay.
And Jonathan Abram's a good one.
Nice.
If Jonathan Abram were available at number 58, which is not impossible, Jonathan Abram is worth the pick.
The follow-up question to Bobby, he said it's about 50-50 that he makes it there.
Yeah, give or take. We talked to Dane this morning, and he actually mentioned him and gave a brief scouting report. He's like your typical strong safety in that as a tackler, just flying around and making plays, he's outstanding. In coverage, it's kind of okay, like not Kayvon Frazier, where it was like, guys, he ain't gonna cover for you, but not a coverage guy. He's a downhill guy more so than a coverage guy, but he's a really good player. And if you had a chance to get him, that would be a good one.
Cowboys Twitter continues here on 105.3 The Fan. We go to at Tom Ryle BTB, a Blog in the Boys writer, says, getting the feeling this Christian Covington signing is a pretty good move by the Cowboys. Like his resume, he spent 4 years down there in Houston. Now they do have Chris Covington, a linebacker special teams guy, already on the roster. Not sure if both are going to make the team, but it's fun.
Well, if they did, wouldn't you? And now here's where it gets really awkward. Because anytime that you have a guy with the same last name and the same first initial, one of them has to go to the next initial. So you have to have 2 letters back there. When they both start with Chris, that means for Christian, you would have to add one more. But would they put Christ Covington on the back of his jersey?
That would be awesome.
They might have to put full Christ I Covington.
Christy Covington.
Yeah, and you may not want to go Christy.
Maybe you have a nickname situation come into play. You ask the NFL for an exception to their rules or something. I think you probably just go super basic and just say, hey guys, you're going to have to lean on the numbers for these ones. They're both going Covington.
Or one of them gets a first initial and one gets no initial.
Okay, I can see that too.
In spring training yesterday, I've never seen this, but you know how there's a lot of people now with 2 last names because of divorces and stuff like that. There's a guy for the Indians. He had letters on his sleeves. They literally because he had a hyphen name and they were 2 longer names, like let's just say, I don't know, Worthington and Washington, and that was his last name. And so they had to hyphenate it. So they actually had 2 letters on each sleeve. So his last name went from sleeve to sleeve.
All right. Elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, that's pretty impressive. I've never seen that before. Tavon Austin tweeting earlier today, unfinished business, ! Hashtag Big Tay. I love that when little guys take the big guy or the big guys take the little guy, like little Joe is like 360 pounds, something like that. That's always fun. And then Bobby, who's a regular contributor here to Cowboys Twitter, says, not a surprise because Garrett loves Tavon. He's got that, quote, juice Garrett desires on the field and in the locker room. It's great for positive energy. You said it best, Jeff.
It makes it fun. Every team needs guys that make work fun. Now, they have to be good enough to play your professional sport, but I think having one of those guys in each position group would be ideal. And the Cowboys kind of have that, except the one on the defensive line is currently really mad and wants his money. So you might want to figure that one out ASAP.
Yes, that is the top layer of business right now. How about David Hellman? Text from my dad just now. I believe his name is now Cold Beasley. That's elite dadding right there, folks. Grade A stuff.
That's a good dad joke.
I'm so proud. Yeah, I'm jealous of that dad joke, actually. I'm pretty disappointed me or Troy didn't think of it first. How about Taco Charlton here tweeting to Cold? Good luck, Pops. It's been real, my G. P.S. I'm sick. We never got to do the taco time sauce celebration I thought about. That would have been perfect.
What celebration?
You would have to have some sort of a taco big play, maybe a strip sack touchdown. So he's doing a taco dance, and Cold Beasley comes over with the sauce to put on the tacos. that would have been pretty fun, right? That would have gone viral.
Yeah, if we could ever get a taco play.
Cold replies, "I'll miss y'all, man, and I feel you. I'll pour the sauce on there, but just from the other sideline."
What if Taco breaks out this year?
Wouldn't
his
that be
third
awesome?
year, Randy Gregory's not there. He was a failure in his second year when we thought he was going to improve, and he just puts in the work and he shows up and he's a solid starting defensive end in his third year. Remember how? I mean,
not impossible.
I'll be positive here. After 2 years of Byron Jones, I was like, probably made a mistake with the first round pick. Not that he was a bust, but it was just like right around the same pick as Taco. It's just like, it's not really working out. And then in his fourth year, last year his fourth year?
Who? Taco?
Byron.
Oh, Byron. Last year was his fourth. This will be his fifth year.
So he
option,
broke out in his fourth year. So I'll at least, like, as much as I rag and we
maybe
rag
move
on
Taco to tight end for his breakout. Byron had to kind of move positions.
Or defensive tackle.
My palms are getting sweaty over here because about 45 seconds ago, you said, "What if Taco breaks out?" And I thought about saying, if that happens, I'll ride that roller coaster. Then I went to a very scary place.
You said it.
No, that was a hypothetical.
It's on tape.
That was a hypothetical. No,
Texas Giant. If Taco has more than 6.5 is the number.
That's so possible.
If he has 7 sacks next year, you ride the Texas Giant. I'll pay for you to get into Six Flags. I will pay your admission fee.
Thank you. No, who was it? Was it Adrian Claiborne or something with Atlanta who had 6 sacks in one game because of horrible coaching?
We as a group will buy you season passes for the family.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Wow.
If you ride the Texas Giant.
Does Abby like thrill rides?
She probably will. She's into it right now.
Your reactions are telling me you hate theme parks.
Yeah, well,
what a blessing.
I like going to the fair and walking around and stuff, but I don't want to just be in a roller coaster factory where sheer terror. No, because I freak out on ski lifts. We'll be 40 feet up, and I'm
those are scarier.
When's the last time they double checked this? When's an engineer been through here? I'm seeing this steel cable up here fraying a little bit. I see two threads coming out of that.
Face your fears.
Right? Yeah.
Nobody's ever died on the Texas Giant.
Wait, I don't know if that's accurate.
Screw you, Mike.
How many deaths happened at theme parks
Troll
each year?
Game's been A+ by Mike this year, by the way.
It's like single digits, the number of people that die on roller coasters every year, give or take.
Come on.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. By the way,
How is that your biggest fear?
Let's update the 737 MAX 8 storyline because we were talking about this a couple of days ago, and Mike looked at me like I was complete chicken.
Yeah.
That if we show up for the plane Friday night, he said, "Would you get on if you knew it was a MAX 8?" I said, "Hell no. UK just banned it. FAA is keeping it in the air to protect Boeing stock price." Thankfully, El Presidente came through and said, "No, forget about that. We're protecting American lives right now." So you were going to get on that plane.
I was.
Death trap.
But I don't think it was good. Well, you're going to get on at 8, but I was just like, yeah, I believe that it'll make it.
See, so maybe you should be a little bit
My
more
whole
cautious.
goal is to get
There's
you
like
on the Texas. I want to ride the Texas Giant with you.
Well, you're going to have to come up with a hell of a bet. You put Taco Sacks at 12.5 and give
12.5.
Yeah.
Double digits.
12.5. Double digits. You're safe, Gavin.
Yeah, you're safe. 10 sacks. There's no way.
He's got a 1% chance of winning that bet.
Yeah, Taco 10 total sacks in the next 2 years.
And then Mike has to have a not as bad payoff if he loses, though. It's not just a one-way bet.
I can't pull the trigger because I think what would happen is we'd get there and then you'd strap me and I'd say, "No, get me out of here. I got to chicken out." And then everybody'd be like, "Oh my God, did you see how much of a chicken you are? You can't be called a general if you're a chicken like that." So it would just end horribly.
You can do it. Abby's 7 years old. She's getting on it. That's what I'd say.
What kind of roller coaster will you do? Are there any of them that you'll do?
Ones that don't go upside down.
Texas Giant doesn't go upside down.
Doesn't go upside down.
What's it? You just go way up? And
Yeah,
then
the
you drop?
beginning is way up and
It's
the big
just
drop.
the wooden one that's really small.
It's not really small. It's called a giant.
It's like 8 stories up there.
It's very. It's
I'll check it out next time we're at the Globe. Okay, maybe we can figure this out on opening day or something. Okay, where we go? It's time for birthday. The birthday power rankings, the battle for birthday dominance, an NFL draft big board report, and more next on The Fan.
Never miss a second of The Fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com.
Radio.com.
Try Taco Bueno's new Bueno for under $1 menu. 10 Tex-Mex favorites for just $79, $89, and 99 cents, including the Party Burrito and new double cheesy Party Taco. The real Tex-Mex deal. Only Bueno is Bueno.
21-time nominated Grammy Award winner, Dwight Yoakam. Live in concert, Friday, September 20th, WinStar World Casino and Resort. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Get Dwight Yoakam's latest bluegrass album, Swimming Pools, Movie Stars. Available now.
Did you know that with Spectrum Mobile, you could save big on your wireless bill? Get our Buy the Gig plan for just $14 a gig and pay for only the data you use. Unlimited talk and text included. Go ahead, grab your wireless bill and compare. Use a lot of data? We've got you covered. Ask about our unlimited data plan. Spectrum Mobile, the best network, the best devices, the best value. Get Spectrum Mobile today at spectrummobile.com. Visit spectrummobile.com for offer restrictions and details.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
Who do companies of all sizes call to replace their vehicles and save money? Autoflex Leasing, of course. Small service companies with 2 vehicles and large companies with over 100 vehicles in their fleet lease from Autoflex Leasing. Call Autoflex today at 234-1234 and any local area code for the commercial flex lease and speak with a commercial leasing specialist. You can compare all available programs that fit your company's mileage and usage needs. Autoflex then locates your vehicles, handles any upfit you need, and then delivers them right to your office in record time. When you choose Autoflex for your company fleet, you'll get top rates that can save your company thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Again, the one easy number to call is 234-1234 or reach us online at autoflex.com. The commercial flex lease, available exclusively at Autoflex Leasing.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The Spring Break Tax Break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax too. Get your Spring Break Tax Break with 24-month financing for a limited time. Only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
The KNC Masterpiece. Hey, that's us. We're going to be broadcasting from Texas Live in Arlington this Saturday from 10 to 3. So come on out to Texas Live and enjoy your St. Patty's Day. And maybe even win a pot of gold. Get more details at 1053thefan.com.
In the next 12 weeks, 10,000 first-time homebuyers will purchase a home in the Metroplex. Some will have good jobs, good credit, and plenty of cash. Others won't. But what they will have in common is that they took the necessary steps to make sure they were mortgage ready before speaking to an agent or lender. Hey, Ben and Skin here for GetMortgageReady.com. Buying a home without expert guidance is like running a marathon without training. Then GetMortgageReady.com offers first-timers a free qualification platform. Calculate your affordability, money needed. It identifies potential issues and provides tips and strategies to save you money. Thousands of folks have used Get Mortgage Ready, including me and Ben, as well as our listeners, and we highly recommend you do as well. They'll hold your hand until you get the keys to your new home. It's online. It's free. It takes less than 10 minutes and saves you money, all from the comfort of your couch. Make it happen, baby. Visit GetMortgageReady.com today or call 214-692-5300. That's 214-692-5300. Check it out. It's GetMortgageReady.com.
Welcome back, GBag Nation. We're live in Surprise where they're getting ready for some afternoon baseball. I think Atolo is going to swing by here and try to get our attention, so we need to keep our eyes peeled for that.
Okay.
Segment is brought to you by 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, Do It More family listeners do make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. He can fix it. He'll stop all the harassing collection calls and stress. He's Mark Rubin, official lawyer of the Tolo, 1-800-Lawyers. And now it is time for the birthday power rankings, the battle for birthday dominance. Before we send it over to Jeff, I would like to give a special Tolo salute to Rich and Misty out there. Their 21-year anniversary today. Salute.
How about that?
Yeah.
Still hanging in there.
Going strong.
Let's see here. From the 214, Jeff, I want to wish my mom, Sylvia, a happy birthday today. She hasn't listened to the fan, but I'm turning her into a Tolo for today. Also, ask Bassick if he's able to sleep at night, knowing he gave up Barry Bonds' record-breaking home run.
I didn't sleep good last night.
Yeah, I saw Barstool Sports did a story about that randomly today.
Okay.
So I think it might be back in the ether in people's minds thinking about it. Yeah, they were just like, hey, it's been a while since we said, hey, remember this?
Well, I've done a lot of worse things
Kinda
in
random.
my life than give up that home run that would keep me up at night, unfortunately.
Go on.
You're aware of some. Peter Jackson from Cedar Hill. He's turning 31 today. His wife, Ashley, said to tell him happy birthday. Happy birthday, little Pete.
PA.
Jeffrey Williams
I keep
on the
yelling it.
Facebook. Hey, today is my 51st birthday. Getting it in early. I'll be waiting for my shout out later today. I'm a diehard, 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. all day Tolo. Man, shots fired at the KNC masterpiece there. You should probably keep it tuned in even after
dude.
7 there, sir.
Yeah, do like me. Just put it on in your garage, and whenever you go out there, you'll be listening to the fan. That's a good way to catch a lot of KNC and weekend stuff.
Jermaine Thompson stopped by my Facebook page to say I'm turning 45. Wish me happy birthday. Jared keeps taping up stuff on the window between our two booths, and I keep thinking he's trying to tell me something, but he's just putting up stuff for him during his
Rosters and
broadcast.
stuff.
But it's very distracting.
They're playing 1D right now.
From Eric Weirs, he says, what's up, Slow Jeff? Can I get a birthday shout out today? Thanks, man. Hashtag
back.
Tolo. From the 469, can I get a birthday shout out? My wife made me delete Facebook, Jeff. Name is Adam Vargas. I'm 34. That is clearly a guy who was using Facebook to find old girls from high school to try to get back together with. That's why his wife made him delete Facebook.
Oh, he was just catching up with old friends.
From the you what?
I know how that goes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
From the 940, my birthday was yesterday. I didn't get to send it in. I hit the little 40. Tolo, Casey. Happy birthday, Casey. Eric Andre, happy birthday. These are the ones that are coming in late. David Merez. My son Michael is turning 8, and that's going to be it for the late ones. If you haven't sent it in yet, you're fired. From the 972, a birthday shout out to my queen, Jasmine.
Oh, yeah, she used to work here.
Jasmine DeBattist, range. Also an awesome trombone player.
Send us a picture if she's going to have a nickname like that.
Especially if she's a trombone
Come on,
player.
Bring it.
From the 469, it's my boy Simple Simon's 27th today. Can he get a shout out? From the 254,
Simple syrup, Simon.
not a birthday, but it's my wife's and I's anniversary. Shout out for a Tolo, 4 years. I love you, Rachel.
Do you know what
From
simple
Aaron.
syrup is?
No.
It's the same amount of water to sugar, and then you get it to a boiling.
Okay.
And then you use that as your simple syrup.
Jeff Maxwell, you're
Now
late.
we know.
But there you go. From the 214, hey guys, can I get a birthday shout out? My name's Pete. Oh yeah, it's my bro Paul's birthday too. Pete and Paul. Robbing Pete to pay Paul. Wes Unseld is 73 today if he's alive. At least according to my
Former
math.
Wizard and Wizards coach.
Let me see here. Whew, these are all really
You
strong
know the
names.
short name for Richard?
Yeah, Dick.
Yeah, and you kind of don't want to say that word because it can mean a body part.
Right.
Yeah.
But Peter's fine. But yet a lot of people refer to the private part with that.
So is Rod.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard a man
How come-
yesterday in the grocery store call his son Squirt. Come here, Squirt. God, dog it.
My dad loves that word. My dad's got a bunch of funny little words.
I feel like people, have gone away from calling their children Dick because they're like, well, we don't really want to use that word because it can mean something else. But, so far Peter and Rod, we're like, yeah, there's plenty of
I know.
Peters and Rods out there getting named every day.
I'm offended by that too.
Larry Johnson.
People are still using the last name Johnson.
Unreal.
Yeah.
What's your
Clean it
last
up.
name? People don't change those often. Except ladies, because we're a very sexist society and make them give up the right to their family name in order to be partners with us.
Yeah, they should. They're lesser.
What?
Just kidding.
Holy
just kidding.
crap.
That was sarcasm.
Holy
that was sarcasm.
cow. Would you ever give up your last name, Mike?
If that was the rules, then yeah, I would.
If that was the rules. Larry Johnson is 50, of course, of Space Jam fame.
Grandmama from Skyline, right? Skyline High School.
Sure. Steph Curry's 31.
His
Happy
kids went to
birthday.
Bishop Dunn. At least some of his kids.
A lot of good ballers and runners and stuff over the years from Skyline.
Albert Einstein is dead, but it is his birthday.
Michael Johnson, I believe.
Too
Yeah.
might have been Skyline.
Kirby Puckett's also dead.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that was one of my guys growing up.
Fat athlete.
Oh yeah, he'd climb a wall.
Yeah, he would. Quincy Jones is 86.
Oh, is he the one that was doing all the storytelling?
Yeah, he was doing some storytelling. What was that last year? Some documentary and stuff. He was doing.
Wasn't it the one that he was like, he's gay, he's gay?
Some kind of
Yeah, he's
something
getting
like
up
that.
there.
Oh,
Famous music producer, getting up there a little bit.
Like Richard Pryor, right? He was. I
Let
guess
me
maybe
tell
not
you
outing
something.
Richard Pryor, but maybe.
Yeah,
it was
what
like-
he just kept saying that famous old people were making love together back in the day. Good for you, Quincy. Let us know. Tell us all the secrets.
Let us know.
Michael Caine is 86. He's in a lot of stuff, but you may know him as Alfred from the Dark Knight trilogy. You know?
Oh yeah, good actor there.
Yeah, he was in the Italian Job. That was good.
Kind of an organizer guy for Batman. Let me advise, like an advisor.
Yeah, he was the guy who hung out in the cave and made sure his stuff was ready for him.
Managed
or
his
whatever.
money.
He was his butler, really.
Okay, yeah.
And Billy Crystal is 71. Little City Slickers. City Slickers for
Not
you.
61. Get the reference.
Yeah, he's a big Yankee fan. I was
Boom.
just about to say that. He made a movie called 61, which is a solid movie. It was based off of, I bet you don't even know.
Well, if it's 61, I bet it was based off Roger Maris.
Man, you're
61
smart.
home runs.
Yeah.
And today's winner turning 22 years old. 4 gold medals in 2016. Simone Biles. Happy birthday.
Oh, I saw she's back for the World
you say Steph
Championships.
Curry?
They're running
I said Steph-
ads like on Fox Sports 1 or something for the World Championships. Back and better than ever.
Yeah, I've been watching some college gymnastics lately because it was on at the bar one time, like a week or two ago. And they're in good shape.
Yeah, they can do it. You know, good power base there for
Isn't
flipping.
it kind of
around.
weird, though, that they even have college gymnastics, considering the gold medalist is always like 15? So by the time you get to college, shouldn't you be retired?
I guess.
Like, what are you working towards at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, there used to be a thing where female athletes, they, matured a lot quicker and peaked a lot earlier. But I think now we're seeing a lot of them being able to hang on well into their 30s, maybe even after having kids and all that.
Oh, look at this real quick from the 903. Hey, Jeff, can I get a shout out for Junior Tolo, born yesterday, Ace Jones?
Look
Send
at
in a little
that.
picture there.
Look at that.
Welcome to the world, Ace.
Congratulations.
You did it.
How about an NFL draft big board report? We never got time to talk about the undrafted rookie, Cody McElroy, who's pretty much not played football. Coming out of high school, quote, I was a basketball player in high school. We didn't have football.
What?
I graduated with 18 kids, so we played baseball and basketball. This was the Cowboys' first free agent signing. He's like the Rico Gathers replacement, I
It's our
believe.
new Rico. I think Rico has another year left on his deal if they want him.
They have 6-man football. I mean, 6-man baseball where he grew up.
Uh,
So that's a few kids.
There's 18 of them.
Okay, so he couldn't play football. He went to junior college for a while, and he played a year of baseball at the University of Texas after that. In 2014, he was drafted by the Braves in the 19th round out of then Cameron University, a Division II school in his home state of Oklahoma. So he's bouncing around, spent nearly 2 years in the minor league system at single A, but he hit just 184 with 2 homers and 12 ribbies. So that's not going to get you promoted, is it? So he's like, man, baseball is not for me.
Leote.
So he walks on to OK State for basketball. And he played for them, appearing in only 4 games, played a total of 5 minutes, scored no points. Pretty cool, though. So he was like, man.
Wait, did you say he scored no points?
Yeah.
He's never scored a point?
He played in 4 games, had 5 minutes, and he was on the OK State basketball team, which is a pretty cool accomplishment, right? That'd be kind of fun. To
Wait,
stay in
he
shape.
never got a bucket?
No buckets. So then he was like, he was only playing like 45 seconds at a time.
Okay, so we signed a guy who was bad at baseball.
Yeah.
He got
never scored a bucket in basketball, and now he's a pro football player.
Well, after that, he was like, okay, man, I'm going to finish school and work on oil rigs. Basketball didn't work out, baseball, no. So I'm going to go be a safety inspector on oil rigs, and I'm going to finish my education at Southeastern Oklahoma State. He goes up there, and 4 days before football practice, he's like, Coach, I'm tall. I'm 6'6", 255. Can you use me?
Coach, I'm tall.
Yeah, and the coach was like, yeah, we need a tight end. You look the part. Let's do it. No football up until this point. Last season, first year playing football, caught 14 balls for $173 and 5 touchdowns.
Okay, that's not good either.
Right, but he's
game?
first and goal, dude.
That would be a great game.
He's viewed as a red zone threat who can box out defenders and come down with contested catches.
Heard that one before. Yeah, well, he'll be around for 3 years, and there will be a hype train for him, and we'll have a whole section of the fan base that's calling for him to play all the snaps. I can't wait for that.
Okay,
go get him, basketball, baseball failure.
Stay tuned for that. Now let's get ourselves some Dane Brugler mock draft here on the Fan.
Yeah, so Dane put out his latest mock draft because now we've had the combine and even some of the pro days go down, and he's standing by Kyler Murray at number 1 to the Cardinals, and it seems like a lot of people are. I saw Louis Riddick today. He kind of doubled down. He was like, I know there's people saying it's not going to happen. He was like, I'm telling you that Kyler Murray's getting picked number 1 to the Cardinals, and if that's the case, if the Cardinals, if Steve Wilkes and Cliff Kingsbury think that Kyler Murray is better than Josh Rosen, then they should do it. No matter what you can get for Josh Rosen, they should do it, because having the best quarterback you can find is more important than anything else on your team ever. And then not only that, but the Giants now have the 6th pick and the 17th pick. They should immediately send the 17th pick for Josh Rosen to the Cardinals. We can settle somewhere between all the idiots who think that a starting quarterback who has 4 years of control is going to cost a 3rd-round pick, and you don't have to give up a top 10 pick. But number 17, bam, that's right in the wheelhouse, Giants. Here's your future quarterback. You can tank it up for a minute. You still have the number 6 pick to get him some help. That works for everybody, right? We all agreed?
What'd you think of that film breakdown that came out a couple of days ago? The Arizona Sports Radio people have been talking quite a bit about it, that apparently there's some haters out there that watched the film from year 1 and said, listen, he's not reading the field. He's a one-read quarterback, this, that, and the other thing.
So I saw that, and you know what else I saw? I saw a different guy who covers the Cardinals break down a bunch of the plays where Josh Rosen showed like incredible talent, poise, and accuracy under pressure. So, yeah, if you want me to make a tape that says your quarterback's awesome, let me know. Give me some money and I'll do it. And if you want a tape that says your quarterback sucks, let me know, and I can make that happen too. That's the beauty of football. There's a lot of plays, and you can find good and bad. Listen,
that's awesome.
That scenario that he was in was legitimately the worst in the league. You put a rookie quarterback into a terrible situation, and he struggled massively, just like you would expect. Josh Allen struggled massively. Sam Darnold for half a year struggled massively. Baker Mayfield for half a year was just okay and then got pretty good. Like, it's rookie quarterback stuff. And then he's got Nick Bosa going number 2, does Dane, to San Francisco. Quinnen Williams, the Alabama D tackle, to the Jets at 3. And as we cruise on down here, he's got the Giants going with Dwayne Haskins at 6, the Ohio State quarterback, which that makes sense if you want to do that. I think I would rather have Josh Rosen for my later pick and keep the 6th overall pick than use it on Dwayne Haskins if you could pick between those two.
There's not an elite tackle this year, right?
I think it's a good offensive line draft. Joe Thomas isn't here. But there's a guy at Florida that's good. Alabama has a good one. Washington State has a good one. I think there's at least 3 or 4 tackles that'll go in the first round, and probably should. There's a bunch of good ones, but nobody that projects to be super awesome. TJ Hawkinson, the tight end, he's got going to the Broncos at 10. And then I'm going to skip all the way down to number 58, where Dane is going to give the Cowboys, and here's a name to add to your little notepad, Kalen Saunders. He's a defensive tackle out of Western Illinois. That's a little rich for me, but he is a really fun player because he's one of those guys that's 324 pounds, but he moves like he's like 280 pounds. Just kind of the athletic, really big man. But against the level of competition he played, I would expect him to kick everyone's butt on every single play, and he didn't.
We're talking about a guy from Western Illinois.
We are, but when he looks good, he looks good. So it'll be interesting to see where that guy goes. But Dane was going D tackle there, which the Cowboys have signed one today. So we'll see if that's the direction they go or not.
Mike Likes is coming up next. What are we going to be talking about?
We have the general manager of the Texas Rangers, John Daniels, joining us next.
All right. I'm going to tell him to buy a house and call Brad Sullivan and his dream team at Mortgage Financial Services. He can find him on the web at dreamlending.com.
Dak Prescott should call him up.
He should. He needs to get out of Frisco so he can keep his dog, move on to the Colony or West Plano. What?
Nothing. I thought you were going to say something else. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that was an accident. I had to stumble there.
Okay.
Brad Sullivan and the dream team at Mortgage Financial Services. They are the best in the world. They've helped me buy a condo and then a home in back-to-back years. They've helped you guys. They've helped Sean. That's why they're the official lender of the GBag Nation, Gavin.
Yeah, they have the best staff in the business. If you're frustrated by what a mortgage process has been in the past, and you're like, wow, can I get a consistent answer out of these people? They keep telling me I'm done giving stuff, and the next day they call and say, we need more stuff. And it's very, very stressful if you're trying to do your normal life as a family person, your job, managing the kids and all of that. And the great thing about Brad Sullivan and his dream team, they take all that stuff off your plate. You dream big, they handle all the little things.
The number is 817-601-9010, or you can go to dreamlending.com, the home of your American dream. And the number again, 817-601-9010. Mortgage Financial Services, NMLS 43021, 2001 Lakeside Parkway, Flower Mound, Texas 75028, equal housing lender.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we have a draft expert on our show, and his name is Tizzle. And at 5:40, we're going to answer all your draft questions. I got some of my own. Can the Cowboys get what they need at 58? Bring it on, my friends. In fact, listen to the whole show. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by McShanFlorist.com.
The quality of the floral arrangement you send means a lot and says a lot about you. When sending flowers, don't settle for anything but the very best. Guaranteed fresh floral arrangements from family-owned and operated McShan Florist. Order today at McShan.com.
We're already in March. These next 10 months are going to go by fast, whether you make changes or not. If you've got weight to lose, make the change now. Pick up the phone, call Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition today. 7 locations, and it's also the official weight loss nutrition program of the Dallas Mavericks organization. Check it out at sodaweightloss.com.
Gavin Dawson here for GT Distributors, my favorite firearm store in the Metroplex. These guys are great for sportsmen, shooting enthusiasts, public safety professionals. They've been America's public safety specialists for 45 years. They provide the highest levels of products and service to our country's law enforcement community, and they have such amazing stuff. GT is your source for all LED flashlight needs, like the ProTac 90 A300 Lumen everyday carry flashlight for only $39.99. They carry the full line of Streamlight flashlights with warranty and repair available. GT Distributors carrying the newest Glocks on the market as well. The G43X and the G48, ideal for everyday carry. You'll love them. And remember, new customers receive 10% off their first order at GT Distributors. And for a limited time, purchase a Mossberg 590M shotgun. Get an extra 10-round magazine for free. Be sure to check out GTDIST as well for all the exciting new additions. Check it out online. It is your one-stop shop for all your sporting, shooting, and public safety needs. America's public safety specialist, GT Distributors. Salute.
My neighbors always ask me, hey, Pete, how do you keep your yard so nice?
Pete makes it simple with a Scott's Turf Builder feeding program. It's the best way to get a greener, stronger lawn, guaranteed. All it takes is 4 easy feedings, just once in early spring, late spring, summer, and fall, providing your lawn the nutrition and weed control it needs to stay lush and green.
So, now you know my secret.
This is a Scott's Yard. Pick up a Scott's Turf Builder program today.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
2 magical things come from Milwaukee: beer and power tools. Milwaukee is the beer capital of the world, and Northern Tool is the capital of Milwaukee power tools. If you need to drill, saw, hammer, grind, or screw something in right, Northern Tool has the right Milwaukee power tool for you at the lowest price. Get yours at Northern Tool and Equipment and northerntool.com. Then, after a long day's work, crack open a cold one, knowing you did it right. Cheers to you, Northern Tool.
Hey, Ben and Skin here for Colwell & Son. Even if you don't wear a suit, you do wear a shirt every day. At least I hope you do. Well, we want to help you find your favorite shirt. Colwell & Son is having a made-to-measure shirt sale right now till March 15th. Colwell's patented system uses an algorithm to determine your perfect fit with over 99 samples to try on. So you get 4 made-to-measure shirts for only $295, and these shirts will be ready in about 2 weeks. Right there on Hillcrest across from SMU, or check them out at Colwell.com. It's Colwell & Son. Stay sharp, gentlemen.
Gavin Dawson here. Come hang out with me this Sunday from noon to 2 at Metro by T-Mobile, located on 1442 Westmore Avenue in Terrell. We'll be giving away tickets to the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 NASCAR Cup Series at the Texas Motor Speedway. Come and register for these hot tickets. We'll have multiple to give away. Details at 1053thefan.com.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit MBUSA.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
It started in the fall, and night after night, our guys are watching college tape to bring you unmatched coverage of the upcoming 2019 NFL Draft. One station doing the homework that you deserve, and that's The Fan.
The new Mesquite Mitsubishi is now open. Just $250 down, $250 a month or less on the new Mitsubishi. 635 in Oaks. Visit mymitsu.com.
All righty. Thank you, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation here on the Fan. Time for Mike Likes It. And here he is, Bassick.
Well, we should have John Daniels joining us any minute right now. I know schedules can get a little bit hectic with spring training, but I will throw it to Jeff real quick because, he has a really important message here.
This is what happens sometimes. You miss a birthday shout out. A guy said it's his 36th birthday. He's a Tolo from Fort Worth. He's working in Eugene, Oregon at a hospital as a surgical tech. He talked the surgeon that he's working with into listening on the radio.com app so that he could get a birthday shout out, and I missed it. So he also wanted a good shut up, Mike.
All right.
So happy birthday, Robert Freeman. And I'm sorry that I missed you.
During,
shut up, Mike.
During Mike Likes It, we get a shut up, Mike.
Yep. That's
Son
right.
of a gun. Okay, so as we're waiting on John Daniels, our man Jared Sandler comes in studio. And Jared, we really didn't get to discuss too much of the 2020 really big rule change that's going to happen. And that is a pitcher has to face a minimum of 3 batters. Now, as the day's gone on, there's been kind of some information coming in. So if a guy does in the 8th inning come in as a left-hander and get a lefty out with the bases loaded, he doesn't have to go out and face 2 hitters because now the inning is over. So it's kind of
at the end of an inning.
So he doesn't have to now face 2 hitters in the 9th inning. So it makes that rule a little bit better for me.
But did you get clarification on whether? Okay, so gets that out in the 8th inning, comes back. If he throws a pitch in the 9th inning, does he then have to face 2 more batters or
Don't
3?
know.
Okay.
That's where we kind of need some clarification because let's just say it's the 7th inning would be like a lefty comes in, gets out this lefty. Let's just say you're facing the Rangers and you get out Rugi Odor. Well, leading off the next inning is Nomar Mazara, but then batting behind him is just, let's say, Hunter Pence, a righty. Does he have to face 3 hitters in that inning? Or since he cleared that inning and you brought him out, does he really only have to face 2 batters because the inning cleared? That's where there's going to need to be some clarification on this. Also, the news coming out is Tony Clark, at least through Jason Stark, they did not agree to the 3 minimum batter rule. That being said, they're saying that's why it's not happening this year. They're saying that it is going to happen now. Now it's going to happen in 2020.
Wow. So
too bad.
Commissioner's trying to take a little bit of power and the union's fighting back. This is early signs of tension, isn't it?
It could be. It could be a little bit, but I will say that they agreed to everything else. This is one they're not agreeing to. And this falls under the commissioner saying this is supposed to speed up the game. Right. So the commissioner, Jared, if I'm correct, has this law where if I'm putting in rules to kind of speed up the game, I propose it to you. If you say yes, great, we implement it immediately. If you say no, we don't like that rule, okay. But then I have, by law, the ability to put it into the rules the next year if I don't believe it's going to cause too much tension. And this one, it doesn't look like they'd file a grievance on because it seems like the players' union wants nothing to do with a pitch clock, which to me doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But Jared, is that the way you understand it with the 3 batter minimum?
Yes, that is the way I understand it. And in regards to the 1 year of notice before implementation, the idea, the thought was that this time last year, we would have a pitch clock based on that ability the commissioner has. So I don't know that it's an automatic that, they propose something, they say no, boom, it's going to happen a year later because the pitch clock isn't going to happen. But it does seem odd that it seems like the players are really fighting for that. The players are super pumped about getting the 26th man, but as pumped as they are, I don't think that's that much of a concession for the owners. I mean, you're maybe losing an extra $1 million a year, with that 26 man. So it is interesting to give and take. Remember, the players got knocked a few years ago with the current CBA for, fighting for things that really at the end of the day didn't make that big of a difference. And then they were kind of caught with their pants down. So I don't know. It seems like they're almost doing a little more of the same right now.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Mike, I know it's Mike likes it. I'd like to get Jared's thoughts on Joey Gallo and possibly the home run derby with this $1 million on the line. Is he going to talk about it, you think? Has he already said he's in or what?
Yeah, we talked to him today, and he didn't definitively say yes or no, but he definitely said that it's way more appealing now. Joey's only making $600,000 this year.
Yeah.
And I say only, I totally understand that to 99.9% of the population, that is an amazing salary. But point is, that $1 million purse for the winner is more than what he's making. So it does seem to be more of an appeal to him now than in the past. And I think he's always wanted to do it. He's never been afraid of doing it. I think he's won it. I think the reason he hasn't done it's for the right reasons. He's hitting 192 at the All-Star break. He wants everyone to make sure they know that his focus is on getting better in the regular season games. So if he has I think this year will be somewhat similar. I think if he's having an okay year, I think he'll do it. But if he has a really, really bad first half, I don't think he'll do it.
Well, what would you put his chances are, assuming other stars are playing, especially stars not making $25 million plus? What would you guys think is Joey Gallo's legitimate chances of winning that? That would be so awesome to see him win $1 million.
Oh, I would say if he enters it and Aaron Judge enters it, I would probably lean towards Aaron Judge, but I would say he has a great chance to do it. The other thing too, playing in Cleveland, it's a little bit shorter to left field, but it's a higher wall. I don't know if that matters for Aaron Judge because his bombs are really high. But you have a lower fence in right field for a home run derby in Cleveland this upcoming season.
It would be pretty cool if, all of a sudden and I think the home run derby has been fun with this new clock thing, but
yes,
it would be really cool if now you have Bryce Harper and Joey Gallo and Aaron Judge, and you get all of these guys. That would be a really, really fun event.
I think for, it just matters if they make the All-Star team or how quick they want to do it and what they're doing. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr., that's a big boy who can hit it a long way. If he comes up to the major leagues and he's making an impact, now you might say, it's my rookie year. I don't want to mess with my swing and everything and putting this much. But you might be like, no, I'm doing this. I'm getting $1 million because right now I haven't really made a lot of money. I know he obviously has a father who's made a lot of money, and maybe Ronald Acuna Jr. or a guy like that is like, I want to enter this thing. Shoot, I can double my salary or more than double my salary this season. So I think it puts your premium young player wanting to do this and get the $1 million, which is really cool.
Now, is this going to affect, you think, the idea of non-all-stars kind of feeling out of place participating in this, or with the $1 million coming in, does it kind of blow that out of the water?
He was asked about that, and Joey said, obviously, ideally, he'd like to be an all-star and participate in the home run derby. But
if I don't make it, I'm still open to getting $1 million.
I don't think that would stop him from doing it. And again, I think that and he seemed to speak without officially being able to speak on behalf of players. He did suggest that he thinks, just in talking to guys, this is something that they've talked about amongst themselves before, and he thinks that it will encourage a lot of these guys who we perceive to be the biggest and best home run hitters in the league to end up doing it when in the past they really haven't felt the incentive to do it.
You think Mike Trout, I just wonder when you make $30 million, and I wonder if there's incentive there. Like, dude, I've already made over $100 million. I'm going to make another $300 million coming up here soon. But it does incentivize a lot of players.
Yeah, it does. And especially the young up and coming stars. And it seems like in general, like the dunk contest, for instance, and I know they used to make it like the Rising Stars dunk contest or whatever, and that stunk because it'd be like the 11th guy on a roster.
Kind of still is.
Yeah, but I do think in general that always was more appealing to the younger guys. Like Vince Carter did it when he was younger.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan did it when he was younger, And so I think the home run derby is the same thing. I think when you're 32, 33, it's not as appealing to you unless you're just that's your game is hitting home runs as it is when you're 25, 26, 27. And those are the guys who in most cases aren't going to be making the big bucks just yet. Obviously, Mike Trout's an exception, as are a few other megastars.
So what do you think of All-Star Election Day? I think it could be cool, but it could backfire where just some fan voting could, but you are taking the top 3 guys.
So yeah, help me out, because I actually, my focus was more on like the actual like regular season and baseball rules. So I saw that there's going to be, like you said, an election day.
Yes.
Can you explain? I really didn't read too much into that.
Okay, so from what I understand reading is
each player declares if they're a Republican or a Democrat, and then the fan base.
And then there's an independent to make 3. There'll be 3 guys at each position. So let's just say this. At second base, the fans vote Jose Altuve, Gleyber Torres, and Rougned Odor as the top 3 vote getters. Well, okay, now voting shuts off for that on a certain day. Then on, like, let's just say July 2nd, I don't know the exact date. They might have put that out. Now you have one day, just like the presidential election. You vote, and I don't know if your vote counts a zillion times. You can only vote one time, but that day then picks the final guy to be at that position.
Got it. Okay.
So it's like this one day of like, you have one day to try to get your guy into the All-Star game based off of the 3 top players that you guys voted. So
that makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's and
I wonder how you could only make a person vote one time.
Yeah.
That seems tough, right, Gavin? I mean,
yeah, you don't want to do that. You let them have fun. Let them be passionate.
Yeah, you want them on the website all day, right? You want
Yeah.
them putting hashtag MLB or on MLB.com all day long trying to get your guy in.
I mean, maybe limit it to 25 or something like that if you really want to, because I could see some fan bases getting jealous. Like, dude, these, rabid fans of whatever. Remember the Royals a couple of years ago? It was like, give me a break.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only way you get into trouble is if some of the fan bases in smaller towns like Kansas City or whatever with only 1 million people in the metropolitan area and no reach outside of their state, feeling kind of like, well, we got the best guy. We just don't have the most fans.
And then September baseball, real quick, Jared, it'll be better now. It won't be this year. It'll be the next year.
Yeah.
Where like you have to play real baseball in September.
Yeah, absolutely happy about this. And I guess quietly a number of people have been pushing for this for years. They're finally able to get this done. And it makes no sense that of all the sports, baseball is the only one that plays with a different set of rules in the final month of the regular season where you have teams fighting for the playoffs. So I'm glad that it's going to more closely replicate the baseball that you play for the first 5 months of the season.
Thank you, Jared. How can people check you out this evening?
I'll be hanging with you guys.
Awesome.
You want to watch some Duke Syracuse with me tonight?
That's fine. You know who I'll be rooting for. I actually don't like either school, but I'll definitely be rooting for Syracuse.
Duke of who?
All right,
you're a Duke hater?
I hate Duke so much.
Okay.
I'm rooting for Duke just because I want to watch one of the 3 possible future Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
We have the fantastic 4 top headlines on all 4 of DFW's Big 4 pro sports teams, including a Cowboy signing today. Next on The Fan.
The only way you can take The Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This is Jim Rome of the CBS Sports Minute. It's been more than 24 hours and the NFL world is still reacting to Odell Beckham Jr. going to the Cleveland Browns. And it should come as no surprise that the spin coming from some circles in New York is that Beckham was a problem. According to Ralph Facciano of SNY, the move, quote, was absolutely not a football decision, end quote, according to a source. And this from a source, quote, he'd become too much of a pain in the ass and there was a real fear that eventually it would get worse, end quote. The only surprise is that it took this long for the team to get this out there, because that's the most predictable thing ever. Exactly when did this guy become such a pain? Do you want to pin this on him trashing a field goal net? Do you want to blame it on Beckham fighting with Josh Norman? Because both those things happened years ago, and they signed him to that monster extension in August of last year. Cleveland has a better plan and a better future than New York, and it's not even close. There is your big blue nightmare. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS Sports Radio.
At Farmers Insurance, we know the sound of a perfect hot air balloon landing. And a less than perfect one. Seen it, covered it. Talk to Farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Oh, 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 O'Reilly.
If you do-it-yourselfers are looking for the right tool for the job, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts Power Torque Tools DIY Day Sale. You'll find a wide selection of Power Torque tools on sale now and guaranteed for life. Power Torque Tools DIY Day Sale going on now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Limit supply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some job recruitment sites overload your inbox with resumes. But Glassdoor only matches you with qualified job candidates, so you can find that perfect new hire in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
Hey, Ben and Skin here from Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates. Look, this happens time and time again. You lean on your credit a little too much and life throws you a few curveballs, and before you know it, you're in a bad spot financially. Well, it can quickly spiral into areas like foreclosure or repossession. If this sounds like anything you're dealing with right now, don't go through that alone. Pick up the phone and call Mark Rubin. He's an easy guy to talk to. He's standing by right now, and we encourage you to give him a call at 1-800-LAWYERS. You know, he's got such an amazing track record of success with so many of our listeners that found themselves in this kind of a situation, whether it was credit card debt or losing a gig or maybe IRS issues. There's a lot of different ways you can find yourself in this position. The important part is that you don't stay there. You get a little financial liberation, and it comes when you meet with Mark Rubin. Mark can provide you peace of mind, eliminate the stress, and allow you to be worry-free about the most important things in life. Call our buddy Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
What if you could get oil changes and tire rotations for free? Well, you can. At Certified Autoplex, we're giving every individual that comes in a 2-year maintenance package for free, whether you buy a car from us or not. Just say, I heard you on the radio. Why? Because we hope one day you will come to us for your next vehicle purchase. So take advantage of free oil changes while you can. We carry late model, low mileage lease returns of almost any brand for the best price with a lifetime powertrain warranty. Visit us online at CertifiedAutoplex.com. That's CertifiedAutoplex.com.
Get excited, Whataburger fans. Our one-of-a-kind mushroom Swiss burger is back.
If you love mushrooms, you're going to love this burger.
2 patties, 2 slices of Swiss cheese, 2 layers of mushrooms. These mushrooms are beautiful.
It's a really good balance between hearty and savory. That au jus sauce on top.
The creamy au jus sauce. It really sets it apart.
Just adds flavor that makes you go, wow. It is just absolutely amazing.
It's not just a mushroom Swiss burger. It's a Whataburger mushroom Swiss burger. Here for a limited time.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
Which way to Specs?
Come on, let's go.
Specs fine spirits and fine foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low price amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
A college degree won't win you a national championship. It won't help you dunk a basketball or hit one out of the park. But a graduate from Amberton University doesn't ask what a degree can't do because they're too busy doing. They're project managers, professional counselors, leaders in their fields. They're CEOs, and they all started at amberton.edu. Spring classes begin March 16th. Go to amberton.edu and find out what a degree can do for you.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona. It's the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Another big day in the world of sports here. We give you the Fantastic Four, top headlines from DFW's Big Four pro sports teams. Before we get there, the Browns GM John Dorsey saying Odell Beckham Jr.'s talent outweighs the challenges associated with him. Zion is coming back for Duke today in their ACC tournament game against Syracuse. Antonio Brown buying billboards to thank fans of the Pittsburgh Steelers back there. And the Jets, the day after signing Le'Veon Bell, have released running back Isaiah Crowell after just one season. They'll eat some dead money there. So that kind of gets you caught up to speed on what's happening right now across the country of ours here on the national sports scene. What's that?
It's going to be interesting how they take it, as in Pittsburgh fans. I don't feel like they want to see billboards of Antonio Brown thanking them.
No, but I guess it's a good move as it's kind of like step one in preserving your brand there, because you don't want that fan base to think bad of you. So you kind of, you splash a couple of tens of thousands of dollars back home. And, maybe in the coming years, the narrative will shift and people will be more understanding of why you left.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's quite a bit of story left to be told there. The Cowboys brought back Tavon Austin eventually, though. Yes, that is right. They came to terms to bring him back. So there's one of your.
Did we get the terms on it?
Not
I
yet.
have not seen anything on terms
either.
for him or for the defensive tackle Christian Covington.
I would imagine. Oh yeah, Christian Covington as well, the big defensive tackle that's been playing for the Houston Texans for a couple of years. He has joined the Cowboys as well. Not to be confused with the linebacker Chris Covington.
What one little nugget on Christian, although he wasn't a starter and he didn't play a whole ton of snaps, he's a rotational guy for the Texans. I would imagine one of the things the Cowboys liked is that according to Pro Football Focus, among D tackles, he was 19th in the league in pressure rate. So in the number of snaps that he did play, he was pretty efficient at being able to affect the quarterback. That's the thing that Rod Marinelli's going to enjoy.
Probably not a run stopper, though. Not a plug.
He wasn't in college. I've heard people say that he's turned into a pretty well-rounded player. So I'd have to go back and look. But the numbers say that he's efficient rushing the passer, and he's 310 pounds, so can probably play either D tackle spot.
A twitchy fat guy.
That gives you three guys there in the middle where you're no longer starving. You could survive now.
I think the biggest reason for optimism is, and it's people don't want to hear it right now because they were gearing up for Earl Thomas or whatever. It's just the depth along the offensive line. Unfortunately, Tyron and Zach and Travis, they look like a perfect 10 out of 10 in the durability scale for a long time in their career. And now it's been rattled a little bit. Maybe Tyron's a 7 out of 10 and Zach went from a perfect 10 down to an 8.5 or a 9 with dealing with the injury, maybe 9.5 still because he played through it like a champion. Travis still way up there, because other than the GBE, which I don't really count, in your durability score, he's way up there, but he did miss all of last season. The great thing is an offensive line that left them overly exposed in 2017 is now accounted for in several different ways. I mean, you could lose one player for a couple of weeks and feel like, all right, go get him, Tiger. And if that guy is Suafilo, Joe Looney, these are guys that have had a lot of experience. Cam Fleming starting a Super Bowl, they've made it a priority, and I think that's the right thing to do.
I do think the biggest story of this this Cowboys team going into the year is just going to be, is Travis Frederick going to be the guy that he was a year ago? And in my brain and in my heart, it's telling me, if not, that he'll be close. But we don't know really what to base it on. You're away from football for a while. He says his strength is back and that he expects to be the same guy. And I don't have a reason to doubt it. He just missed a year of football.
It could end up being better because he had a recovery year, right?
Yeah.
That's what he told Ben and Skin a month or so ago. Another one of the big stories, Chiefs released Eric Berry, a 3-time All-Pro, been in the NFL 9 seasons, a cancer survivor. I'm not going to count cancer against his durability. Other than that, in 9 seasons, he had an Achilles and an ACL. So, today I've been trying to drum up interest. I just don't know what the market's going to be. But if I'm the Cowboys, I'm very interested. I might even be willing to look at a 2-year deal. But I think maybe a 1-year kind of prove it deal could be the case. And maybe $8 to $10 million for 1 year, the number they had in mind for Earl Thomas. They're doing an investigation, was the exclusive from @Fish Sports. If that investigation comes back that the ankle and the heel that troubled him last year coming back from an Achilles is going to be good, they can't see anything in the MRI or whatever that would suggest it, then I would be really excited about bringing in Eric Berry on a Blue Star special.
And I think, Fish had this, and I like this idea. If you're going to bring in Eric Berry because of the injury history, is you say, hey, we guarantee you $4 million. You don't play it down because you tear your knee up again in training camp. You got $4 million. You can earn up to $10 million. Obviously the way that we structured the Jason Witten contract, we can do it with yours too. And we can get you all the way up to $10 million. So if you're healthy for all 16 games and you start them, you got $10 million, and it's going to be worth it to us because you are one of the best safeties in the game. But if you are hurt, if stuff starts bugging you, your ankle again, and you can't play, we're not out $10 million.
I do feel like, though, this is probably going to be a situation where, remember how the Rams were like, oh, my goodness, we're good and young and have cap space, and they just kept adding player after player last year? I think the Browns are going to come through.
Yeah.
What would be a surprise
And
to
they
you?
value safety. I mean, our team does not value safety, so that's the tough part about adding players that set that position.
They were rumored to be in on Earl Thomas. They traded away Jabril Peppers. It would make a lot of sense there. What would be the biggest deal that would surprise you guys for Eric Berry? I said 3-36 earlier. That would not surprise me.
That would surprise me.
Jeff?
That would 31.
Yeah, he's going to be in season 31.
And Ed Reed's career ended at 34, totally over.
I think that would surprise me. And the caliber of player, he deserves that sort of deal. But with that number of flags, it's always weird because it just depends who has a need, how much cap space do they have, and at what stage of team building are they in. Because if they're one of those teams that's got a bunch of young guys on the roster and they got a bunch of cap space, but they're like, all right, it's time, here we go. That's the sort of team that you'd see Eric Berry get $20-something million guaranteed. And you go, okay, they've got the money to play with and they're willing to take a chance. For the Cowboys, I love the idea of like, hey, 1 year, $3 million. We know that sounds low. Your agent can report it as $500,000 a game, so an extra $8 million. Like, you can report it as getting $11 million. You get $500,000 a game that you suit up for. So,
and if I'm Barry, I'm confident because if I'm not suffered a massive injury or cancer, I pretty much play every game of the season.
Yeah.
Every time there's a season, I'm there. 15, 16 games, starting all of them, 3 all-pro years in my 5 healthy seasons. I think it's worth the risk for the Cowboys because the potential payoff is massive. If you could do that deal, I'd be doing cartwheels.
Yeah, if you have the money for it, I think it would be awesome. If you're the Cowboys, you go to somebody like Eric Berry and you say, okay, tell us what your market is, and whatever it is per year, we'll add $2 million, and it's going to be a single-year deal.
Okay.
And if you're willing to take that risk on yourself and then go get yourself super rich in the offseason, let's do it. Let's do this together.
There's going to be a team offer like 2 years, $20 million at $12 million guaranteed.
Probably.
So I think that's going to be the tough part. I just don't think the Cowboys are going to be able to beat the marketplace.
Okay, we harvested an interesting angle off of the Antonio Brown, John Gruden Raiders press conference yesterday. There was like wall-to-wall coverage on NFL Network on it for like an hour, and I took a lot of it in. There was a very interesting question where Gruden was told by an aggressive reporter, hey, you guys said last year that Amari Cooper didn't fit your system, and you realized that, so you traded him. Well, you need to change your offense for Brown. And Gruden was like, he was like, dude, this is not the time or place, bro. Like, this is a time to celebrate Antonio Brown, okay? So he gave him that whole deal, but you could tell that it ruffled his feathers, and maybe he was caught a little bit, like not wanting to, talk about how that was a failure. But the what I took away from it, Jeff, it sounded an awful lot like the Raiders media narrative is Gruden brought his system. Amari Cooper wasn't the right kind of receiver for it. So they said, wow, this really isn't working out now with Derek Carr and John Gruden's offense with Amari. We got to ship him off. And how can you be sure Antonio Brown's going to be any different?
It's just weird to me that you could find a system where Amari Cooper doesn't fit. Like, what doesn't fit about a guy who is one of the best route runners in football that has home run speed?
Slant, sluggo, what do you need?
Like, what could he not do that you wanted him to do? I just don't get it.
Okay.
I think it's weird, but it might work out for the Raiders as a tank move to have gotten a first-round pick for Amari Cooper. Like, long-term, it's not as good because Antonio Brown's so many years older, but they give up, a 3 and a 5? So you're like, okay, we're going to get a first-round pick, give away a 3 and a 5, and probably for the short term upgrade a little bit at receiver. It's not a bad little move accidentally by the Raiders right there.
Would you be excited as a Raider fan? Like, wow, we're going to start scoring some points again now that
no, because they just looked so lost last year.
Yeah.
If I were a Raider fan, you'd have to prove it. But I just don't know what happened there. We know that their offensive line went from good to atrocious or good to bad. Derek Carr went from aggressive to the most conservative quarterback in football, or one of them. So like, I don't know exactly how all of that happens, but I would be sitting there as a Raider fan like, yeah, show me.
And I know things can change in a hurry, but they're with Kansas City in the Chargers.
Oh, yeah, good point.
I mean, I just don't think that they can really compete with those two teams. If they were in our division, I'd say, hey, maybe if they make the right moves, Philly could fall off, Dallas could fall off, and you're there. But, man, that's a tough one to look at and go, oh, yeah, they're going to be just right there with Kansas City and the Chargers.
Okay, we got the Fantastic Four right here. Now, this isn't a local Big Four headline, but the There's interesting JP Lossman news I think is funny, Jeff.
Oh, yeah. So Clemson, I'm not sure why they didn't have a Clemson quarterback throw at their pro day for NFL scouts, but after the Oklahoma pro day, which, by the way, the Miami Dolphins stayed behind while most teams moved on to Clemson for the pro day the next day, Miami stayed behind to have a private workout with Kyler Murray, which is NFL news. But everybody who moved on to Clemson, the guy who threw to their receivers at pro day was a guy you might remember. I remember from the Bills. I don't know if he played elsewhere. JP Lossman.
Yeah.
He's an offensive assistant at Clemson now.
Okay.
And so they needed somebody to throw at pro day. And he was like, I'm a pilot. I can fly. I'm quarterback. I can throw. So JP went out there and was slanging the pill.
Nice.
And Adam Schefter, I don't know if he overheard a joke or if NFL teams are even dumber than we think, but at least one NFL team, Adam Schefter says, went up to JP Lossman and was like, hey, you interested in a comeback at all? He's 38. He hadn't been in the league in 8 years.
Late bloomer.
And he was a bum.
Yeah.
So no way that an NFL team went up to a guy that's been out of the league for 8 years that was never good and was like, hey, you spun it pretty good. What do you think? Please tell me no. But that was a real thing that Adam Schefter sent out. The team was like, what's up, JP? You thinking about it? Come on with it.
Mavs have a late one tonight. They'll visit Denver at 9:30. Easy loss. So we'll probably let the tank times roll. I don't want to jinx it. I felt like that Houston game last weekend was an easy loss.
In Denver, I think this is one of those ones where I'm thinking about betting on because they flew out at 5:30 this morning.
Oh,
then then they don't really get a shoot around really because they're tired. And then they're playing in Mile High climate against a team that is fighting for the 1 seed or a home court advantage at least in the I just can't imagine this is within single digits.
I think we just need to check to make sure that all the Nuggets are going to be able to get to the arena.
Yeah, because of the weather.
Yeah, and then but with Luka's injury and all that,
I know
he
looked really bad the other night.
Who knows? Maybe he'll come back and avenge it and be like, man, I'm going to have a good game. I don't care how much this knee hurts.
Like I said, they're not going to keep it within 10. It's an 11.5 point spread.
Stars visit Minnesota at 7, and they'll be home on Friday if you want to go check them out. Just, I believe, 13 games left as they're making a playoff push. Do we know if Ben Bishop is between the pipes going for his 4th straight shutout?
Let me see if I can discover that. I know I would never take him out until you let up a goal. You're in, buddy.
Yeah.
You're going to have to literally give up a goal on purpose if you went off of this ice.
Yeah, you don't have to move much.
That's
I know it's a lot harder than that, but
yeah. And the Rangers. Here's a quick note for you as they get set to take on the Royals here this afternoon at Surprise Stadium.
It's Bishop tonight.
Okay,
It'll
nice.
be Bishop again. So. Another easy W, another shutout coming.
The Rangers had to release a pitcher before he ever pitched a game, Yosiel Serrano, a Cuban. He failed the drug test and got suspended 72 games. He's a minor leaguer. So
I'm sorry, who is it? Our team?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yosiel Serrano, one less Cuban in-house here.
Well, that's
one Cuban light.
Serrano's messing around with the Joe Boo and all that stuff. You got to be careful.
Okay, and then just a quick note for Sunday, Tolos. We're going to be hanging out with you, at least I specifically will be hanging out with you, with an esteemed promo crew from noon to 2 Sunday in Terrell, right there, the Metro PCS. Let me see if I can't get an address on this. I'll post this on my Twitter at GBag Nation, at Gavin Dawson. We want to see it come out because we're going to have Tolo back window decals for you. You can represent all the way out there. We want to make sure everybody in North Texas has a chance. I mean, that's getting pretty close to outside the Metroplex, isn't it?
We got a big signal.
Yeah, we do.
100,000 watts.
100,000 watts. We're booming all the way, past Waco a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up next. We're going to talk with JD, right? He's rescheduled. He's going to come up at 2:40.
Yeah.
So when we usually cross-talk with Ben and Skin, we'll be talking with JD, but G-Bag of the Day is next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about my buddies at My Computer Career, though. mycomputercareer.edu. Go take that free career evaluation today, especially if you are working at a job that you don't enjoy, or you don't make enough money, or you work too many hours, or your boss is a butt. Whatever the reason may be, mycomputercareer.edu. Take the free career evaluation today. Why? Because they can help you start your new life in a career as an information technology pro in as little as 4 months with no experience coming in. Many of the graduates couldn't do much more than turn a computer on and off before they started. I know because I was one of them, helping people start that IT career. That's what they do. You attend classes on campus or live online just twice a week. You're going to get the skills and the certifications you'll need to start your new career. They're more than just a school. My Computer Career helps you get in the industry. They work with hundreds of employers that hire the My Computer Career students. They're nationally accredited. Financial aid is available for those who qualify, including the GI Bill. Classes start soon, so go take the free career evaluation today at mycomputercareer.edu. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
Never miss a second of the Fan. Tolo all day and all night, thanks to radio.com.
Radio.com. The previous segment of the Fan was brought to you by Sewell Automotive.
Experience Sewell's obsession with customer service at Sewell BMW of Grapevine, located on 114 just west of Texan Trail. Your new Sewell could be a BMW. Come by or visit bmwofgrapevine.com.
HendrickDFW.com is your Dallas area used car connection. Shop hundreds of pre-owned vehicles online, all makes and models, plus over 100 certified pre-owned Hondas and Volkswagens. Browse local inventory at their 2 convenient locations, Hendrick Volkswagen in Frisco or Honda Cars of McKinney.
To make sure that we provide a sustainable opportunity for care going forward, we have to constantly remind ourselves to keep looking for the solutions that can improve value for our members. I'm Dr. Dan McCoy, and I'm the president of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Our company was the first in Texas to actually establish value-based care systems. These are systems where we work with providers to empower them with data and actually reward them for quality outcomes. We are the biggest brand of health insurance in our state. And with that comes a certain trust, but also responsibility. We have to make sure that we're always challenging ourselves to provide our members with the most innovative solutions to help navigate this world of healthcare that we live in. Every day I challenge myself, am I going to make a difference today of improving the healthcare system in Texas? Going home at night, I'd like to know that I accomplished that job.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Want a more beautiful lawn this season? The Home Depot has a few suggestions in one bag. Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99. It feeds your lawn, it weeds your lawn, and it prevents fire ants for up to 6 months. 3 of the most common lawn problems, 1 great solution. Today is the day for doing with Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99 a bag. Now at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. While supplies last, continental U.S. only.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Check out our green bell peppers, which are 48 cents each. Our yellow onions are $1.94 for a 3-pound bag. And our great value whole kernel corn, 15.25 ounces, is only 44 cents per can. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Texas Summer Jam, presented by Whataburger, featuring Randy Rogers Band with William Clark Green, Ray Johnston Band, Wynn Williams, Holly Tucker, and more at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, Saturday, June 15th, y'all. For ticket information, visit livenation.com.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit MBUSA.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Welcome back, Nation. We're live here in Surprise. John Daniels coming up in 20 minutes, Rangers president and GM. Looking forward to that. Now, a Sunday noon to 2, Metro by T-Mobile at 1442 Westmore Avenue in Terrell. Come get your Tolo back window decal and a chance to win tickets to the NASCAR race at Texas Motor Speedway, the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 coming up here in a couple of weeks. But it's time for the G-Bag of the day. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels at 1-800-LAWYERS. Hurt in an accident that's not your fault. Call the office of Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-LAWYERS, the official lawyers of the Tolo Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. Okay, man, we got a one-time champ right here.
Roy.
Why? It happened again. This time, he realized about 10 seconds into it. Oh man, I'm doing it again.
I know I'm lost.
Well.
I know I have a take here that has nothing to do with the topic at hand, and I think I'm just going to shut myself down mid-take, and I'm not sure what it was supposed to be about, so I'm not even going to try to correct it, and I'm just going to quit and apologize, right?
Sorry, not paying attention. And this happens to us from time to time, but because we're busy, sometimes we're prepping for the segment coming up next. There's 3 of us, 2 can be chatting like, okay, I have a second to look at this story, to try to look up this factoid to support a point. And I think, typically what happens is when it's coming to you, my eyes will get really wide and Mike will go like, that thing with the, right here. And, he kind of saves me, or I try to save him.
We had that today because Gavin, you were talking about something and I somehow missed the very beginning. And so I stood up, I was trying to look at your laptop. And so you said the player's name again.
Okay.
Because you knew what was happening.
All right.
Because we're a team on this show.
Okay. But Sean, I believe, is just delighting in letting Roy hang out there and twist like a vine. He's like, oh, it's pure gold again. This guy's staring at his damn computer. He doesn't know where I'm going to go watch this. What do you think about it, Roy?
I just don't think he's going to lower his price enough. But I think he could take a 1-year deal. Like somebody's may say, all right, you know what? We'll pay you a boatload of money on 1 year. Roy?
I think they absolutely are in a position where, they're kind of stuck. Like, I'm sorry. My mind went completely blank. I apologize. I read something and it threw me off. I'm sorry.
Keep going. Try again.
Back to
when we come back.
Sean, I can't believe how often this is happening. It's so rich. I mean, he is producing the show technically, so he could be looking up audio or other factors.
But he really had a point. Like, why wouldn't he say, "Hey"? When they said Sean, when he goes Roy, why did he say, "Are we talking about Zeke still?" Like, say something like that. Instead, he goes into like, "Oh, I got this awesome point," and then he realized, man, I really screwed up a week or so ago. I better stop because they're both probably looking at me like, okay, you know what we're talking about, right? And he's like, I don't.
I think it might be because Sean and probably Gavin Spittle and RJ are like, dude, if you're going to be in studio, sitting at a computer with a mic in front of you, can you know what we're talking about, please? If if you want to go prep, you got a spot back there. Nice little production area. So love it. The drama taking twists and turns once again on Sean and RJ. It's a one-time champ. How about we get a Cleveland woman in here? She called 911 when the neighbor went bonkers.
911, what is your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm calling because there's someone out in front of our house. We just drove home and he's yelling and screaming and flailing his arms. And I don't want to get my kids out of the car yet because I don't know what's going on.
We got OBJ. I was so excited. I couldn't help myself. I was just jumping around my house and my little brother told me to stop, but I couldn't because I was so excited.
Robert Stewart lives right across the street.
Couldn't nothing stop me. Woo! So I had to come rejoice outside.
We got Odell! 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 We got Odell!
Jumping up and down the street. We got OBJ. Oh my God.
Dude, that is awesome. She thought her neighbor was on bath salts or something.
He was just outside, doing a live video of himself celebrating OBJ. She wouldn't let the kids get out of the car. There's a crazy person.
Browns fans are insane. Some of the stuff they've been doing over the years through their misery and the open the coolers thing when they got their first win and got free beer for everybody. Just their misery. That misery creates such compelling entertainment. It's, a common theme for comedians to play off of and artists and music and everything. And that's terrific. I've gotten a kick out of watching the videos that people were shooting right when they realized it. There was a gal driving down the street listening to the radio that was a Giants fan, and she's freaking out. And obviously the Browns fans, life's perfect right now for Browns fans because the season ended really, really well for you in the win-loss department. Now gathering all this talent, it's nothing but positivity without actually having to go win games. So between now and the start of the season is like the best time ever for Browns fans, probably since Bernie Kosar was over there. So congrats for now.
Thank you.
Don't get too convinced though,
sir,
that it is going to come together. Remember that Eagles dream team?
This is different. This isn't a dream team. This was a team that was already hot and trending upward that just added one of the best receivers in football,
Okay.
With a rookie quarterback going into year 2, natural progression there. I think we will probably win 15.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a strong endorsement from Kavanaugh. And this could get my vote.
11, actually.
This could get my vote. Did they actually send police there, or was it resolved? Lucius?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Get resolved, yeah. The police show up. Well, at least everybody came out all right.
Yeah, the cop showed up, and the guy was like, "Oh, sorry, I was just really excited about Odell." And they're like, "Me too!" And they all start screaming.
High five. Errol Spence versus Mikey Garcia Saturday night. I've been having fun because every time I turn on like a cable station, they're showing an old Errol Spence fight, trying to build hype for this bad boy. And there was the final press conference this morning. Lucius, some good stuff happened.
Yeah, they went back and forth. Earl came out of himself. I've never seen Earl, go back and forth with somebody, but he did it this time.
Is he the toughest opponent you'll have faced to date?
On paper, he is. I don't know if he's the most toughest opponent until we get in the ring, and you got to ask me after that.
Sure. Mikey, thoughts on that?
Well, Saturday night, he's going to find out, why I chose to fight him and why I picked this fight. Like all my other opponents, they don't see anything, flash. They don't see anything special. But when they get inside the ring, then they realize that I am special in a different way.
I'm not your other opponent. Stop talking about your other opponents like I'm one of them.
But you will be another opponent just on Saturday night.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy you've been having.
We're going to find out.
I want to act all humble on here when you're in front of me, but when you're doing different interviews with Ellie and all the other stuff, you want to talk trash. Your dad and your brother, you want to say other things, but once you get here, you want to be humble and show a lot of respect and things like that. Nah, keep that same energy you had when you're in Cali at your gym that you have here.
It's the same attitude I've always had. I'm very confident in my skills, my abilities. I know what I can do. I know what I got to do on Saturday night.
He really thinks he's going to take this title. They've been real cocky, talking a lot of crap, him and his brothers. And we're going to put on a great show and a great performance. It will be a one-sided massacre, I promise you that. And I'm going to punish him. He's going to wish he took his brother's advice not to take this fight. Thank you.
All right, there it is. A great clip from Errol Spence Jr. Maybe, enticed to play it up a little bit because of the attendance numbers at AT&T Stadium haven't been spectacular building in. Whatever the case, I love it, Let's have that same energy after I snatch your body. After you see what the truth really is, Saturday night, it's $75. I tell you what, that's going to be the best $75 I've spent on sports in a long, long time now. I'm pumped for this.
Please win.
Spittle alerted us probably 3 years ago, hey, there's a local kid. He might be the next big thing in boxing. So we started watching a lot of his fights in the build-up to this. So it's been a couple of years now. And to have this one tomorrow night, I'm pumped. That one could get my vote as well. I mean, we have the champ. We have 2 challengers so far here in the G-Bag of the Day. We're going to bail out of the G-Bag of the Day, and we'll come back and finish it up here in about 10 minutes or 15 minutes. If you don't mind, Lucius, because sitting down with us now is a very special guest as our show live from spring training continues. He is the president and general manager of the Texas Rangers, I believe going into his 14th season now. It's John Daniels.
Sounds like
here.
a lot.
It's been a while. So congratulations on that, I suppose, that are in order. Back for another year here in Surprise, and thanks for joining us here on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me out, guys.
The big story is the pitching, right? And at least from our perspective. And, how are those guys coming along, the additions? Are they exceeding expectations? How would you classify that right now?
I would say at least meeting, in a couple of cases exceeding. And just you get guys that haven't pitched in close to 2 years, understand that there's risk involved medically, and then just kind of getting the rust off and that sort of deal. Volquez came out throwing pellets from day one. Looks really good. Looks strong. Smiley, one guy that his rehab didn't go perfectly smoothly with the Cubs, and so he was a guy that he passed our physical, looked good in the winter, but we weren't quite sure what to make of. And he's been, looks like he did, in 2015, 2016. Looks really good.
Awesome.
Shelby's stuff's been really good. Probably not quite the results the other two guys have had, but big physical and fastball, curveball, both been there. He seems to be more like kind of a guy going through spring training, getting the rust off after not having pitched for a little while.
I had this question from Sean Sharif this morning to me, and I always said it's tough because he's saying, hey, when you're watching the games, what are you thinking? Do guys look like they're improving and stuff? I said it's really tough because guys are usually getting in their work. So Shelby Miller the other day watching the first inning, I said, well, he never threw a ball inside. I don't expect him to never throw a ball inside in a game, but he's probably working on something. So he's not like pitching to a scouting report. He's just pitching to what he feels like he needs to get in that day pitch-wise. So can you kind of explain where spring training is and where guys are working, or the guys, they're 4 for their last 8, but maybe guys aren't trying to pitch to their weaknesses?
So I think with Shelby, that's perfect observation. I think with a lot of guys, it kind of depends on where they're at, right? So, and that's why players, they always say, hey, just shoot me straight. Where do we stand coming into camp? They want to know if they're competing for a spot or they have one. If they're competing for a spot, like, they don't want a coach working on them with a new delivery and a new pitch and, the strength coach adding in exercise that are going to really make their legs sore or anything like that. If they're locked into a spot, then, they're going to be a lot more open to not experiment, but, development. So Shelby is a guy that, he's health permitting, like he's on the team. He's going to open up in the 5th spot in the rotation. And I think he's just a guy who's getting prepared for the season. Like I said, came in really strong, and I think he's just these guys are getting their pitch counts up, building up arm strength more than anything else.
So what's the ceiling you think of best case scenario with some names in here? And obviously the offense can put up runs. What do you think is best case scenario for this club, JD?
Well, I think the two, for us to reach our best case, which for me is, we're sitting there in contention in July and we're forced to make some good decisions or some fun decisions. For us to do that, I think 2 things. One are that starting group's got to stay healthy and perform. And at the very least, buy time for the younger group behind them to get ready. We don't want to force these guys up till, ideally, if we can, till they're ready to come in and contribute and perform. And then that young position player group's got to take a step. I think it's pretty clear looking at them. They're all capable of more. How much more is probably the bigger question. More from a consistency, and then also just from a kind of higher end output. Like I think Rugi's capable of more. For me, it's more consistency on his side. I think Maz is capable of more, but like the question is, where is that ceiling? How good of a player can he be? And I think us getting them to reach those ceilings is going to go a long way towards determining where we go.
Earlier in spring training, we had the news of the Jose Leclerc extension. What about him, or I'm thinking of guys like Joey Gallo, Nomar Mazara. Do you have conversations with pretty much all of those guys about things like that? And it's just how
about the contracts?
Yeah, about trying to get the arbitration in maybe a year or 2 more and trying to work something out like that. Do you work with the other guys on that, or was it just something specific about him being open to it and the numbers?
We have talked to other guys in the past. This spring, Jose is really the main guy that we spoke to. And we'd had some conversations with his agents over the winter, kind of got a sense that there was some interest on their end. And then from us, there was definite interest. We wanted to wait a little bit into camp just because finished the year healthy. He looked great, but he also pitched winter ball. So we wanted specific. We told him, hey, we're definitely interested, but we want you to come out and have a couple outings here and bounce back and everything looks good before we commit, just out of abundance of caution. But with Jose, he's an elite level performer right now. I think, because we finished in last place, people kind of missed that he was one of the best relievers in the game last year. Unbelievable work ethic, unbelievable, if I can spit that out. And just kind of like a self-motivated guy. He's not. Sometimes you worry, is the money going to change, guys? He didn't make he got a $90,000 signing bonus, which in the state of the game is not a ton of money. Hasn't had a ton of earnings so far. You worry about, is it going to change him? Like with Jose, I really don't think it is. I don't think he's driven. I think he wants to take care of people back home, which is awesome, but. There's a lot of things that go from a work ethic standpoint. You feel like he's not going to back off at all. And there's always some health risk with every player, but feel pretty good about where he's at.
And then JD, I know there's approximately a week or so until you have to make kind of your final roster decisions. And I'm just going off of what I've been reading about. There's a possibility that you could carry possibly 6 outfielders on the team to start the season. And what I mean by your 3 main ones, and then you'd have Chu DHing, and then Pence and Willie Calhoun. Is that possible to carry that many outfielders on a 25-man team?
It's possible. It's not a great setup for us, I don't think, in large part because I think the other guys are not, they're not guys we're looking to platoon. If they were like true platoon mates for a few of the guys, it'd be a little easier. We haven't ruled it out, but it's definitely a challenge on the roster because we want to carry 8 in the pen, most likely. I take that back. Woody coming from the Dodgers and with Kershaw, and he's not used to necessarily that, and I'm saying, hey, like, let's, especially with some of the injured pitchers early, and he's totally, I mean, we're on the same page there. Like, ideally, we would be able to carry 4 on the bench to kind of have some more flexibility. I think we're probably leaning towards protecting the pitching staff early, and by doing that, then it's going to be even more challenging to carry that many outfielders.
So out of the guys who you don't expect to be on the big league team to start the year, what would it be the best news long-term for Ranger fans if you named like 2 guys that just had such a great start in minor league camp that they kind of forced their way up?
You're talking about guys that like on the
guys who
upper
are
levels that are close?
Guys who are getting kind of close that for Ranger fans it would be really, really exciting and really exciting for you guys for like, holy cow, here they come.
I'd go to that group. You asked for 2, but it's kind of 4 guys close together. I'd go to that group of 4 young starters with Burke, Palumbo, and Hearn, the lefties, and Jonathan Hernandez, the righty. Probably looking at 3 of them, Palumbo, Burke, and Jonathan Hernandez starting in Frisco with Hearn at AAA. But if that group kind of really forces the issue, because they're all have a chance to start in the big leagues and they have swing and miss stuff, if that group forces the issue, like, that's going to be a pretty good scenario for us.
Now, looking at kind of the new rules, that there's some rules that are happening this year, but I look at the 26-man roster in 2020, and I know that the opener is kind of a thing that's happening in Major League Baseball, and you guys, messed with it a little bit at the end of the season. Then also you've talked in previous spring trainings about a 6-man rotation, and now that there will be a 26-man or 26-man roster in 2020. Does that open up a little bit more of a possibility of 6-man rotations, or how do you see the new rules playing out?
I think the way, so we played around with that briefly last year, and it could work. It could have value if you've got guys coming off of injury where they might need the extra day of rest, or in a scenario when we first put the 6-man together, our offseason targets were Mike Minor, Ohtani, and Miles Michaelis. The 2 guys coming out back from Japan where they pitch once a week, and Minor, who hadn't started in a few years, who was a reliever. So that was our thought. And the 6-man was like giving these guys an extra blow, extra day. And then you also had, Martin Perez was coming off, the surgery on us. So we thought like it was specifically catered to that group. I think probably more the other way around, where you're looking at whether the opener or guys going 1 or 2 times through the order, where, the roles have kind of broken down a little bit. Other teams have probably done that more than we have to some degree. But you look at guys like Jeffrey Springs or Nick Gardewine or some guy like that have the ability to go, maybe more than an inning, and maybe 2 to, in Springs' case, maybe 3 innings at a time, like, but not in a mop up or like traditional longman. Like Springs gets huge amounts of punch outs, and like that's pretty valuable. Guy to come in and just so I think that you can construct a pitching staff a little bit different way.
Lefty specialist type of deal out of the bullpen if they have to face a minimum of 3 guys.
I think that's probably the demographic that could be hurt by the new rule. But listen, I think if the example we were using earlier this morning with the beat guys was like, as a fan, you come into the park to see David Ortiz hit, or you come into the park to see Brian Schaus is one of our coaches. I kind of use Schaus.
Yeah.
Like, are you coming to see Brian Schaus drop down and like sweep a slider away from him and get him to roll over? Like, so hey, you still want Schaus to come neutralize David Ortiz, no problem, but he's got to stay in and face Manny Ramirez, And so I think in the from a fan interest standpoint and generating offense, and also limiting number of mid-inning pitching changes, I think that rule kind of helps in those 2 regards.
Would the rule, I don't know, would there be anything different? It just seems really weird if you're in the bottom of the 8th and you have to get an out, and then you go into the 9th, you can't bring your closer in.
So if you finish the inning that you're good.
Okay, so even if it's one out, but you finish the inning, you're good.
Yeah, so like that'd be, it's a big. There is some strategy there. If your manager wants to bring in the lefty, 2 outs, David Ortiz, bring him in to get him. But if he doesn't get him, if he doesn't get him, now he has to face Manny or the righty behind him.
And then me and CJ Nikowski were talking about this earlier. Let's just say I'll go back to the 7th inning because you'll have a closer in the 9th. Is 7th inning, you get the lefty out. But then there's a lefty coming up again, and you bring him out, and he faces one hitter. Does he have to face another hitter?
I think so.
Okay,
that's a good question. My understanding is he would have to face 3 batter minimum unless he finishes an inning.
Okay, but if he goes back out, then he'd have to face at least 2 guys.
I'd have to get clarification.
Okay, that is. And then you have a year of
so that's and I don't. Yes, exactly.
What's the Rangers executive house like out here? Do you guys have a ping pong table or a pool table?
We have a pool table.
Do you guys get down on that?
Yeah, Andrew Koo, one of our analysts, took Woody down. We had a poker night and then finished up with Koo. Woody's pretty good on the pool table, but he couldn't take Koo down, so that made a little noise. There's 4 of us that live there. I think we've got a couple different houses. 4 of us that live there. It had this like great concept of being this place where everyone hangs out, and then you realize everyone's like asleep at 9:30. And
that's us. We're gonna get this house where we're gonna have all these great stories, and we're all gonna be
this
together.
Awesome backyard and the pool, and like this great setup with the couch, and the kitchen's right there. And then you look over and like Daly's got like some wine in a red Solo cup and snoring on the couch.
So I always admire you guys' philosophy. What's the brain trust? What's new this year as far as the culture and the approach and the mindset and all that?
Probably, I would say 3 areas of real focus this off season, or a ton of areas, but 3 areas that took the most of our time. One on the big league staff, Woody and the staff that's put together, really high intelligence, but not, these guys are have a really good way of relating to players. So the culture has been really positive. There's been a lot of meetings in a manner that I think the players have really gotten stuff out of, kind of some roundtable discussions, game reviews, a lot of information presented, but I think in a way where they've embraced it. So from a cultural standpoint, both in terms of creating the atmosphere these guys want to play and perform in, but also, transmitting a ton of information that they can use. I think 2, kind of on the R&D side in general, been a huge focus from a organizational standpoint, how we utilize it, and not just in analytics but sports science and different kind of biomechanic assessments and things that we can kind of put in play. And then lastly, it dovetails off that is player development. Mike Daly back over on that side, Matt Blood we hired, ton of resources and emphasis put on developing a really talented but young group that we got in the system.
Awesome. So you have your last year of playing outdoors where it's really hot. I just wonder, in your 15 years or so with the Texas Rangers, how many times have you ran into talking to a free agent, their agent most likely, and they said, John, thanks for calling. We love your organization, whatever, but my guy just doesn't want to pitch or play in the 100-degree weather?
So it's been alluded to, or I kind of thought it was an issue a couple times. There's been, I'm not going to name the player, but it was, I wasn't GM yet. I was assistant GM for John Hart, and there was a starting pitcher that ended up going to the National League West team.
Oh, we can figure this out.
Yeah, bang it out right here. Figure it out. Pull it up. And he flat. He goes, "Hey, bottom line is he doesn't want to pitch in that park." And that was the only time that it's ever been that I can recall. It was truly the rationale that was given. There have been other times I thought it might have played a role. Or listen, we're going to get the 1 year or 2 year free agent position player is going to want to come play for us, right? And kind of have the bounce back season and go out and do well on the market. And we're probably not going to get the pitcher in our current park. Flip side is, a guy who wants to make a good an offensive player is not going to sign with the Padres or the Giants on a 1 year make good deal, because those are really tough environments to put up numbers in, but they're going to get the pitcher to go there and do the same thing. It kind of comes around, we'll see how the new park plays. That's one that we don't really know. That even the architects and the engineers that we've dealt with, they said, listen, we could do all sorts of studies and when we could charge you a lot of money for them. And we're not going to know until you guys play there.
Great stuff, JD. Give him heck. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate having me.
There he is, John Daniels, Rangers GM.
I got
president.
the list of free agency signings in 2005. I'm going to go through the NL West teams. We'll have it for you when I get back.
Okay, we're also going to mix with the Ben and Skin Show and finish up the G-Bag of the day next on The Fan.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we have a draft expert on our show, and his name is Tizzle. And at 5:40, we're going to answer all your draft questions. I got some of my own. Can the Cowboys get what they need at 58? Bring it on, my friends. In fact, listen to the whole show. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Whataburger.
Hey, Whataburger fans, if you love mushrooms, then you're going to love hearing this. The Mushroom Swiss Burger is here again. Made hot and fresh with 2 all-beef patties, 2 slices of Swiss cheese, 2 layers of premium grilled mushrooms, and a creamy au jus sauce. Available now, but not for long. Try one at Whataburger today.
Hey, Gavin Dawson back here with you. Have a message from our friends at D&M Leasing here before we get back to the show. You know, car prices, they're just going higher and higher. You might have seen them. The average price of a new vehicle now over $36K. That's insane. Well, D&M Leasing proud to be saving its clients up to 50% every month. And now you can save up to 20% more by leasing a pre-owned car from D&M Leasing. They have over 400 lease returns available. D&M Leasing is able to offer you a full range of options. They're going to save you even more money. You'll still get D&M's amazing customer service, have your car delivered to you wherever you are, sign all the documents online as well. You can sit back and let D&M get you new cars, save you money. With D&M's Easy Lease, you'll have no down payment. You won't make a payment for 60 days. Contact the company named Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater 4 years in a row. See how they can save you money right now. It's any local area code in 35 Lease, 35 LEASE, or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com.
It all starts with just one thing. Get back to basics this month. Stock up on reusable bags for the grocery store and be sure to recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
You know that sound. That's the sound of Walmart's new grocery delivery. The sound of watching 6 uninterrupted seasons of anything you want. That's the sound of you not lugging your groceries up 3 flights of apartment stairs. Of finding time to do absolutely nothing for a change. That's the sound of your entire grocery list showing up at your door. Introducing Walmart Grocery Delivery. Shop online for the same low prices in store, delivered fresh to your door. There are more ways to Walmart. $30 minimum fee applies.
Hello, everybody out there. Some of you are missing my birthday party for Car Toys.
That's Car Toys CEO Dan Bretler's mom.
You know, Car Toys birthday bash deals are so good. I've been souping up my Buick.
Really?
I got Apple CarPlay.
It's just $2.99 to upgrade your ride with Pioneer Apple CarPlay and get free installation by Car Toys experts.
Speakers are half price.
Alpine speakers, $39. Pioneer DVD Bluetooth receiver, just $159 with a free backup camera. All Marine products, all remote start systems on sale.
Can I tell you a secret?
Sure.
I got a subwoofer.
Kenwood and Alpine subwoofers, buy one, get one free.
I put on Beyonce and crank it.
Car Toys can upgrade any vehicle with the technology new cars have. Their expert installers are a good reason to buy at Car Toys.
The savings are amazing. Let's party.
Car Toys 32nd birthday bash.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little pill that treats ED is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to 4hims.com/men. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one little pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/men. That's 4hims.com/men for your first month for just $5. 4hims.com/men.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details.
It's almost time to get out on the water. The Fort Worth Boat Expo is back. This is your one chance to compare vendors for affordable prices and receive on-the-spot financing on all watercraft models on display. Plus, admission is free for the entire show. Kick your spring break off right with deals this good you can't afford to miss it. Head to the Fort Worth Boat Show, March 14th to 17th at Amon G. Carter, Will Rogers Exhibit Hall, and remember, admission is free for the entire show. For more information, go to FortWorthBoatExpo.com.
Hear filmmaker Dr. Delaney Rustin of the award-winning documentary Screenagers as she shares lessons on how to create positive change in people's lives. Support teen mental health March 19th at the Westin Gallery Dallas Hotel. Tickets and more information at granthalliburton.org.
You got what it takes to make it in these parts? If not, see the small engine pros at Northern Tool. Besides fixing everything from mowers to blowers, they've got more than 500,000 parts. From filters, blades, and belts to parts for pressure washers, water pumps, and generators. They service what they sell, and other brands too. Any repair, any brand. So if your equipment isn't performing, get it serviced today at Northern Tool. Great service, great parts, great prices. Northern Tool and Equipment.
This high-energy moment in tournament history is brought to you by 5-Hour Energy Shots. 0 sugar, 4 calories, keeping you at 100% all tournament long.
Hard times in 2009, and Detroit called for a lift, and that's exactly what Michigan State provided. Brilliance from the bench helped Michigan State upset top-seeded Louisville in a regional final en route to the school's first appearance in the national title game since it won it all in 2000.
Today's high-energy moment in tournament history sponsored by 5-Hour Energy Shots. Drink it in seconds, feel it in minutes, last for hours.
When you turn it on, leave it on. You hear things like this.
Joining us now in studio, the great Jason Hatcher.
Think about right now how freaking hard that defense play. You know why? Because they respect their leader. That's why. It's a difference.
The place to be all day, every day is right here with The Fan.
Just $250 down delivers a new Mitsubishi at the new Mesquite Mitsubishi. Over 250 vehicles available, 635 in Oaks. You can visit mymitsu.com, y'all.
We're going to have to call a redo on the G-Bag of the Day halfway through, and that's fine. Just had a great conversation with John Daniels here in Surprise, and now we're going to find out what's coming up on the Ben and Skin show. Gentlemen, come on in. How you doing?
Howdy, boys. It's me, Jeff Skin Wade, with the Tizzle, KT Fun Tweets. Shippy will be taking over for Lucius here in about 7 minutes. We got a lot of good football stuff today, a lot of good basketball stuff, and I'm very excited. At 5:20, it's a segment that we dust off about once every, couple months or so. It's called Around the Beer Belly. We've got some important beer news, as well as what happens at the combine when NFL executives get drunk. So I think it's going to be a hard-hitting sports beer drinking segment at 5:20. I'm very, very excited about.
That's terrific. Now, do they get hammered at the combine itself or wait for afterwards? I guess we'll have to tune in and find out.
Yeah, you have to tune in and find out. Also, by the way, we're kind of taking a page from the G-Bag Nation. We have something called Draft Bag Nation at 5:40. And so we're going to take all your calls and text messages because we do have a draft expert on the show in Tizzle, much like you guys have Jeffrey Time Kavanaugh. So we're going to utilize KT. So if any of the good Tolos out there have some draft questions or Cowboys draft questions, we're going to hit it hard at 5:40 today.
You'd like him to tell you what you're thinking?
Absolutely.
Tell me what you're thinking. Here they come. Skin and KT, the Ben and Skin show. Ride home is always funnier. Looking forward to listening to this as we head on home. So till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Brian Broaddus going to join us at 1 o'clock. A can't miss Cowboys segment tomorrow. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Salute.
All right. Men's T Clinic. If you haven't been to Men's T Clinic yet, what are you doing? Go get your numbers checked. If you're in your 30s, 40s, above that age, your testosterone levels could be low. And man, if you get those things back up with Men's T Clinic, you will have a lot more energy. You'll be feeling like you're in your teens and 20s again. Now, Bobby and Derek started Men's T Clinic because they were getting testosterone therapy at another place. And they noticed that they weren't feeling much of a difference. And then they noticed that everybody was getting the exact same treatment. They weren't getting treated like individuals. And that's why they started Men's T Clinic. So you could get treated like an individual and it will be personally customized to you. And that's what makes Men's T Clinic different. The number to call, 1-800-246-LOW-T to get your appointment. Or you can go to menstclinic.com to get your appointment there. 3 locations in the DFW Metroplex. They're in the Colony. They're in Frisco, and they are in North Dallas. Get your appointment. Get back to being you. 1-800-246-LOW-T with Men's T Clinic.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This is Jim Rome of the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by the National Association of Realtors, who will stop at nothing to find you the perfect home. That was no ordinary midweek regular season matchup between Golden State and Houston last night. And if that was a preview of the Western Conference Finals, then I am here for it. There are plenty of teams to like in the West and plenty of matchups that would be compelling, but I'm not sure any of them can top Warriors Rockets for talent and salt. Just look at the pregame chatter in the buildup. Rockets guard Eric Gordon told Mark Stein, quote, "I really do believe there's no other team but us that can really have a chance against them," end quote. Golden State 106, Houston 104. Statement made. The Warriors drop a game that they shouldn't, like the one to Phoenix. Everybody freaks out that they're falling apart and the run is over. Then they come out shorthanded like last night without Kevin Durant, and they beat the Rockets in their house in a game that you know Houston had to have. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS Sports Radio.
Bungalow, apartment, flat, farmhouse, fort, lodge, cabin, cottage, chateau, palace, shack, crib, condo, shoebox, duplex, manor, mansion, McMansion, hutch, hut, pad, shanty, villa, castle, cave. No matter what you call it, a realtor knows how to find you the perfect home. We're more than an agent or app. We're trusted professionals serving you, your family, and community for over 100 years. That's not just what realtors do. That's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Springtime is almost here, and there's no better time to tackle that next job. At AutoZone, we have the free services to help you get it done. With our free AutoZone Loan-A-Tool program, you can borrow specialty tools you need for the job, free of charge, so you don't waste money on rarely used tools. Getting the job done just got easier. And right now, get 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic or synthetic high-mileage motor oil and an STP extended life oil filter for $29.99. Let us help you at more than 5,600 locations nationwide. Deposit required. Restrictions and details in store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.